Merci beaucoup. Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General Act, the fall 2022 reports from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, these reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Tabling of documents, I have another one. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94.2 of the Access to Information Act and subsection 72.2 of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Chief Electoral Officer on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2022. Conformément à l'article 108.3.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Tabling of documents, I have another one. Il est de mon devoir de déposer sur.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94.2 of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72.2 of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Information Commissioner on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for. He's not here. Okay, very good. We'll go on to presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present today in both official languages the 6th report on the Standing Committee for Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Facial Recognition Technology and the Growing Power of Artificial Intelligence. Take a moment to thank the analysts for the work that they did on behalf of the committee and all the committee members who agreed entirely with the 19 recommendations that are contained in this report. And I certainly hope that the government will quickly respond to the report and work toward expeditiously implementing the recommendations contained in the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancements to the goods and services tax, harmonized sales tax credit. Speaker, I don't know, but we may have set a record to pass a bill through committee. To make that achievement possible, I want to thank all the members of Finance Committee, the clerks Alexandre Roger, Karine Grandjean, legislative clerks Jean-François Paget, Emily Tivierge, analysts, interpreters, staff, and all members and parties in this House for their support for C-30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
En conséquence, conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made in October, it is adopted at report stage without further amendments.
The bill be read a third time later today. The introduction of private members' bills. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry. You have to do that.
Yes, I have to read it first. My apologies. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Life Imprisonment. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It is an honor to stand here on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
You're very lucky.
It's interesting that my colleague from Winnipeg is heckling me as I'm saying this because I'm speaking about a bill that should be of interest to everybody in this House.
Here, here.
And that is, well, now the member for Kingston the Islands is getting in on the act.
And let the honourable member introduce his bill. Thank you.
This is what we're talking about. Sexual offenses against children and adults.
And they're heckling.
When somebody commits a robbery in this country, it is the taking of property by force, and they are liable to life imprisonment. When you take someone's consent by force, their dignity by force, when it comes to sexual assault, the maximum sentence is 10 years in jail.
Unbelievable.
We therefore treat the taking of someone's sexual inviolability and innocence and dignity and consent by force less seriously than we treat the taking of property by force. And if people want to treat this as a joke, that's fine. But for me and for everybody in this House, my exhortation is that we start getting hard on sexual offenses, especially against sexual offenses respecting children. And this bill does just that. It raises the maximum sentence to life imprisonment for most sexual offenses, to recognize that victims are often put in a psychological prison for life themselves. I exhort all members of this House to pass this bill expeditiously, given the seriousness that this subject matter deserves. Thank you.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi serait-il lu une deuxième?
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Madame Fortier pour Monsieur.
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill S8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act and making amendments to connected acts and modifying the Refugee Protection Act, be now read a first time. The motion is deemed read and adopted.
De ce projet de loi.
Quand est-ce que ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu une deuxième fois?
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Madame Fortier pour
Ms. Fortier for Ms. Joly, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill S9, modifying the implementation of the Chemical Weapons Act, be now read a first time. Now deemed read.
De ce projet de loi.
when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is to the Prime Minister and to the Government of Canada. And the citizens in the preamble who signed this petition recognize that Canada is facing a climate emergency. Therefore, they are calling on the government to implement a just transition legislation that will reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, that will create new public institutions and expand public ownership of services and utilities across the economy to implement the transition, create good green jobs and drive an inclusive workforce development, expand the social safety net, and pay for this transition by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a public national bank. The second petition, Madam Speaker, is the petitioners are recognizing that disability financial support payments in Canada are currently far below the official poverty line, and that 1.5 million disabled Canadians currently suffer every single day in a state of legislated poverty. Therefore, the petitioners, Madam Speaker, are calling upon the government to end this practice of legislated poverty and to ensure that a federal disability benefit of $2,200 per month is implemented. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in this place to present a petition that deals with public transportation. The petitioners note that the government's current 10-year transit plan will end in 2027, and yet we still haven't seen public transit significantly improved to reduce greenhouse gases, nor to reach those areas of Canada that are remote and more rural. We need, as the members will know, today actually happens to be the day for recognition of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and that report called for public transit being available, affordable, and low carbon for, well, actually the report just called for it to be available and secure and safe for people across Canada, including outside urban areas. The petitioners call for the establishment of permanent federal funding for public transit to go above and beyond the current 10-year transit plan, to work together to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding, and to establish accountability to ensure that all orders of government in Canada work together to provide public transit to Canadians.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's my honor to present a number of petitions today. The petitioners, the first petition I have, the petitioners are calling on, or they're concerned about how easy it is for young people to access sexually explicit material online, including violent and degrading explicit material. They are commenting on how this is a public health and public safety concern. The petitioners note that a significant portion of commercially accessed sexually explicit material has no age verification software. Moreover, that age verification software could ascertain the age of users without breaching their privacy rights. The petitioners note that many serious harms associated with sexually explicit material, including the development of addiction and the development of attitudes favorable to sexual violence and harassment of women. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to quickly pass Bill S-210, the Protection of Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, comes from people from across the country concerned about legislation related to universal basic income. I've received countless messages from across the country. Petitioners say that people should get a paycheck the petitioners say that people who would get paychecks regardless of whether they helped or worked in their community would cost our economy billions of dollars. They state that universal income disincentivizes people from working and maintaining a job. Also, is that taxes would have to be greatly raised to pay for this. As such, the petitioners are calling on parliamentarians to vote against Bill S-233 and C-223. They want an end to a carbon tax, they want an end to inflationary spending, and they want to see pipelines and other projects approved to ensure that our economy can grow so that there are good jobs for everyone. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are supporting Bill S-211. They state that modern slavery has deepened in the last 2 years, and they're looking for the Canadian government to pass a bill that would ensure that Canadian businesses are not participating in child forced labor. Approximately 50 million people around the world are currently stuck in forced labor, and approximately $20 billion worth of goods imported into our country each year are at risk of being produced through modern slavery. They also state that large companies are not required to report these measures to prevent modern slavery in their supply chains. The petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill S-211 quickly and enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor and Supply Chains Act, and to amend the Customs Tariff Act. If and when this is passed, this would greatly improve our impact in the world. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who want an end to the ArriveCAN app, and they want an end to the vaccine mandates and all COVID mandates. Currently, the government has only suspended some of these mandates and are looking forward to having all of these mandates removed. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to finally and permanently end all federally regulated regulations around the COVID-19 vaccine mandates and restrictions. The next petition I have, Madam Chair, comes from people from across the country who are concerned around the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning a firearm and are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss caused by damaging noise levels from firearms and the need for noise reduction. The petitioners acknowledge that Canada is the only G7 country that does not, or that has a criminally prohibited device around hearing protection. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and noise pollution reduction. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow firearms owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. And finally, Madam Chair, I have a petition on behalf of my constituents, the people living in Fox Creek and Swan Hills, two rural and remote communities in northern Alberta. They're calling for the extension of the intermediate prescribed zone for the Northern Living Allowance to be used for their communities. Currently, there's an arbitrary line that runs across northern Alberta, of which they are 15 kilometers away from, and would be great if they could access that tax incentive. Neither Fox Creek nor Swan Hills are in the northern or intermediate zones, but they are very much remote and rural communities. Therefore, they are calling on the government to include Swan Hills and Fox Creek as communities within the prescribed intermediate zone and allow these residents to claim their residency deductions for living in northern Alberta. And finally, Madam Chair, I want to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned that certain charities would be targeted based on their views. The petitioners are calling on MPs to ensure that charities that hold views that differ from the government's are not harassed or criminalized or removed of their charitable status. So petitioners are calling on the government to not enforce the judgment that they put in place in their 2021 campaign platform to remove charitable status from some organizations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-30, Cost of Living Relief Act No. 1, targeted tax relief.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that Bill C-30, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, temporary enhancement to the Goods and Services Tax, harmonized sales tax, be now read a third time and adopted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Leader, Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to rise today to speak on a major piece of legislation that's going to provide substantial support to Canadians in every region of our country, Madam Speaker. It's a good day. You know, when we talk about ensuring that there's more disposable income for Canadians to be able to assist them in dealing with issues such as the inflation, Madam Speaker, to assist them in providing the additional financial support so that they will have a little bit more to spend, Madam Speaker. And it's actually quite encouraging to see the manner in which this legislation is actually passing. Let's think about it. For many years now, the government, under this leadership of the Prime Minister and guidance of the Cabinet and members of the Liberal caucus, have talked a great deal about Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, providing the supports that are necessary to show that we can build a healthier, stronger middle class. Appreciating the importance of Canada's middle class gives you a better sense in terms of our economy. A healthy middle class gives us a healthier economy, Madam Speaker. And there's good reason for that to be taking place. Because we do live in a consumer society where the consumption of products improves the quality of life, it increases the demands of local products and that are manufactured, services that are provided, jobs are created. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at the first number of years since we became in government, what you saw was a relatively healthy, growing economy. A government that invested in infrastructure for the first time in tangible ways in many years. All in support of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. We invested in individuals that had financial needs that were far greater than other Canadians at the lower end of the household income, Madam Speaker. And we did that by enhancing, for example, the Canada Child Care Program. We did that by looking at some of the poorest seniors in the country, seniors that are on fixed incomes, and came up with ways in which we could ensure that they would have more money in their pockets, such as substantial increases to GIS, the poorest of all of our seniors, substantial increases. Ensuring that we have an economy that works for all Canadians is a priority for the government, for the Liberal caucus, Madam Speaker, as you know. That is something in which we take very serious. 7 days a week, we're focused on ensuring that we are there in a tangible way for Canadians, no matter where they live in this great nation. We saw that, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic. When the pandemic hit the world, Canada responded. And our response, ultimately, I would suggest to you, was second to no others. And we saw that in tangible results. At the beginning, we had a high sense of cooperation from all political entities, and that's what we're seeing today on C-30, Madam Speaker, is we're seeing support, universal support, coming from the chamber, and that's why it's being able to pass. Much like what we saw during the pandemic, at least for the first few months of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, where the government recognized that there is going to be a cost to the pandemic. And we made the decision that it was better for the government to do the borrowing as opposed to seeing the consequences of the government not supporting its citizens and the small businesses that are out there. And that is the reason why, Madam Speaker, we invested billions of dollars into supporting Canadians in, like what Bill C-30 is doing, putting money in the pockets of Canadians. We invested in programs like CERB. Over 9 million Canadians benefited by that program, Madam Speaker. With this legislation, we are seeing over 11 million Canadians benefiting and families benefiting by this particular piece of legislation. We were there to support Canadians, Madam Speaker. We supported small businesses. Imagine if we didn't provide the billions of dollars to support small businesses, whether it was through loans, rent subsidies, wage subsidy programs, or the billions towards average Canadians. It cost a great deal of money. And it meant that we had to borrow. Conservatives in recent days have been very critical of the government, talking about the deficit, and actually trying to position themselves as if they did not support the government's expenditures during the pandemic, because they say that we have the highest deficit than any other government in Canada, knowing full well, Madam Speaker, that they voted in favor of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that we had to borrow in order to support Canadians during a worldwide pandemic. Now, post-pandemic, even though it's not completely over, Madam Speaker, they are starting to change their attitudes towards the money that we had to borrow in order to support small businesses and Canadians during a world pandemic, Madam Speaker. And it talks about the conservative policy mentality. And we've seen that. We have seen policies that have come from the Conservative Party that I would ultimately argue is to the detriment of Canadians. We see flip-flops that occur from the Conservative Party, which should cause Canadians to be really concerned. And this isn't just words that I'm putting on the record, Madam Speaker. These are facts. When I talk about policy, remember today's leader of the Conservative Party, less than a year ago, giving his economic advice to those that would listen. We all remember when he said, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin.
The crypto king.
That is the way you fight inflation.
There you go.
That's what today's leader of the official opposition was telling Canadians less than a year ago, Madam Speaker, as he's criticizing the Commissioner of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, and the member from Abbotsford knows full well. After all, he gave that leadership candidate some sound advice.
He did.
And I can tell you, when he gave that sound advice, it was well received, not only in Liberal caucus, but even in Bay Street. And generally speaking, anyone that understands the importance and the significance of the Bank of Canada and the Governor.
There, though.
It's them heckling, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
May we just agree that this is not a conversation? There's an honourable member making a speech, and maybe we can hold off the comments for the questions. It's mutual. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I don't mind heckling at all. They can go ahead all they want, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, you know, the member from Abbotsford was right.
He was.
And he knows he was right. Unfortunately, there was a cost, but I'll leave that for another day.
Smart guy.
But I do respect, on that particular occasion, he was right.
He was.
But you got to remember, today's leader was telling people, you know, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, bad, I would fire him. And he was advising Canadians, buy cryptocurrency. Can you imagine those? I wonder if there's any Conservative members of Parliament. All those that bought cryptocurrency, please put up your hand. After all, no doubt you would want to impress the leadership candidate.
That's correct.
You know, I wonder how many of them actually followed the advice of the member from Carleton, today's leader of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker.
Ed didn't.
No, a member from Abbotsford wouldn't have done that. No. I agree. Having said that, Madam Speaker, imagine those individuals that did. And it's somewhat sad, because many people that we represent, they have confidence in what they're hearing. And when you get a leadership candidate going around saying invest in cryptocurrency, I suspect there were many Canadians that did just that. And unfortunately for those that followed that advice, they lost a great deal of money. I think a conservative estimate would be at least 20%. Some might even say it's considerably higher than that.
Much higher.
Much higher, as one member and my colleague would suggest. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that that's the type of economic advice that was being provided. But it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. When you think in C-30, the bill that we're actually debating today, remember the initial response from the Conservative Party was not to support it. And then I like to think that the response received by the Conservative Party over a few days ultimately caused them to change their mind. And I'm glad they did, Madam Speaker, because it is good legislation. But initially, they weren't going to do that. And the reason why, ultimately in part, was because the Conservative Party is on this thing of everything where there's a raising or a collection of money from Canadians is called a tax, as a member across the way suggests. And it's such a sad statement, and I'll give 2 examples of that shortly. But, Madam Speaker, I do believe that the Conservatives were shamed ultimately into supporting Bill C-30. I would like to see them do the same thing for C-31. If you support children, the children that they represent in their constituencies under the age of 12 that do not have dental plans, being able to access dental services, they should be supporting Bill C-31, not filibustering it, Madam Speaker. They should be supporting Bill C-31. That's the way in which children are going to be receiving dental services that they need. Many of those children that don't receive that dental services often will end up in a hospital situation where they're given surgery on things that could have been prevented, Madam Speaker. That's what C-31 does, let alone supporting renters at the same time by giving them payments. But no, the Conservative Party doesn't want to support that. They say about taxes. And I said there was a couple of issues that I want to raise on that particular front. A number of years ago, when I was in opposition, I used to be fairly disappointed in Stephen Harper not recognizing the importance of CPP. CPP is an investment. It is not a tax. The Conservative Party will argue today, as they did from their seat, that CPP is a tax. Stephen Harper refused to negotiate and talk to premiers in regards to increasing CPP contributions. When we took government, we worked with all political parties and provinces and territories in order to be able to get an agreement in terms of increasing CPP contributions, what the Conservative Party today calls a tax. What it really is individuals that are working today being able to invest in their retirements so when they do retire, they have more disposable income, Madam Speaker. Only the Conservative Party of Canada, not Conservatives at the provincial level, just the National Conservative Party, does not believe in the importance of CPP, in the importance of ensuring that people have more money, more disposable income when it comes time for retirement, Madam Speaker. When it comes to taxes, again, you take a look in terms of the Conservative Party, and what you see is a party that's in complete disarray. Remember I talked about flip-flopping? You know, I've made reference to the analogy of, when you pull a fish and it ends up on the dock and you kind of see it flip-flop around. That's what I think about when I think of the price on pollution and the Conservative Party of Canada. Again, it stands alone. It really does. Remember back in 2015, 2016, there's governments around the world, the Paris Accord, coming together and saying that we need to deal with the environment. And one of the best ways of dealing with the environment was to deal with the price on pollution as a policy tool that would have a real impact. Madam Speaker, at the time when the accord was reached and the Prime Minister with a delegation from different provinces came back from Paris, there was a great deal of enthusiasm about it, Madam Speaker. It was only the Conservative Party here in the chamber that was negative towards it. Well, Madam Speaker, they had a change in leadership, if you'll recall. And shortly after the change of of leadership, and I guess it would have been the second one, not the first change, but the second change that they had, Madam Speaker. What happened is the Conservative Party changed its mind, and they were applauded. I believe, if the record will show, I stood up inside the House and I complimented the Conservatives for changing their minds on the issue. They finally recognized that climate change, or at least a good number of them, recognized that climate change was in fact real, and having a price on pollution was a good thing. Now, pause and stop and think about that, Madam Speaker. When you think about that, reflect back to a year ago when we were all knocking on doors. It wasn't that long ago. We're knocking on doors, and what was the Conservative Party saying? As they were knocking on doors, they said, we believe in a price on pollution. The leader at the time insisted that the candidates in the Conservative platform would dictate a price on pollution. Well, Madam Speaker, that has changed once again. New leadership, new direction. The climate change deniers are prevailing, and we now have the leader of the official opposition saying, no, we're going to get rid of the price on pollution, the carbon tax, as he refers to it. Remember, Madam Speaker, there is only Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Those are the ones where the federal carbon tax is applied. Is the federal Conservative Party now going to go into the provinces and say to the other provinces that don't have the national program, they're going to get rid of any price on pollution? Well, I'd be interested in seeing the negotiations that take place. Or is the Conservative Party just saying, well, only some parts of Canada should have a price on pollution? Madam Speaker, this is the reason why I look at Bill C-30 as a positive step. It's an encouraging thing to see Conservatives change their mind and support Bill C-30. I applaud that. I would like them to revisit a number of the issues that I have pointed out, to continue to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. And one of the things that they can do, and I'll conclude my remarks on this, Madam Speaker, one of the things that they could do is not only support Bill C-30, but also support Bill C-31. Do it for the individuals that need that rent subsidy. Do it for the children under the age of 12 that need the dental insurance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member spoke about the carbon tax. What he didn't acknowledge is that his government has a plan to triple the carbon tax. And I think for Canadians who are already struggling with affordability, tripling down on this failed policy, tripling down on a policy, and the member for Kingston the Islands is saying triple. He's listening for once. They're tripling down on this policy that hasn't achieved any kind of improvements in terms of the environment. They haven't met any of their targets. And in fact, the member spoke about provincial premiers. We're seeing now that in some cases, in the case of Newfoundland, we have a premier who's, as I understand it, supportive of the principle of a carbon tax, but very much opposed to the government's plan to increase it next year and indeed to triple it going forward. So will the member get up and either repudiate this tripling the carbon tax policy, or will he explain why his government is planning on tripling the burden on Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, it was interesting yesterday when the Conservative member would stand up during QP after Conservative member saying triple. The things that came across my mind was Tim Hortons double. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if someone was going through the drive-thru and they say, hey, I have an idea. Why don't we take Tim Hortons double and go triple? You know, that's the only thing I could figure out. I have no idea where they get this triple thing from, Madam Speaker. Are they trying to kind of hoodwink Canadians again on some stupid thought? It just doesn't make sense. The bottom line.
Can I remind members that interpreters have to deal with all the noise in the background, and it is very hard for them. So, can we allow the honourable member to finish his answer, the honourable parliamentary secretary?
But, Madam Speaker, what is very clear is that climate deniers are prevailing once again in the Conservative Party of Canada. And I think, Madam Speaker, that those voices that have been silenced need to come back and try to get a little bit more common sense applied in the Conservative Party today.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Winnipeg North would surely agree with the Bloc that in order to fight inflation and avoid a recession, we need solutions that are sustainable. So we need measures that are intelligent. It mustn't be wall-to-wall, one-size-fits-all. And we should, above all, avoid populist measures or measures that appeal but aren't actual solutions. So we need to avoid measures that are just attempts at winning votes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I would concur with the member from the Bloc. Inflation is, in fact, very real. We know that. Whether it's what's taken place, the war in Europe, or the pandemic, we recognize around the world inflation is happening. Even though Canada is doing exceptionally well when you compare to the United States, England, and Europe, our inflation rate has been lower. It doesn't mean that we ignore it. And that's why we have a Prime Minister and members of the Liberal caucus and others that are trying to develop and support ideas that are going to be targeted to ensure that we're helping the people that need the help the most, Madam Speaker. Think in terms of people that are on fixed incomes. 10% increase to those that are 75 and over on OAS. That is a significant, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. C30 and C31 do exactly what it is.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahart, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it is nice to see this moment in the House of Commons where on this bill it seems that we have unanimous consent of the House. So there's a realization that this is a targeted measure that is going to people who desperately need it. But before the Liberals pat themselves too hard on the back, I do want to remind them that, it was throughout May and June that the NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, was calling on the government to repeatedly put this measure into place because families back then needed this measure. So I guess my question now to the honourable member, Madam Speaker, is yes, C30 is welcome. I think it is coming a bit late. I'd just like to ask him, what changed with the Liberals? Why did they not see this need back in May and June when we were first calling for it?
Yeah.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that we have to put things in terms of the perspective of time and how government ultimately evolves its policy. I, for one, have always advocated strongly on the issue of pharmacare. I believe pharmacare is an area that government could be expanding in. I often talked about the issue of dental care also. I'm very glad that we've been able to achieve what we have with C31, and I appreciate the contributions and the support that the NDP has actually offered. Canadians elected a minority government. They expect opposition and governments to work together, and we have at least two political entities in the House that have saw fit and come up with an idea of providing, as a first step, dental services to children under the age of 12. I see that as a positive thing. And I look forward to seeing ongoing discussions on how it is we can help Canadians during this difficult time.
Comments, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the member for Winnipeg North that we need to get help to those who need it the most. And so 2 questions for the Parliamentary Secretary. One, refundable tax credits like the GST are indexed annually to inflation. It could be done that it would be indexed at a quarterly basis, as is the case for seniors' benefits already. Why is it not the case that that is not in this bill? Secondly, on the disability benefit, last night on the floor of this House, I asked the parliamentary secretary for a timeline for when C-22 would be brought back to the floor of this House. It's been up for debate once so far. This is about ensuring some trust from the disability community to follow through on the benefit. We're not seeing any demonstration of that yet. Can the parliamentary secretary commit to a date when C-22 will be back for debate on the floor of the House?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, with reference to the first question, I would suggest that the member sit down and talk with the Minister, as I'm sure the Minister would be more than happy to provide an explanation in terms of why it might not be able to be done. I don't know the answer to it. In regards to C-22, I can assure the member of the disability legislation, in particular the Minister responsible for that legislation, is very eager in wanting to see the legislation. Unfortunately, with limited amount of House floor debate time, Madam Speaker, there's only so much legislation that we can bring in at some point in time. So, for example, I would have loved to have seen that bill today, but the problem is we have to get C-30 through. We still have to get through C-31. There's a number of pieces of legislation. Only if we had more opportunities to be able to bring forward the government bills, that would probably be the ideal, Madam Speaker. For example, C-30 is being universally supported by all members of the House, by what I can tell. We could pass this right after I sit down. We can just pass it, Madam Speaker, and go right to the disability bill. I'd be in favor of that.
Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary and his team on their achievement with delivering over 10% inflation on food to Canadians, and I'm sure his constituents will be quite pleased with that. And most of it is due to carbon tax, because it goes in everywhere on the logistics chain and it's compounded, passed on to consumers, and it hasn't reduced our emissions in Canada. In the US, however, they've seen reductions in emissions without a carbon tax. I wonder, can he explain to this House how that could be possible?
Great question.
Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, and I guess the member wants to try to remain focused on the Conservative spin with respect to the carbon, what he calls the carbon tax or the price on pollution. I just don't agree with the question at all. One could do a comparison when he says, well, 10% increase on groceries. Canada is a vast country. Provinces, municipalities, the federal government, all of us have a contribution in terms of what our inflation rate is. Even the member from Abbotsford, I think, would have an appreciation of that fact. That's why you see variations of inflation rates across the different regions. To try to say that inflation is there only because of the price on pollution, it's just wrong, Madam Speaker. The member needs to get a more comprehensive understanding of why it is that we have the inflation. And I would encourage him to recognize two quick points. One is that the inflation is around the world, and Canada is doing relatively well. And two, government's doing whatever it can to try to make the life affordable for all.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Kent.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on Bill C-30 today. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, I was intrigued by a poll commissioned by the national accounting firm MNP. It found that half of BC residents are having a hard time saving money, and 46% in the Ipsos poll feel that transportation is getting increasingly unaffordable. According to the poll, 40% of British Columbians also said that housing was a real and significant challenge. Madam Speaker, it doesn't take an Ipsos poll or an article in Business in Vancouver, though, to understand and to know what's going on in our province and the major challenges that people are facing right now. But before I go on, I just want to outline that I'd like to seek unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Costa Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Agreed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, just the other night, I stopped by Centex Gas in Abbotsford, and I had to fill up at $2.23 a liter to drive to the airport. I drive a RAV4, Madam Speaker, but even a RAV4, when you're filling up at $150 for a tank of gas, that's expensive.
Yeah. Terrible.
Grocery costs at Superstore in Abbotsford go up and up and up. I made a dinner for my family on Sunday night, and I noticed that the fillet of fish, the Pacific cod that my family ate, was over $30 for a piece of fish to feed my family that night. Fish is up 10.4%. This is a staple food in British Columbia, and it's getting harder and harder to buy. Butter and eggs are up 10 and 16% respectively. Margarine is up 37.5%. Pasta, 32.5%. Fresh fruit across the board, 13.2%. Coffee, 14.2%. Potatoes, 10.9%. Madam Speaker, I could go on. But the reality is that purchasing food is getting harder and harder for families. In British Columbia, Madam Speaker, we're also challenged with the highest housing costs in all of Canada, and perhaps even in some cases, many parts of North America. For the average home in British Columbia, the price today is over $918,000. Even if you're making a six-figure income today, the chances of you being able to save up for that mortgage, to cover the property transfer tax, the legal fees, everything involved in purchasing a house, that's really, really tough. For a young father or mother working to support their family, even making $100,000 and saving up for a townhouse or a condo is a challenge right now. Across the board, British Columbians are struggling. Now, Linda Paul from MNP noted in that survey, indeed, that life is getting more unaffordable, and Canadians are allocating, get this, more of their paychecks to cover these basic necessities that I just outlined. Ms. Paul noted that further hikes and rising costs could drive more people into vulnerable situations. Now that brings us to the bill before us today, Bill C-30. C-30, Madam Speaker, amends the Income Tax Act in order to double the goods and services tax or harmonized sales tax credit for 6 months, increasing the credit amounts by 50% for the 2022-23 benefit year. Eligibility for the payment is based on one's income reported to CRA in the previous fiscal year. So for my constituents and Canadians listening, you know, in July, the government might send you that letter outlining which credits you're available for. So if your notice indicated that you were going to receive the GST tax credit, you can assume that the payment you're going to get is effectively going to double. Payments are generally made 3 or 4 times a year. I believe the next one's actually coming up tomorrow on October 5th. The second one is on January 5th, and the third is on April 5th. So if you're listening today, you can expect, assuming this bill passes both houses of Parliament, that on January 5th and April 5th, your GST tax credit will be effectively doubled. It's also important to note, Madam Speaker, that the GST credit generally across the board, if you look at the Government of Canada's schedule for payments, only applies to Canadians making below $60,000. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also outlined that, in general, what this bill before us today would equate to for an average family or, say, a single parent would be $369, or a single parent with a child to about $402 extra. So indeed, this measure is needed and welcomed by a lot of people struggling to get by with those basic costs like groceries and gas, where more of their paychecks are going today. But Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't outline that this government, despite putting this bill forward that the Conservatives will in good faith support, is not doing anything to address the structural challenges facing the Canadian economy today.
Exactly.
The structural challenges are increasing. Businesses across Canada are having a harder and harder time planning for their future. Small business insolvencies are on the rise. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses reported 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors, with 62% of small businesses still carrying debt from the pandemic. In other words, the environment that businesses and workers find themselves in today is risky. It's scary. Like I did in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, I know MPs all went and visited businesses this summer. And if businesses in Liberal-held ridings are anything like businesses in the Fraser Canyon and the Fraser Valley that I represent, Liberal members know that businesses are struggling and they don't know what to do next. I had the opportunity to visit Lillooet Brewing Co. They're about to open up. And Sam, one of the two owners, is an expert in agriculture and expert in procurement in agricultural goods. And he said that starting this business, first off, was the hardest thing he's ever done, but procuring the necessary equipment, the necessary product to actually make this business work is increasingly challenging, and he barely made it through. He talked about the ability to purchase an aluminum container in which the beer would be brewed. He talked about the increased costs for the input costs for products like barley and malts are going through the roof. He doesn't know how he's going to solve all these problems. I heard from the tourism industry in my riding, Fraser Valley RV and other similar businesses that are wondering whether they can plan to build more RVs and assemble more RVs with the increased input costs of equipment across the board. In many cases, when you combine the energy costs that they're incurring, the property costs that they're incurring, the additional CPP and payroll taxes that they will be paying on behalf of their employees, they're wondering whether they even want to do business in Canada anymore. I heard the same thing from KMS Tools in Abbotsford, who said, we're not going to invest in Canada anymore because we don't think our government has our back, Madam Speaker. All they want to do is create jobs. All they want to do is build things to help people live better lives. And they don't feel right now that they can do that. So, Madam Speaker, my plea to the government today is very simple. Look at the structural challenges facing the Canadian economy. Look at the major supply chain issues that we need to address. Look at how Canadian businesses are able to get the products they need to build things in Canada and address that problem. We're not going to get this done overnight, but what Canadian businesses want to hear is that that the government of Canada is going to make a reasonable effort to move in the right direction. The second thing I'd like to raise on what the government could be doing right now relates to agriculture. I noted in the beginning of my speech that the price of margarine has gone up 37.5%, and that's largely due to products like canola oil. Now, Canada has an opportunity, especially given the global disruption in agricultural production, to stand behind Canadian farmers and address the food shortage that Canada can play a role in. Canada wants to be a global player in food production, and this government can help them get there if they get out of the way and stop threatening farmers with future agricultural input costs like increased fertilizer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to your questions.
The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member across the way. I was listening carefully to his description of what the businesses are facing. And yes, the businesses in Guelph and across Canada, in fact around the world, are facing similar challenges around the supply side. And what we have right now is supply side inflation, Madam Speaker. The ability to bring product in or the ability to have labor produce product is something that all businesses are struggling with right now, which is causing the inflation that we're seeing. The bill before us today is targeted to help young families support their young children with dental care. And it's a very targeted measure that won't add inflationary costs. Could the member maybe reflect on how this targeted program with the GST credit and the dental credit isn't going to stimulate inflation, which is actually being caused by the problems that he described?
Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I read Bill C-30 this morning, and there was no mention of dental care in the legislation before us today. Bill C-30, as I outlined, is related to the GST credit. So the bill before us today will effectively double the GST credit Canadians who are eligible to receive. So dental care is in another piece of legislation before this House, and it's not before Parliament today, Madam Speaker. But indeed, I do acknowledge that the member did outline the structural challenges related to labor and supply chain, and I would much rather see the government put forward a strategy to get goods moving in Canada, to get the ability to give businesses the ability to produce things once again, but that's not before this House, and those challenges will last much longer than 6 months when the GST credit we're talking about today will be finished. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Mission Fraser Canyon, Matsqui, for his excellent speech. Now, in his opinion, is this measure fair for all Canadians, or is that not the case? That if it is fair, if it is equitable, then how?
Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill before the House today, well, Madam Speaker, this bill would only help those with
Us today is for people only making under $60,000. So the bill will only apply to Canadians who already qualified, as I outlined in my speech, for the GST credit. This bill only applies to Canadians that received a GST credit notice in July when the government sends out those letters to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I know he's a real champion for his riding. And I'm glad that he brought up craft breweries. My riding has, I think, more craft breweries per capita than anywhere else in Canada. And I'm just wondering if he could quickly comment on the craft brewers' proposal to restructure the excise tax on beer so that it gives a break to these small craft breweries and at the same time stops the escalating cost of that tax.
Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Penticton in the South Okanagan for his excellent question. In fact, beer producers, liquor producers, wine producers in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, like his riding, are wondering why at this time of inflation the government is putting yet an additional tax on them. There are thousands upon thousands of people who work in these sectors in British Columbia, and all they want to do is have an honest go to work, make a product that people love, and this government is making it harder for them to do that. I'm glad to see that the NDP stands with the Conservative Party in opposing this tax measure, which is punitive against our producers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member. I think he accurately portrayed the fear and anxiety that exists, not just among businesses, but residents. I traveled across the country this summer, and I talked to a lot of young people. They're neither fearful nor anxious. They're despondent. How are young people in his riding feeling right now?
Answer from the Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
You know, on the weekend I had an opportunity to hang out with a number of young men at a sporting event in Abbotsford, and I asked one of them whether the property he lives in was either owned or rented. He's like, well, thank you for even thinking that I would have the opportunity to buy a home. I don't think I ever will. This is a young, educated man, recently married, and he does not see the ability in his future to ever own a home. We need to restore for these despondent young people the dream of home ownership, the dream that their paycheck is going to get them far.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-30, the inflation bill, because I'm deeply concerned about the financial state of my constituents in Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame. Now, we all know that this piece of legislation will get passed, but in this place, it's our job as Her Majesty's loyal opposition to debate legislation and perhaps effect positive change to it when it goes to committee. This government has passed some extremely hurtful legislation since being first elected in 2015, when it had a budgetary surplus and inflation was at just 1.13%. Carbon tax was implemented as a result of hurtful Liberal legislation. And it's set to triple since its inception, and it will keep on going. By 2030, nearly 50 cents per litre of carbon tax will be placed on fuel, and then with HST on top of that, Canadians will pay almost 60 cents more per litre for fuel than they paid when they voted for sunny days and sunny ways. When goods arrive at the back door of a grocery store and the invoice is given to the owner, there's a line at the bottom that says fuel surcharge. But it's not a one-time charge on our goods. Fuel price increases are passed on at every point in the logistics chain. So by the time goods reach the last link in the chain, the Canadian consumer, all of these inflationary fuel surcharges are reflected in the price of these goods. Therefore, we identify carbon tax as a major cause of inflation to every single parent, every senior, and every struggling family in Canada. By 2030, can you just imagine the effect carbon tax will have on Canadian households? What we see here today is just a tip of the iceberg. And yesterday, this government voted against our motion to stop increasing carbon tax. Instead of that, once again, the government ATM machine is ready to add more inflationary fuel to the fire. I hear from my constituents on a daily basis that times were tough before, but now, after 7 years of this government and their insatiable desire to spend, it's more difficult than ever to make ends meet. I heard from Julie, a single mother of two, who is now unable to enroll her children in soccer because it will cost too much to drive them to games and practices. Madam Speaker, under this Liberal government, according to statistics, transportation costs have risen 10.3%. I've heard from Mary, a senior, who was one of the 24% of Canadians who's cutting back on the amount of food she's buying because she can't keep up with the rising cost of groceries. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, when was the last time he stepped into a grocery store to purchase a week's worth of groceries? I don't actually believe this Prime Minister has ever bought groceries. So let me help to open his eyes. Groceries, some of the basic necessities of life, are up by 10.8%, rising at the fastest pace in 40 years. Fish is up 10.4%, butter up 16.9%, eggs up by 10.9%. God help us if we break one. Margarine up by 37.5%. Bread, rolls, buns, 7.6% more expensive than last year. Dry and fresh pasta up 32.4%. Fresh fruit up 13.2%. Madam Speaker, I've heard from Kyle. Although he's received a slight wage increase, he still can't keep up. Why, you ask? Because although on average wages increased by 5.4%, inflation has increased by 7%. It doesn't take a doctorate of mathematics to know those numbers just aren't sustainable. But wait, not all is lost. The Liberals have come up with a plan. They're going to help combat inflation by caused by overspending, by spending more. Now, don't misinterpret my criticism of their plan for a lack of desire, but help to those who need it most. But let's take a look at how we got into this situation to begin with. Spending money that the government doesn't have. How did the government get the money they spent? They borrowed it, and the Prime Minister continues to borrow more and more at higher and higher interest rates, which only causes higher inflation. And the cost of everything goes up. You don't have to take my word for it. Avery Shenfield, chief economist at the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, when asked about the Liberals' inflationary bill, stated in the Vancouver News, "While there are times when fiscal largesse is just what the economy needs, these aren't such times. In a period of high inflation and excess demand, cutting taxes or handing out checks can add fuel to the inflationary fire and make the job of a central bank that's raising rates to cool demand all that more troublesome." In a recent news article published in Bloomberg, Mr. Robert Kavchek, senior economist with the Bank of Montreal, cautioned against new government support measures, stating, "We're not going to deny that there are households seriously in need of help right now in this inflationary environment, but from a policy perspective, we all know that sending out money as an inflation support measure is inherently inflationary." So, Madam Speaker, while the Prime Minister flies around the world in his private air accommodations, espousing the virtues of a green economy, and warming up his vocal cords with a little rhapsody at his hotel lobby debut, hard-working Canadians here at home are tightening their belts, making tough choices. The average family of four is now spending over $1,200 more each year to put food on the table, not to mention rising costs of heat, gasoline, and rent. But the Liberals' one-time support benefit is for $467. And who does this help? Individuals without children earning more than $49,200, or a family of four earning more than $58,500. For a couple with two children will receive no benefits, and it certainly won't help Canadians that aren't renting. By printing more cash, this government's inflationary spending does nothing to help Canadians struggling to make ends meet. Because of the Prime Minister's uncontrolled spending with borrowed cash at higher interest rates, all Canadians will feel the pain of more inflation and higher prices, making it harder for workers, families, and seniors to make ends meet. For years, Conservatives have warned the Prime Minister about the consequences of his actions and how much it hurts Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The GST rebate will provide welcome relief that Conservatives support, but it will not address the real problem. Inflationary deficits and taxes are driving up costs at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years. To avoid adding costs to government, this side of the House proposes that the government look for savings in other areas to pay for their proposals. I don't stand here simply to criticize. I can also offer suggestions. For example, I fully support the elimination and the complete not coming back of the ArriveCan app. And that will give us a cost savings of $25 million a year. And here's one the NDP should be able to get on side with. Let's scrap the $35 billion infrastructure bank, canceling corporate welfare programs that only help large and powerful companies. Madam Speaker, families are struggling now more than ever, and they need help. Bill from Grand Falls, Windsor, is wondering how he's going to be able to heat his home this winter and keep food on his table. Let's ensure we do this right. Borrowing money to give this much-needed one-time help in the long run will do more harm, and we'll be right back here again. It's time to stop this vicious circle that this government has created. Borrowing money to give to people who are struggling due to high cost of living will only increase the cost of everything, and it drives up inflation. The Canadian economy has been thrown off a cliff, but unlike the Prime Minister, when he bungee jumps, it doesn't have a bungee cord to stop it from crashing.
No, that's true.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank
you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. I was trying to follow his train of thought around inflation and the causes of inflation. Previous speaker talking about the root cause being supply chain issues, labor issues. This bill is put in place to address helping the most vulnerable people in our communities. And we know in Atlantic Canada, there are many vulnerable people that have been affected by Fiona that are looking for help in any way it can come. I was surprised that the honourable member wouldn't want the government to be helping people on the lowest income scale and the ones that are the most vulnerable in our communities, thinking that that would be driving inflation. How does that square? I don't understand, Madam Speaker.
For Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I know he doesn't agree with the Conservative stand on what's causing inflation. Well, I'd like to take my colleague back to 2008, 9, 10, when the world was reeling from a financial crisis. No one said then, well, it's a global problem. It was a global problem, but Canada sailed through it. So why should we have to be like the rest of Canada? If this government was doing the job that the government in 2009 was doing, we wouldn't have this inflation problem. We could be an anomaly. Inflation is driven by carbon tax.
Questions and
comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I think is a really important intervention. What I think's a critical piece to the cost of living for Canadians, however, is actually corporate greed. You know, 23.6% of Canadians have to cut back on their food. Simultaneously, we're seeing CEOs, for example, at Loblaws bring in billions of dollars, literally billions, $9 billion. We see some CEOs make upwards of $125 million paid out to their shareholders. Would the member comment on the role that greed is playing in Canada's economy and the cost that Canadians are paying?
For Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton Griesbach for his question. And I do agree, there's lots of corporate greed. It is now, it has always been, and it always will be. But corporations that manufacture things consume energy. When they consume energy, they pay carbon tax. That carbon tax gets taxed on the goods. Okay? Then the goods are shipped out to the grocery store. There's a fuel surcharge. Carbon tax is compounded all the way along. And on top of that, HST thrown on top of carbon tax. I know. I've seen the bills. I've seen the invoices. So it's not just greed. Our number one factor here is carbon tax.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not up to political parties to decide what's causing inflation. A recent paper from the University of Calgary, economists there found that 3/4 of inflation in Canada since the second quarter of 2021 has been driven by supply-side challenges, food crops, oil production disruptions, for example. The GST credit top-up we're discussing from this bill is going to be received by low and modest income households, folks who will be using the additional benefit to purchase the same goods they would have if they otherwise would have already consumed. It's the same reason why investing in the Canada Disability Benefit would not be inflationary spending. Has the member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame aware and has seen this research?
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his thoughtful question. And yes, I've seen the research. But we have to go back to the base here. We've got to go back to the base. We've got a carbon tax that goes on in every point in the logistics chain, and then HST is placed on that. It just keeps pushing the cost of goods higher and higher. It's a failed tax and spend program. That's what it is. Actually, it's great. It achieved its spending targets and driving up our inflation. But the United States, with no carbon tax, has lower emissions than they had in 2015, and our emissions are higher. This is a failure.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my comments today on Bill C-30, you know how attached I am to democracy. Yes, of course, everyone knows that I'm a sovereignist, but I am first and foremost a Democrat, and it's because this ideal is at the very foundation of my sovereign nation. And yesterday in Quebec, there were 125 elections, 125 in Quebec elections, in the plural. And I would like to congratulate all of the candidates who ran, all parties combined, in my riding. In Montcalm, there are 3 ridings from Quebec within my riding. The Honourable Member for Jonquière, I know that he will be sharing his time as a great Democrat during his speech. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, to answer my colleague's existential angst, who I'd like to thank, I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Rimouski-Neigette. Do we have unanimous consent? You have to request it, rather. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to share his time? Yes. Granted. Aside from the figures and the various causes, and setting aside what we call inflation, the risk of a recession, and the economy, there are humans. I'd like to share my vision with the humanist angle in terms of what we're living in terms of this pressure and inflationary crisis. First, this bill proposes, and it's very technical, to amend the Income Tax Act by temporarily enhancing the GST and HST credit. And this bill creates a new tax credit that's non-taxable, obviously. $289 for a single person, $469 for a couple, $114 for every dependent child, and there will be a check sent to people. Obviously, what's interesting here, because I was saying earlier that we need structural measures and not just one-off measures, and if they are, they have to be targeted and ensure that we can help people who are in the greatest need, people who are having a hard time making ends meet. And to be eligible for the full amount of this credit, people have to have income of less than $39,000 roughly in 2021. And the check is then reduced by 15 cents on the dollar earned, aside, in addition, if you earn more than that amount. Madam Speaker, we're talking about 11 million Canadians who will thus have access to this measure. Therefore, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of it. There's a consensus here in the House, one of the rare times we have it, for this small measure. There is a consensus, yes. But it's not surprising that the Bloc agrees with Bill C-30 because in March of last year, this measure was part of the budgetary expectations we had passed on to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, clearly, inflation requires an approach that is overreaching for the economy. And above all, we need to avoid proposing simple or simplistic measures that on first examination they may be interesting, they might excite the collective imagination, but in reality they're not lasting measures. They're not structural for our economy. And the Bloc, since the pandemic, has always been in favor of government assistance. However, very quickly, when we were giving people assistance who were really in need, we were saying that we had to make amendments to avoid unfortunate effects. And that was the message we sent to the government. We said we need to change these measures and ensure that they're targeted, that they're intelligent. And when we look at the pamphlet of 100 billion that was tabled, it seems to be scattered. There's no overall approach that I was talking about. There are no structural measures, because when we look at what Stats Canada has established as the factors that are driving the inflation in food, for example, we're talking about ongoing disruptions in the supply chain, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, extreme weather events. We're also talking about other increases. We don't just need one-off measures here. We need long-term, lasting measures that will have a structural effect on the economy and that will allow people who are experiencing these fluctuations to have some foreseeability. And that is what the Bloc is proposing in its measures to fight inflation. So it goes beyond statements that say, let's just take away taxes at the pump. Well, I'm a consumer. I still have a car that runs on gas, unfortunately. Yeah, sure, it would be nice to have no more gas tax. But the problem is, as far as I know, prices at the gas pump are around. There seems to be a cartel in place. I never seen an oil company not take a profit and benefit from a situation. I even get the impression that there's fossil fuel for the next 50 years, and they're going to make us pay dear for it because they know, because we're moving to a transition. But Bernard Landry, one of my mentors, said, I would like to do this, but I am not at all sure that this money will go back to the pockets of consumers. So the state, which receives a lot of revenues because of these high prices, what it has to do is take this surplus and redistribute it intelligently. So we need targeted measures, and we need to give the money back to the people who need it. And the last thing we need to do during an inflationary period, well, I'm not an economist, but this is what I've learned, is not to lower taxes across the board, because there are people who don't need a tax break. And also, the government has to use this surplus to rebuild and to prevent a future inflationary crisis. So, in terms of what's in this legislation, is there anything that will allow us to face the future challenges? And these future challenges are related to the ongoing labor shortage. I'll go back to this because what's really bothering me right now Not just a minute? Okay. Our seniors, they're the first to suffer from this rise in inflation. And a society that's not able to take care of its most fragile and vulnerable members is one that is destined for decline. These people have no more income that is able to grow. They don't have a salary. They're on a limited income. There's a ceiling. They have a little bit of savings, but this savings is melting, and it creates stress. And my mom was saying, hey, Luke, we have to take care of seniors. They need health care. Maybe they'll have to go back to the labor market. These are qualified people. So we need structural measures. And that's what I was thinking about, Madam Speaker, when I was talking about such measures. And the Bloc has proposed many of them. Now I'll move on to questions. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech, the member for Montcalm, because it's the type of discussion we can have in Quebec. And why? Because we have a price on pollution there. They have a carbon market there. And in that respect, I'd like to ask a question to my colleague through you. I know we have our own way of doing things in Quebec, but still, the example that Quebec has set and other provinces such as BC shows that we're able to put a price on pollution, at the same time address the needs of consumers. Can he talk a bit more about that? Thank you. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, when I was talking about structural measures to have a lasting effect on the economy, we think we have to put our resources in and accelerate the green economy. We need to accelerate the energy transition. And in that respect, Quebec has a carbon exchange, and I would invite other provinces to participate as well. Maybe that's the most interesting solution for everyone. But what is clear is that when you look at the global crisis right now, we have to quickly accelerate the energy transition. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Montcalm for his presentation and his conversation. And in his speech, he talked about seniors, and I was very touched to hear that, because I, too, read an article just yesterday where it was talking about how seniors are having a huge impact on their lives. They've retired. They've retired, and all of a sudden, and the article was basically talking about how they're going to come to the workforce, because they're going to realize that their pensions aren't there. The inflationary costs have driven up costs, and the high costs of taxes are just driving them out of being able to retire. And so I'm interested to hear from the member as to along those aspects, and the reality where with the carbon tax that's on there, not to mention the GST that is on top of that carbon tax, these huge costs that are costing these seniors, how he can maybe expand on those huge impacts it's going to have, not only on those seniors in Quebec, but also across this whole country.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Before this inflationary crisis, in my writing, seniors in 2015 and 2016 and 2017 were telling me to fight isolation and to fight their social isolation. And there's an issue that we're facing right now in our society. It's people who have experience that they can transfer to other types of employment, but they get up in the morning and they say, I want to contribute to society, but at my own pace. But when I'm going to do so, the government will take everything away, and they'll feel like as if they just volunteered, and I'll just inflate the government's coffers. So these people, first, they have a little extra money, but it's not that age that you start really savings. You inject your money into the economy, you're less isolated, you participate in the society with your abilities, and often you're less sick, you can pay a few more luxuries, you're less stressed. So from an economic standpoint, it's a good solution, not for all seniors, but those who want to enter the workforce, we have to encourage it.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Montcalm for his intervention today. I did appreciate how he made mention in his speech about the corporate profits that are going on, especially in oil and gas, because if you're going to talk about inflationary costs related to fuel and completely ignore the windfall profits that oil and gas companies are making off the backs of working families right now, you're doing a very real disservice. And today, a report came out from the Canadians for Tax Fairness that reported that Canadian corporations pay $30 billion less than would be expected under current corporate tax rates. So there is a very real problem here. And I'm just wondering if the member from Montcalm can inform this House as to why both the official opposition and the governing Liberals seem to avoid talking about this serious issue in any real and meaningful way.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if I understood the end of his question, but what I'd like to tell my colleague is that all companies, all people who are making windfall profits have to pay their fair share of tax. They know our positions on tax evasion and tax avoidance. For us, the first thing we did in 2015 was to take action on tax havens, and this is unfair and unacceptable for people not to pay their fair share. Resuming debate, the honourable member for...
To the Government House, Leader on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That, 1, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology be authorized to travel to Helsinki, Finland in the fall of 2022 during an adjournment period to attend the World Summit of Committees of the Future, and that necessary staff accompany the committee. 2, that in relation to its study of threat analysis affecting Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces operational readiness to meet those threats, 7 members of the Standing Committee on National Defense be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, and Colorado Springs, Colorado, United States of America, in the fall of 2022 during an adjournment period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. 3, that in relation to its study of the use and impact of facial recognition technology, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics be authorized to travel to Denver, Colorado, United States of America in the fall of 2022 during an adjournment period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member's motion will please say nay. Okay, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopted.
Carried. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski, Néchet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to say, to commend those who took part in the Quebec general election. Before I get into my speech, I'll be working with 2 new members in my riding, and I'd also like to congratulate everyone who took part in the great democratic exercise that took place yesterday. It's very important in a democracy for people to participate, to turn out. So I have a lot of respect for them and the people that ran and everyone who contributed in any way to the election. Madam Speaker, today we're debating Bill C-30, an act that will increase the GST credit. As you know, Madam Speaker, this increase will put money back into people's pockets, people who need that money, and it has our support because we're dealing with the worst inflationary crisis in the past 30 years. Obviously, the Bloc will be voting in favor of this bill, but we have a lot of questions.
And by way of introduction, I would like to explain a little bit about what happens when there's inflation and the myths surrounding inflation. In my riding, Madam Speaker, you know, I phoned a bunch of organizations yesterday and said, what do you think of this GST tax credit, the increase to it? Obviously, it's well received. People are dealing with inflation. It affects everyone. But there's one thing that happens when there's inflation, Madam Speaker, and that is that the richest get richer and the poor get poorer. Madam Speaker, I got a surprise yesterday when I was speaking to groups that advocate for the poor. They said, Maxime, the poverty was already there. It was already increasing before the inflationary crisis and before the war in Ukraine. But what we are seeing is that there are fewer and fewer people asking for social benefits. There's an increase in poverty, but what's happening is that people who are poor nowadays are low-income workers and seniors. So the poverty is changing. And the reality where I'm from, Madam Speaker, is that the image of poverty is changing. I represent people who are in a rural area, and the homeless people you see in urban centers, that wasn't something we were used to in my rural riding. But today, with the inflation and the increased cost for everything, whether it's medications, rents, or groceries, there are now people in my area sleeping in the street. And that was something we had never even imagined. It was unimaginable a few years ago. So obviously I stand with them. I try to report back here the reality in my riding. And so whatever one might claim, poverty is increasing, and a simple GST tax credit, a check, an increased amount, that's not going to solve the problem that we're facing with. We have to be responsible and accountable to our constituents, Madam Speaker. We can't seriously think that just with the wave of a wand or the cutting of a check that we're going to solve the problem. The reality is much more complex, and something cleverer than cutting a check is going to have to be implemented. I don't think that this is going to magically solve the problem of inflation. That's just wishful thinking, magical thinking, in fact. So this is uncharted territory we're in. And just to put things in perspective, Madam Speaker, there's obviously a surge in demand since the pandemic. Normally, to control inflation, people try to deal with supply, but we're having problems on both sides, both supply and demand. The demand has increased, and there are problems with supply. So inflation can be explained by multiple factors, and the government's not responsible for all of them, but obviously they are responsible for some of them. So about 70% of the causes of inflation are external to government. For example, there's the labor shortage. The government does have a role to play in solving that problem too, but there's been disruptions to the global supply chain and the war in Ukraine, among other things. And these are complex issues that can't be addressed by changing our monetary policy or by passing special legislation. So I'm going to talk now, Madam Speaker, about some constructive solutions that the Bloc has to help the vulnerable deal with inflation. Those solutions are not things that we made up yesterday. I didn't wake up this morning and say, hey, I just had a great idea for inflation. No, we were already expecting something in Budget 2022. And I hope the government will help resolve a certain mystery. Why didn't they act sooner? Inflation was at 6.9% when the government tabled its last budget. The situation hadn't changed that much when the budget came out. Now it's 7%. It's not a big difference. I don't understand why they've failed to act. So why it's taken them so long. This government is reactive, not proactive. There was inflation back in April, and yet nothing about it in the budget. And the bill we have today is a $2.5 billion investment by the government. That's what it adds up to. This same government invested $2.6 billion to help the oil patch, to help them develop carbon capture. So when they want to help someone in need, they fork over $2.5 billion, but they're willing to fork over $2.6 billion to the oil patch, to the major oil companies that don't need the government's help. So that's the situation. So coming back to concrete solutions, let's get one thing straight. The Bloc is not against government assistance. We have repeatedly voiced our support for the emergency benefits that the government paid out during the pandemic, whether it was the wage subsidy. But we always said you need to target certain industries and target people in need, low-income people, vulnerable people. But there was nothing in the last budget, Madam Speaker, unfortunately. So we're not. But you have to understand that we are against waste. Checks shouldn't be distributed all over across the board. They should be targeted. Now, the finance minister stood up in June when inflation was making headlines, and she spoke to the Empire Club. And do you know what she said? She repeated what she had just announced a few months previous in the earlier budget. So there was no new measures to deal with inflation. Then there was May, June, July, August, September. And suddenly the government wakes up and says, oh, we've got to do something. There's inflation. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to take some constructive measures to help people. So, Madam Speaker, we don't understand the tardiness. But what we do see is that the government is trying to support people in need, but once again, they're doing it in a reactionary way. The Bloc believes in supporting the most vulnerable people, low-income people, and we often, in this connection, think of seniors as being the most hard-hit, people living on fixed incomes, and they need help. Those seniors have spoken to me about the painful choices they've had to make between eating and affording their drugs, their medications, or paying their rent. Tough choices. So in order to stimulate supply, you need workers. And there are people who are 65 and older who would like to go back to work, and they need to have some tax incentives to do that. And I tabled a bill in the previous legislature that would have provided a tax credit to attract new grads into rural areas, because obviously in rural areas we have a problem with labor shortage and seniors who are leaving the workforce. So it's better, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'm really enjoying the discussion today, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for contributing to it. The Bank of Canada has a target of 2% inflation that they're trying to bring us back to. And as he mentioned, in June, inflation was growing. July, it peaked at 8.1. Now it's coming back down to 7. Because they've introduced higher interest rates. The higher interest rates are impacting the more vulnerable people in Canada. So there's a combination of trying to cool a housing market and slow down the inflation that we have caused by the out-of-control housing market. And then, as he says, the impact on seniors is something that we need to be addressing. Could the member talk about how this is a targeted approach with a time limit so that when inflation comes back towards 2%, we don't have something that's going to fuel inflation going forward?
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, it's all well and good to have a targeted measure to help the most vulnerable, low-income earners. My colleague talked about the central bank. I think we also need to point out that we need to restate our confidence in the bank. We've heard a lot of things lately. The new Conservative Party leader who talked about getting rid of the central bank. Now, it's okay to criticize the central bank, but it's an institution that's been around for a long time now, and they've managed to keep inflation between 1 and 3%. But now we're dealing with uncharted territory. There's problems on the supply side and on the demand side. And some of these things are beyond the bank's control, and that's causing inflation. So we have to move forward with targeted measures. The Bloc agrees with that. And I hope, once again, that the government will act in a proactive way, upstream, rather than after the fact, 5 months later, like they're doing today.
Port Moody, quickly. No, the honourable member for Port Moody, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciated the speech from the member today around the uncharted territory. And I would ask the member if they could share some thoughts on how they think the axing of the affordable housing programs back in the 90s by the Liberal governments and not reinstated by successive Conservative governments and Liberal governments has really impacted housing in the province of Quebec, affordable housing.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an excellent question. In Rimouski, the vacancy rate is 0.2%. It's a historic low. It's serious. And the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative under CMHC, the government announced funding in the last budget, but nothing has actually happened since then. It hasn't even begun. So, as I said, the vacancy rate is 0.2%. It's incredible, and that is a real hindrance for economic development. It's hard to attract new workers and students. So, obviously, I hope the government will get that money out the door so that new housing can start being built.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the member for Rimouski noted, inflation is not new. Canadians have been living with inflation and a cost of living crisis for the better part of the past year, and only now is the government taking some short-term measures that I would submit constitute nothing more than Band-Aid solutions. And at the same time, while the government is handing out a few $100s here and rent checks, the government will be taking back with the other hand from those few Canadians who will benefit in the form of increased taxes, the tripling of the carbon tax, and an increase in payroll taxes in the new year. So would the honourable member agree that what we have before us with both bills C-30 and C-31 is nothing more than Liberal smoke and mirrors?
The
honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, I don't entirely agree, but I'll share my thinking. Obviously, it looks good to cut a check and send it to people, but there are things we can do, more significant things like improve competitiveness. Canada has a very low competitive rating, and cell service is more expensive than anywhere else. So there are things that could be done to save many taxpayers a lot of money in that area.
For Port Moody, go quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin discussing Bill C-30, Madam Speaker, we must stop to recognize that Indigenous women and girls continue to be violated and marginalized at rates much higher than those in the general population. Today is the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and New Democrats add their voice to the collective call to bring an end to the injustices suffered by Canada's Indigenous women and girls. I raise my hands to the members from Winnipeg Centre and Nunavut who continue to advocate and bring understanding to this House of the cause of the systemic abuses that Indigenous women and girls continue to experience, and to hold this Liberal government accountable for their lack of action. Madam Speaker, Bill C-30 is here at a very critical time for Canadians. There are too many struggling with the rising cost of living and the challenge of keeping rents paid and food in the fridge. Yet the fact that we are here in need of immediate financial support for millions of Canadians is not an accident. It is a result of bad Liberal and Conservative policies. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have prioritized tax breaks and subsidies for the wealthiest in this country, while intentionally eroding the social safety nets that support the well-being of the majority of Canadians. Poverty and homelessness is growing in this country, and it is a reality in every city and every town. While fossil fuel companies and big corporate grocery chains are bringing in billions of dollars in profits, people are falling further and further behind. It is far past the time where the Liberal government needs to close the long-standing tax loopholes for the super wealthy and finally make large corporations and the largest polluters pay their fair share. It is no secret that corporate greed is hurting Canadians, and it has only increased and magnified like so many other things during this pandemic. And while the Liberals and the Conservatives protect the profits of the wealthiest corporations, persons with disabilities, single moms, seniors, and families on fixed and low incomes are not able to afford to purchase fresh fruit, cheese, meat, and some of the moms that I've spoken to in Port Moody Coquitlam are limiting their meals to one a day so that they can afford to feed their kids. You see, Madam Speaker, after too many years of consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments making decisions to put corporations above everyday people, our social safety net is eroded. The social safety net that supports the well-being of Canadians has been eroded to the point that we are here today trying to put patches of immediate support in place. New Democrats are here to act on this immediate need, and we are using our power to get this government to get financial support out to people with Bill C-30 and Bill C-31. I include Bill C-31 here because the two bills are connected. They're both offering immediate investments in the well-being of people, investments that never would have come from this government without the pressures of the New Democrat. And New Democrats will not stop fighting for people, even after these immediate benefits kick in. We will continue to force this government to do the right thing and put people first. We will continue to stop fossil fuel subsidies from going to the largest polluters, close the tax loopholes for the wealthiest, and stop exploitation of workers, and get our healthcare system back on track. The healthcare system is broken, Mr. Speaker. We see it in our communities every day, and a broken healthcare system is hurting people. Nurses have worked tirelessly, doctors, hospital staff, to the extent that they are burnt out, and people who are sick are not getting access to the care they need. We've all heard the heartbreaking stories in our communities of those that have gone to the hospital for help and have not been able to make it in time, or have decided not to go at all, Mr. Speaker, with fatal consequences. This government must invest in care workers immediately and increase those health care transfers the provinces have been calling for. 1 in 5 people in this country works in the care economy, and those professionals and personal care workers, nurses, doctors have been exploited. And that exploitation comes from discrimination. Gender discrimination has kept wages low in nursing. Nursing, teachers, childcare workers are all disproportionately women. And this government has not invested in their wages or their pensions, expecting them to carry the burden of an overloaded and underfunded economy and underfunded systems. The care economy is underpinned by exploitation of immigrants as well. More often they are women without secured status. This is unacceptable. Immigrants deserve better. They deserve investment and support. New Democrats will continue to force this government to respect the workers in the care economy by paying them properly and give immigrant care workers immediate permanent status and give long-term care workers the protection they deserve with legislation. We need workers in this country. Labor shortages are in every industry. There is a real problem that this is a real problem that this government has not brought any solutions to yet. When we think about labor force, we know that unaffordable housing is exacerbating this problem. Workers cannot afford to live where they work. It was the Conservatives under the Mulroney government and then the Liberals under Chrétien who axed housing programs in this country. In fact, the Liberals outright cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program in 1993, almost 30 years ago. That is why we have a housing crisis before us. Now, Bill C-31 has a $500 housing subsidy that is coming for renters. This is a small gesture, a good gesture. This housing benefit is a one-time $500 payment to Canadians who qualify. Specifically, it will help families who earn a net income of less than $35,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, there are many, many people in Canada that earn less than $35,000 a year in this environment. That's 1.8 million Canadians. This housing benefit, this renter's benefit, will make a real difference at this critical time. But, Mr. Speaker, financialization of housing needs to be addressed immediately. It is contributing to unaffordability. The Conservatives will say that they are there for people on housing, but they do not talk about the need for affordable housing, the right kind of housing. This is not just a supply issue. 1 in 5 Canadians are paying more than 30% of their total income for their housing, and that is not sustainable. At the same time, for every new unit of affordable rental housing, 15 units are being lost. 15 units for every new one. And we wonder why we are seeing homelessness on our streets. This is affecting the most marginalized people in the country, pushing them every day to the brink of a tent pitched in a street. As the NDP disability critic, I hear from the disability community of the realities of not being able to make ends meet with skyrocketing housing costs and the threat of displacement every day. Food costs, too, becoming unmanageable. As they wait for movement on the Canada Disability Benefit, they are falling farther and farther behind. Bill C-22 needs to come back to this House immediately so that the long-term support that persons living with disabilities deserve, should be legislated, can be passed in this House. Almost 1 million persons with disabilities are living in poverty. It's a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And it will only take the will of the Liberals and the Conservatives who could have supported a motion from my member across the way from Kitchener for an unanimous consent last week. New Democrats are ready to fast-track this benefit. Back to the cost of food. In my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, a disproportionate amount of food bank and food rescue recipients are persons with disabilities. And more children are food insecure. Children are food insecure. Too many schools are having to feed our community's children. in a country full of natural resources with a new bursting aspiration to make batteries for electric vehicles. Yet we're not investing in food. If it was not for the profits, if it was not for the not-for-profit sector, even more Canadians would be hungry right now. Failed policies on giving to the rich while taking away the social safety nets, like affordable housing, is hurting people in this country. A beacon of the Canadian social safety net is our health care plan. Our health care, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the New Democrats, that finally includes a historical dental care plan, which is a profound and long-lasting benefit for millions of Canadians and will be transformational for generations to come. You've heard it many times while discussing Bill C-31 that the #1 surgery for kids in hospitals is tooth decay. How is that possible in Canada? That there's kids that need to go to the hospital to be put to sleep to deal with their dental care. Mr. Speaker, with the heavy lifting of the New Democrats, the Liberals have finally taken the first steps to true universal health care by adding the long-awaited dental care. It should not have taken this long, and New Democrats will hold this government to account for a full rollout to every Canadian that needs it. And I'll take a moment here, Mr. Speaker, to speak about persons with disabilities and their dental care. There was a woman in my riding that she was on disability benefits and she had coverage for dental care. But the clinic that she was going to was charging $20 for the visit. And she could not go for her second visit, Mr. Speaker, because she didn't have the $20. Just not acceptable that this is the situation we're putting too many Canadians in. 35% of Canadians lack proper dental insurance, and that number jumps to 50% when we talk about low-income Canadians. 7 million Canadians avoid going to the dentist because of costs. It's shameful. It's something that has to change. Canada's most vulnerable face the highest rates of dental decay and disease and the worst dental care. New Democrats are going to change that. New Democrats will not give up until all Canadians have access to the dental care they need. This is health care, and we need to start with kids. Lastly, when it comes back to getting immediate support to Canadians, the New Democrats led the way on Bill C-30, doubling the GST credit. This rebate should have come a lot sooner. In fact, it's been over 6 months that the NDP have been calling on the government to double the GST credit. We have relentlessly pushed for this, and now we know that 11 million Canadians who need it the most will get some financial relief. Likely before the end of this year, people in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, Mr. Speaker, are asking me, when can I get it? They are desperately in need of any kind of financial support in these times. With much pressure on the Liberal government from the NDP and with no help from the Conservatives. No help, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's because of the Conservatives and the Liberal government successively that we're in this problem, where we don't have social safety nets that can keep people in homes and keep food in the fridge and to keep people healthy in this country. With much pressure on the Liberal government from the NDP and with no help, again, from the Conservatives, this House is in a position where we can immediately make lives just a tiny bit better for people, providing these very small income supports immediately. New Democrats will always put people first, but we need to really, this Liberal government really needs to start making real investments in people and their well-being in Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has not been fair in her comments. Let me give 2 examples. She talks about the issue of housing and was critical of the Liberals on the housing back in 1993. In the 1992 Charlottetown Accord, the federal New Democrats, along with the Liberals and the Conservatives at the time, actually wanted no role for the federal government in housing. This Prime Minister is invested more money in housing, in public housing, than any other Prime Minister before him. The member made reference to corporate greed. When it comes to corporate greed, the NDP provincial government in Manitoba cut corporate taxes. Not once, twice, three, I think it was about 5 or 6 times. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister, this Liberal government, put a special tax on the 1% wealthiest Canadians. Would the member not agree that, and through time, there's a need to change in policy, as illustrated in both of those examples?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable member across the way. Mr. Speaker, there's people living in tents in this country, and not by choice, Mr. Speaker. There are people living in tents in urban centres, in rural communities in this country. So I don't think it's the time for the Liberals to be taking a victory lap on housing, because this Prime Minister had no choice but to make these very large investments, which the member from Rimouski said they have not seen hit the ground yet. I have been on the front line of housing for 8 years, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that there is no scenario where the Liberals should be taking any victory lap on letting us get to the point where Canadians need to live in tents.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yet the NDP, with their partnership coalition with the Liberals, keep propping them up for these victory laps. My question is a simple one. His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has been proposing over the last several days a series of propositions to make life more affordable for Canadians by reducing taxes, by reducing or not implementing the tripling of the carbon tax, yet this member has voted against every single measure that Conservatives have brought forward to improve the affordability and the inflationary crisis that Canadians are facing. I'm wondering how she can justify that to her constituents. Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this is exactly why we're in this situation that we're in. These one-sided approaches to cutting taxes. In BC, Mr. Speaker, the roads were washed out with floods based on climate change. We need to have a real discussion about what's happening in climate change and how impactful and how expensive it is. And not just going to talk about expenses, Mr. Speaker. Right now in my community of Coquitlam, there is a wildfire burning that people with asthma, anyone with any kind of breathing difficulties, has to stay inside. This is what's going on, and this is exactly such a magnification of why we're here when the Conservative member asks me this question. There is no reasonable way that pollution isn't causing hardship to Canadians, and we need to have a real discussion about that, because if we don't have a discussion about climate change and pollution, that's doing a disservice to every Canadian now and in the future.
Hear, hear, hear.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member for Port Moody Coquitlam spoke specifically about encampments across the country. My community is an example where we're seeing that the unsheltered population has tripled in recent years, and as a result, encampments too have grown. And she named one of the root causes, that corporate investors are treating our houses like stocks, and instead of course, homes should be for people to live in. Can the member speak more to specific solutions, for example, taxing real estate investment trusts at the same rate as the corporate income tax rate? Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to share a similar on the encampments in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam. There has been basically a gentrification. And I met an EA on the street, a woman in her 60s a couple of weeks ago, and she is afraid that she is going to lose her home because she is being lobbied weekly by these large real estate developers. They want her to sell her land. They want her out of her home, and she doesn't actually own that home. She rents the basement suite. So it's a Wild West of real estate right now, and I think that it starts with a moratorium on REITs. REITs we are losing co-op housing, we are losing affordable rental housing to REITs. We need to start with that moratorium, and then we need to move to, yes, more taxes.
Question commentaire, questions and comments of the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to really acknowledge my colleague's speech and appreciate the voice she gave to so many important issues, not only in her community but in mine and right across this country. I think here in Canada we actually have a revenue problem. There's a new report that came out today from Canadians for Tax Fairness that reported that last year $30 billion less was collected in tax from corporations than would be expected under existing rates. So you look at that revenue problem, and you look at the fact that oil and gas companies are making well over 100% on profit off of the backs of working families right now. I hear Conservatives talk about the carbon tax, not a word from them over the corporate windfalls that are happening in oil and gas right now, affecting their constituents. They're not speaking up for them, Mr. Speaker. So on the theme of the revenue problem that we have in this country and the huge deficit in social spending, in housing, in healthcare, in putting good quality food on the table, can she just expand on that theme and the structural problem we have in place from both Liberals and Conservatives and how that has done a disservice not only to this generation but to future generations?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
I thank my honourable colleague for bringing this to light. I mean, this is the conversation that we need to have. Why is it that there is a very, very small slice of this country, a few people and a few corporations that are unloading the burden of the social safety net, the burden of taking care of people on average Canadian workers and walking away with unlimited profits and offshoring them? This is a serious systemic problem around tax fairness, and the New Democrats are ready to tackle it.
Question.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
A speech that was done by my honourable colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam, because I think we share many of the same concerns. But getting back to housing, I do remember in the 1990s when the federal pulled out of the housing, and it was a big shock to many of us that were involved in the cooperative movement at that time. So I'm very glad to see that the federal government is back there. Recently in Chateauguay, we had the opportunity to announce a supportive housing project in the Rapid Housing Initiative. So I'd like to hear from my honourable colleague. Does she think that this is going in the right direction? By the way, that supportive housing initiative, $6 million to renovate an abandoned hotel, will be for youth in transit, youth in transition, both for in Chateauguay and in Kahnawake. It's really an example of an excellent collaboration between our two communities.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do like hearing about those initiatives that are hitting the ground and actually moving forward. So very happy to hear that. I wanted to speak a little bit about the Rapid Housing Initiative because it is something that municipalities so desperately want and need. And what I want to point out is that too many of those Rapid Housing Initiatives were denied. In fact, one of my colleagues here from the NDP had a fully planned out partners Rapid Housing Initiative that they wanted to proceed with, but there was no ability, there was no money. So, Mr. Speaker, I have an order paper question around how many of these Rapid Housing Initiatives were denied. They're not capturing it. This government does not even understand the size of the demand.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Great to see you in the chair this morning, and great to see my colleagues engaged on a really important topic, which is Bill C-30. And I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge this morning. And Mr. Speaker, I know you'll give me a couple minutes warning as I start to get a little bit down on my time here today. We're talking about C-30, and today this is a piece of legislation that is going to double the GST credit for the next 6 months. And fortunately, this is a piece of legislation that we've been able to move quickly because Canadians do need support, particularly those that are vulnerable. There's been lots of conversations around affordability and the inflationary pressures that are being felt around the world, indeed right here in Canada. So, I will give credit to His Majesty's official opposition for helping to work with the parties in advancing this legislation that the government has put forward, because we are, of course, on third reading. The hope is that we can approve this, I believe, this week, Mr. Speaker, and be able to get this to the Senate and ultimately out to Canadians. This is part of an affordability package that also includes Bill C-31, which would increase the Canadian housing benefit by up to $500 for those who are vulnerable, and it would also introduce a dental care program for those children who are under 12, who are in a household income of less than $90,000 and don't already have private coverage. And of course, I'll call it as I see it. I commend the Conservatives for supporting this piece of legislation. A little bit disappointed that they are not supporting a piece of legislation that is really important for those children who are vulnerable in this country. And I haven't heard a whole lot of a compelling rationale as to why they wouldn't support this. And the other piece that I do want to go on record, Mr. Speaker, and talk about, I had conversations with my colleagues on this side of the House and have been querying the NDP over the last couple of days as it relates to the dental care piece, is the NDP have been calling for this to be a fully federally administered program. And I want to be very clear on where my position is. I support the idea of the Government of Canada investing in money to support those that don't have the ability to take care of their dental needs themselves, that there is a program there for vulnerable Canadians. But I would like to see this administered similar to our child care programs. Mr. Speaker, we had talked about child care for a long time. It was this government that stepped up and made sure that there was a national child care program by putting federal funds on the table and working with the provinces and territories. And I had a bit of concern from the NDP position that this should be completely, fully administered. Not that there's not federal funding. That's not the part I disagree with. It's about the delivery mechanism. And I truly do believe that the provinces and territories are in a better place. I want to make sure that's on the record for my position as a parliamentarian. Not that we disagree about the need for it, but I think I might disagree with the NDP about the delivery mechanism, that the provinces are actually better suited to handle that. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is all happening in the context of a government that is trying to walk the line between helping vulnerable Canadians who need support, but also not pouring fuel on the fire in an area where we do have inflationary pressures. And what I want that to mean for Canadians at home is, of course, the Bank of Canada is increasing its interest rates to try to bring down inflation. And it is responsible government to make sure that any type of spending measures that are coming forward are very targeted. And I want to give credit to this government for doing that. It is our government that has been there. This is a targeted measure that is going to apply to Canadian households under $50,000, Mr. Speaker. So this is not a GST benefit that is going to be those who are quite wealthy and quite well off in this country. It is trying to help those that are truly being able to try to get by, and I think it's a targeted measure. It's about $2.5 billion is my understanding of the cost estimate from the Minister of Finance. When you look on the global scale of the inflationary pressures of the work of the Bank of Canada, it is a reasonable amount that I don't think is going to upset the apple cart vis-a-vis those conversations between monetary and fiscal policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to contrast that to what we're seeing in the United Kingdom. Of course, I have great affinity. This being the mother parliament, we take a lot of British traditions here from a Westminster perspective here in Canada. But you saw what happened in the United Kingdom, where their government introduced a level of government spending by virtue of tax credits, particularly those on some of the most wealthy in the United Kingdom, that has had real consequences. It has driven interest rates even higher for the Bank of Canada. It has shaken financial markets in that country. They actually just announced yesterday, Mr. Speaker, according as far as I know, that they've actually walked back the highest level of tax cut that was being proposed for those of the highest income earners in the United Kingdom. So it's not perhaps my job to opine on fiscal policy in the United Kingdom, but it is clear that the consequences of that government's choice has led to a real disruption of the work of monetary policy and has had a big impact on financial markets. Compare that to how this government has responded in a reasonable, targeted way, working in lockstep with the Bank of Canada, I think is actually something that should be commended and something that I think shows reasonable fiscal management As a result, our Minister of Finance has been able to update this House that we are in a current surplus situation. We have had to be able to rein in our spending. There was record spending during the pandemic to make sure that Canadian households and businesses were taken care of, but it is also our job to make sure that we don't continue to drive inflationary pressures that are being felt around the world, but do measures that help support those who are most vulnerable. But Mr. Speaker, I think I have about 5 minutes left approximately. I would like to take my time and actually focus on some other measures that I think are going to be important for supporting affordability and also supporting economic growth and competitiveness in the days ahead. Because I do think the next 18 to 24 months are going to be difficult for the Canadian economy and for Canadian households. And that is in the form of regulatory modernization and approach. And Mr. Speaker, I take great pride in trying to be a member of Parliament that raises these issues. I think they are of great benefit and consequence to our country and for our government. And I want to go through a few of them with you, Mr. Speaker, and for the benefit of my colleagues here in the House, to talk about elements that I think this government can take on that we can drive and help benefit all Canadians. One is the huge opportunity we have in Atlantic Canada on offshore wind, particularly in the conversation of hydrogen. And Premier Tim Houston, the Premier of Nova Scotia, announced a desire to want to be able to roll out offshore wind opportunities. I know I'm sitting here looking at my colleague from Bonavista. Newfoundland and Labrador has the same desire in their province, but we have to amend legislation on the Offshore Petroleum Board Act, which would actually allow those types of regulatory models to exist so that we can give the investor confidence for these projects to move forward. There's one example that the government can move forward, and I know they will be, but in short order to be able to give that certainty so we can drive investment on our renewable future. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Health Canada. As the chair of the Agriculture Committee, often I talk to farmers, I talk to other stakeholders who talk about Health Canada approvals, and I'll give you one, which is N3OP, which is a feed additive to help support the reduction of methane from livestock, cow burps we call them. This is a product that can help us fight climate change. It has regulatory approval in Europe, it has regulatory approval in the United States, and the company is now just applying to Health Canada to be able to go through that process. This could be another 18 to 24 months by the time it actually works its through Health Canada's system. Mr. Speaker, what an idea it would be if we took trusted jurisdictions around the world, let's say the United States, Europe, New Zealand, Australia. They have similar, I would say, values to what we have in terms of public safety and public protection. What if we changed the model, Mr. Speaker, where we actually allowed, if a company that had a product, a service, some type of element that had to go through Health Canada, and they already had approvals in those jurisdictions that we had trust in, they could start operating in Canada, go through the regulatory process, and until such time that Health Canada would actually find a rationale for why they shouldn't be operating in this country, they would have a presumptive approval to go ahead. Those are some examples where we can move forward. I want to discuss this one further. I know I'm getting out of time, but this is the type of elements that we need to start thinking about. We have to be creative on how we can create wealth, how we can drive innovation and foreign direct investment on elements that don't cost money, because it is going to be important. Another example would be gene editing. You've heard, Mr. Speaker, me talk about this in the House, about gene editing on plant proteins. This is something that the guidance documents were provided by Health Canada. That's driving important investment in this country because it's giving the regulatory certainty. Airports, whether or not it's border modernization, the Grain Act, seed modernization, even SMR technologies. There is a lot of work that we can do as parliamentarians and this government can do that is non-cost measures that are going to help drive innovation. And I wish I had more time, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I'll find another time in the days ahead to continue to elaborate on those points. I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues, but I do want that point to be made on regulatory reform and modernization. We can continue to drive that bus, and it's going to help drive Canada in the days ahead. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I listened intently to the member's speech there and talking about regulatory reform and things like that. One of the things that is costing the economy dramatically is the tripling of the carbon tax that's happening in this country. And I was just wondering if the honourable member would say that perhaps now is not the time to increase the carbon tax, never mind triple it.
Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the Conservatives are driving a narrative about tripling the carbon price in Canada. It's actually a tripling between now and 2030, not right now. It is going up by $15 this year. And what the Conservatives also don't recognize is that money is returned back to households and businesses in this country. So I know that they take issue with the carbon price, and instead of actually offering tangible alternatives or amendments to the existing federal backstop, they simply have a slogan: technology over taxes, but no idea of how they even incentivize the private sector to drive those technologies. So I think it's a bit of a false narrative, Mr. Speaker. The money is returned to Canadians. It's seen as the most economic way to reduce emissions. And I don't hear any tangible alternative from the opposition bench on what they would do to fight climate, or if it's even a priority for them, respectfully.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Simple question for my colleague. Inflation was 6.9% last year when the government tabled its budget. Last data calls for 7% in August, and now we're waking up today. We're implementing measures to fight inflation. Mr. Speaker, simple question. Why did they wait 5 months after tabling the budget to create concrete measures to fight inflation? How come they didn't do so in the budget last April? The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
The Honourable Member speaks on economic policy, and I think he would know that inflation, no one has a perfect handle exactly. Its root causes are driven by a lot of different factors, whether it be demographic, whether it be supply chain, whether it be government spending. There's a whole lot in it. And so when the government tabled its budget in the spring, it would have been looking at the situation, wondering whether or not that inflationary period was going to be continuing. It's clear that it's still hanging on right now, notwithstanding the work of the Bank of Canada to help bring down demand and bring down inflation. We felt it was necessary at this point to be able to help support measures in place. You don't want to overplay your hand, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to pour fuel on the fire, notwithstanding this member would have liked to seen even more support at that time. We think it's important to hold back some of that support until such time that it's needed, and the government felt that right now is an important time.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
And I want to thank Honourable colleague for, I think, the meaningful intervention. While Canadians are going through one of the greatest cost of living crises we've seen for this generation. A recent study, for example, shows that 23.6% of Canadians had to cut back on their food purchases. These are critical foods, from fresh produce to things like flour. But, Mr. Speaker, what I hadn't heard the member mention was the cost of corporate greed. The reality is, people, everyday Canadians, are paying more at the pump and at grocery stores, while the CEO of Sobeys, for example, reined in 15.5% more in his total compensation budget, coming in at $8.6 million. Would the member agree that we have to rein in the massive excess profits of companies like Sobeys that are profiting off the backs of hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
A couple things on nutritious food for Canadians. One thing that I would like to say on a policy matter that the government continued to pursue in earnest is the National Food and School Program. There was $1 billion allocated, I believe, in the last year's budget to help roll out that program over the next 5 years. He mentioned about healthy food and support for Canadians. I think that is something that we should be pursuing in earnest through the school system to help make sure that children have support. As it relates to CEOs, look, I've had the opportunity to speak in the House. I think if the NDP want to put forward motions or put forward proposals to increase taxes for those that are most wealthy in the country, they can do so. I am concerned a little bit about the narrative, particularly from the leader of the NDP, who is almost villainizing Canadian corporate leadership in a way that they are robbing Canadians blind. And I think that there needs to be a bit more evidence as a result of whether or not that's the case. I know we'll be studying this in the Agriculture Committee, but this class warfare and this villainizing of Canadian corporate leadership, I do worry about the consequences of what that means. I would call the same thing on the Conservatives in terms of some of their villainization of the so-and-so gatekeepers, these unknown gatekeepers. But, you know, at the end of the day, we need to have a tone that is respectful and policy solutions that are actually going to move us forward. Thank you.
Look at that, we're out of time. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. Thank you for the applause from the opposite side of the aisle. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to all my colleagues here. I first would like to start my remarks by just saying I would be remiss if I didn't say my heart and my thoughts and my prayers obviously these last few weeks, but for a very long time, are with the Iranian Canadian community and Iranians back in Iran. Obviously, we want all countries to abide by the principles of human rights, of democracy, of freedom. And what we are seeing now in Iran is young people, this young woman and many women there fighting for their rights, and we are in full support of them. And I know I have a very vibrant, growing, and just generous Persian community in the city of Vaughan in York region, and I want them to know, and I've spoken with many of them, that I fully support you, I fully stand beside you, and we are there with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to contribute to the debate on this bill. Making life more affordable for Canadians is a key priority for this government, and I'd like to highlight some of the measures we are taking to address the cost of living. The projet de loi déposé.
The bills tabled in Parliament on Tuesday are the latest set of measures to help Canadians adjust to the rising cost of living without adding to inflation. The government's plan to make life more affordable provides targeted and fiscally responsible financial support to Canadians who need it most. It focuses on the needs of low-income Canadians, most vulnerable to inflation.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19, inflation, the war in Ukraine, it does not seem like we have to overcome one thing after another. But there's always better days ahead, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic has been, we hope, once-in-a-generation crisis, but like any major crisis, this one has aftershocks, and inflation is chief among them. Inflation is not a made-in-Canada challenge. It is actually less severe here than among our peers. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, we must assist Canadians. Inflation has made the cost of living into a real struggle for many Canadians, including those residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, especially the most vulnerable, our seniors, folks on fixed income, working Canadians. We understand that there are those going through hard times. So, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-30, the Cost of Living Relief Act, would double the goods and services tax credit for 6 months. And Bill C-31, Mr. Speaker, the Cost of Living Relief Act number 2, would enact 2 important measures, the Canada Dental Benefit and a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit.
Doubling the GST credit for 6 months would provide an additional $2.5 billion in targeted support for about 11 million individuals and families who already qualify for the tax credit, including roughly half of Canadian families with children and more than half of Canadian seniors. This year, single Canadians without children would receive up to an additional $234, and couples with 2 children up to $467. Seniors would receive an average of $225 more.
Amounts would be paid to all current recipients through the existing GST credit system as a one-time lump sum payment before the end of this year, pending the adoption of the legislation. Importantly, recipients would not need to apply for the additional payment, but need to file their 2021 tax return if they have not done so already to be able to receive both the current credit and the additional payment. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say it is estimated that 11 million individuals and families would benefit from this additional support, including about 9 million single people and almost 2 million couples. In total, this represents about half of Canadian families with children and more than half of Canadian seniors. La prochaine mesure.
The next measure is the Canada Dental Benefit, which would be available to children under 12 who aren't covered by private dental insurance. And that would begin this year. Families could receive direct payments of up to $1,300 per child over the next 2 years, which is up to $650 per year to cover dental costs. This is the first step in the government's plan to provide dental care to families with adjusted net incomes of less than $90,000 per year, while the government builds a comprehensive national dental program in the meantime. Also, Mr. Speaker, the one-time supplement to the Canada Housing Allowance program would provide $500 to the 1.8 million renters who are struggling to pay their rent. This is more than double the amount provided in the 2022 budget and helps twice as many Canadians as originally promised. The federal supplement will be available to applicants with an adjusted net income of less than $35,000 for families or $20,000 for individuals, and who spend at least 30% of their adjusted net income on housing.
Legislation. I'd also like to speak about the important measure to help Canadian families, that is early learning and childcare. On childcare, the economic argument is clear. The government believes it is an economic malpractice to force women to choose between their family and a career. Early learning and childcare is a feminist economic policy in action. Pour conséquent.
So, despite reasonable doubts about our ability to do so, we have already signed early learning and childcare agreements with every province and territory. We're building a universal early learning and childcare system at precisely the right time, when our economy needs all the mothers who want to go to work, as long as they are confident their children are well cared for and well educated. And our plan makes work and life more affordable for middle-class Canadian families.
Famille canadienne et de la classe moyenne. Dans 3 ans, le
In 3 years, childcare costs will average $10 a day all across the country.
in childcare with savings that start immediately promises to be such an important part of the solution to affordability challenges for many Canadian families. Labor force shortages are a problem right now for our economy. In actual fact, there are 952,000 vacancies across Canada where employers are looking for employees. 952,000, Mr. Speaker. And an affordable early learning and childcare is going to be such an important part of Canada's solution. It is going to help us build an economy and a country that is stronger and, yes, more prosperous. Mr. Speaker, the measures that the government tabled on Tuesday would deliver targeted support to Canadians who need it most without exasperating inflation and building on our government's affordability plan and, yes, being fiscally prudent. Mr. Speaker, we are putting more money back in the pockets of the middle class and, yes, those working hard to join the middle class. Pour les Canadiens,
for Canadians who need support the most, Bills C-30 and C-31 and early learning and childcare are measures that will help make life more affordable. We will continue to provide support where it's most needed and in a timely manner while maintaining fiscal discipline.
My minute and a half left. Our economy, yes, is strong in respects with our labor market. We know that Canadian employers need workers. I get that asked all the time in the area I represent. But we also must deal with the affordability challenges that Canadians face. As a father of 3 daughters, my wife and I, we know what the prices are at the grocery stores. I empathize with Canadians who are facing those challenges. And our government, and we must work with all parties, need to rise up to those challenges and help Canadians expeditiously. It's great to see the opposition parties supporting the GST tax credit and doubling of that by the end of the year. I encourage all Canadians, as the former parliamentary secretary to the National Revenue Minister, to please file your taxes. That is how you receive all your credits and benefits. That is how our government can help you expeditiously, efficiently, and before the end of the year with the challenges you and your family may be facing at this critical juncture of time. We know we are building a stronger economy. We know we're maintaining a strong fiscal footprint and framework for my children and all Canadian children. But we have work to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well, questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I would like to just point out to that member that grocery prices are at their highest rate since 1981, that more than 70% of families with children will not receive this support, and in fact, lower income families will receive no benefits at all. So I'm wondering, will this member support those who are hardest hit by the cost of living crisis and call for the Prime Minister to cancel the carbon tax?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank the Honourable Member from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek for their question. Canadian families from coast to coast to coast obviously are dealing with the pressures of inflation. If you go buy diapers, you buy food, buy groceries of any sort, we know those prices are. I definitely know them. What I can say with that is our government is undertaking concrete measures, not only today, but in the past, including the Canada Child Benefit, more money tax-free flowing monthly to 9 out of 10 every 10 Canadian families. The Canada Workers Benefit up to $2,500 to working Canadians at the end of the year. The doubling of the GST credit, cutting middle-class taxes, not just once, but twice, literally billions of dollars returned. We are there to help Canadian families and will continue to do so, especially those vulnerable, and will continue to make the middle class stronger in Canada and continue to assist those working hard to join the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and he repeatedly said he wanted to help families, but the government's tax credit in C30, the non-refundable tax credit, is going to cost the government $2.5 billion. In the last budget, the same government subsidized oil companies to the tune of $2.6 billion to implement new carbon capture technology. So my question is this. Which is more important, subsidizing the oil patch or helping low-income families that really are in need? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Canada's energy workers from coast to coast to coast. I always will. They do a great job in supporting our economy. They are necessary more so than ever. If you read this week's Economist, you'll see that investments in LNG and natural gas are throughout the world are very critical at this important time. But we will also, at the same time, continue to build a very, very strong economy, helping those Canadians that are most vulnerable, including low-income Canadians, and that's what we've done since day one. We are building a stronger middle class and helping those working hard to join the middle class, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge on his intervention today. I think Bill C30 is a welcome thing. It's nice to see some unanimity, struggling with that word, but it's nice to see some agreement on Bill C30 at this present time amongst all of the parties. On the GST credit, though, I believe that families, certainly in my riding and right across this country, could have used this a lot earlier. And in May and June, the NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, was calling on this government repeatedly to do just that, but it was refused each and every time. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague across the way is, what happened with the Liberals? What changed over the summer? And why did they not seek to do this sooner so that Canadian families who were struggling in May and June could have had this help a lot faster?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford, thank you for the question. I will say this, we've had the backs of Canadians since day one when we formed government in 2015. We demonstrated that through COVID and the pandemic, and we'll continue to demonstrate it now during this, where we have inflationary pressures that are hitting Canadian families. Whether it's a Canada Child Benefit, whether it's the raising of the old age security by 10% for seniors, whether it's lowering the age again to 65 to 67, from 67 for seniors. We've implemented a number of measures. We've lifted hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty. We will continue to do so with targeted measures and good policy that is good for our economy, good for people, reducing inequality, and ensuring inclusive economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to this bill today, but also to follow my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge. I appreciate that opportunity. But first, as I would ask your indulgence just to address, I think, what many members have already this morning, what we are seeing happening in geopolitical affairs, and in particular in Iran. And as I walked home last night, we saw the colors of Iran's flag flashed on Parliament Hill, but I couldn't help but feel just a little bit embarrassed, because that seems to be what this government wants to do, which is to put more signals and do things that actually don't cost very much money as a way to show our solidarity. It would be okay if we were doing many other things, but let's remember, the government said that they were going to put these colors on the Peace Tower on Sunday. That was the first thing they said they were going to do when 50,000 people gathered at a rally to show their solidarity with what's happening with people in Iran and those who are fighting for their fundamental freedoms. It's almost like it was the same ministers holding up the sign that say, I stand with Ukraine, but then never following it up with concrete actions. And I have to commend at least one member from that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, while I have this floor. That's the member from Willowdale who had the courage to go on TV and said the government hasn't done enough. I hope that more members in this House feel empowered to speak on behalf of themselves and the issues that they feel strongly about. But now let's talk about Bill C-30 while we're here. This is the temporary enhancement to the goods and services tax, the HST tax credit. I want to commend our chair for getting this bill through Parliament very well, a very lively committee with the minister. It's always a pleasure to have her there. I can't say many questions were answered, but it was nice to see some cooperation on all sides of the aisle to get this bill back to the House in short order. Now, inflation's at 40-year highs. The Bank of Canada says inflation crushes the most vulnerable people the hardest. That's why it's important we get inflation under control. Now, I do believe that this measure is as supported on all sides of the House. It's important that we are standing together with our most vulnerable. This tax credit will help those individuals. The government needs to be doing more to help Canadians with inflation. So this is why, I was surprised that the Deputy Prime Minister couldn't answer the question at committee yesterday whether this initiative is going to lead to more inflation. And it wasn't asking the question to lead to more inflation so that we don't do this policy. It's so that maybe the government can take other steps elsewhere to reduce its impact on inflation. Now, we're paying for this with more debt. We are still in a deficit. And remember, it's not long ago when people who were questioning spending were standing in this House and people were saying, well, it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible not to spend because interest rates are so low. But now, interest rates are much higher. And so the cost that we're putting on future generations of debt is incredible. Now, Mr. Speaker, the PBO says interest costs are actually going to potentially double if the trajectory of interest rates continue. That's a lot of money that's not going to be able to be spent on social programs in this country that everybody relies on: healthcare, helping seniors, making sure that our Social Security safety nets are there for generations. Now, at committee yesterday, we were told that the government has a newfound religion, and that's called fiscal restraint. I think the young kids, I guess, would say these days, fiscal restraint has entered the chat. But I'm not really sure if that's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, because let's let history be our guide. This is a government that is addicted to debt and spending. It's placing an incredible burden on our future generations. The solution to every problem that this government sees is more spending. This is a government that's grown spending by well over 8% every year since coming into office. In fact, spending is up 25% this year when you compare it to pre-COVID levels. And we're to believe now, from this time going forward, the government's going to keep spending growth to 2%. I find that very hard to believe. In fact, some would say very unlikely. Mr. Speaker, if you were at a party and you saw a teenager at the punch bowl going back to the punch bowl, couldn't tear the teenager away, and all of a sudden the teenager has that last big swig and says, but that's it, I'm done, do you think you would believe that youngster? I don't think so. Mr. Speaker, the dirty secret about the government right now is that it's awash in revenues. It's actually never made as much money as it's making right now. And so the NDP wants to discuss windfall tax profits on those corporations who are having some record profits this year. But let's talk about a windfall tax on the government. Why doesn't the government just give some of that tax money back to Canadians, or maybe cut some taxes to begin with? Every week that goes by, the government is breaking a record for the amount of inflation, or amount of money that it's bringing in due to inflation. So, Mr. Speaker, I would submit that the government doesn't need more money with additional tax increases. It has to provide relief to Canadians, either cut taxes or provide additional relief. Germany, UK, France, Sweden, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, Ireland, Japan, New Zealand, Australia. I could keep going on, but I think I only have 4 minutes left and I would exhaust that. These are all countries who have reduced their taxes on fuel or paused tax increases. They've provided relief to people with energy bills in their countries. We are approaching a cold season. It's going to be hard for many Canadians across this country to heat their homes. And they see and they hear the government talking about how important it is that we pay a carbon tax. Well, let's just take a break. You know, we don't have to be all or nothing, but if the government could at least concede, listen, if gasoline is at $2 a liter, maybe the carbon tax is zero. If it's at $1.25, maybe they can come up with some other much lower amount to apply to it. At least just give us a break. But at $2 a liter, people can't afford. This isn't like people, you know, have a choice. Many people have to fill up a certain amount of gas in their car every week just to get to work, to take the kids to soccer practice, you know, do activities, get to the grocery store. Not everybody lives on a subway line. Not everybody lives with public transit right around the corner. They can't walk anywhere. You know, we don't have horse and buggies everywhere, at least in many parts of this province, although some very wonderful people do rely on that mode of transportation. But that's not realistic for all Canadians. So let's just acknowledge that people are hurting right now. So instead of lowering our taxes like our peers, our answer to higher energy prices is to make them higher. The carbon tax is inflationary. The Bank of Canada admits this as much. The government doesn't seem to want to answer that question. But what is it that our government knows that all of these other countries somehow do not know? That we're the only country in the world that's choosing to make energy more expensive. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say on our side of the House, we were pleased to see this bill move forward quickly because it is going to provide relief, albeit small relief, to Canadians in need. And so I appreciate that opportunity. And I will like to also say I'll be splitting my time with the wonderful member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, who I look very much forward to hearing on this matter as well. And I welcome any questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way from Simcoe North. He mentioned one half of an equation, and that was that Canada's debt level has increased over the last few years, and particularly going through the time we had with COVID, in order to keep Canadians alive and well through those difficult times. The government did have many programs put in place to help. The other side of the equation is GDP growth, that I didn't hear the member mention, that we are second in the G7 on GDP growth. We're leading countries that he's mentioned by 2 times the GDP growth that they've had. So our fiscal anchor, Mr. Speaker, is debt to GDP, which has remained our fiscal anchor. Could the member comment on how our strong GDP growth is helping us with our getting through what we're going through right now?
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my honourable member, or the honourable member across the way, for the question. We have some strong GDP growth, but we're also coming off of some significant GDP losses. In fact, the economy was quite slow and, in fact, shrunk in a period of time. So we're actually coming up to a bit from a lower base. That's why we have GDP growth. But let's talk about what GDP growth allows us to do. It actually provides a lot of revenues to the government in the form of taxation. So I don't understand why we need to talk about increasing taxes on Canadians when, as the member opposite says, GDP is doing okay. By the way, they ran an election in 2015 saying 1.5, 1.6 GDP growth wasn't enough, which is about where we are right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party has said that to counter inflation, we should use cryptocurrency. In a briefing note from the Privy Council a few days ago, we saw that cryptocurrency is not protected from the shocks of inflation. In fact, Bitcoin lost half its value this summer as compared with the previous year. So can my colleague explain how it is that his leader, the member for Carleton, feels that cryptocurrency can protect us from inflation? And does he feel that cryptocurrency is sheltered from all inflation? The Honourable Member for St. Croix.
I follow some of the financial markets like my fellow colleague. I'm not sure that members of the Conservative Party have said that cryptocurrency is going to solve inflation. I think if we say that Canada should be a destination for fintech revolution, I would welcome that. But let's remember what is happening around the world and why some people use cryptocurrency. You look at countries like Venezuela, like Argentina, where inflation is incredible. Those people have turned to crypto asset as a hedge against inflation. And so, yes, maybe the amount has come down in some cases by 10 or 20 or even 30%. But if you look at what's happened to inflation in those countries, those people are losing purchasing power upwards of 50% in some years. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, he talked about how important it is not to put an additional burden on Canadians, not to increase taxation on Canadians. But what I'd like to just point out is it has been over half a century since corporations paid the same rate that Canadians paid, since 1952, in fact. And I'm wondering if he would be open to the idea of corporations that are making massive profits right now, if you'd be interested in taxing them so that they were paying their fair share and so that we would have that revenue stream in this country.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my Honourable Member for the question from across the way. Before we increase taxes on companies, why don't we just make the companies in Canada pay the taxes that they owe? Why don't we start there? There was just a report from the Canadians for Tax Fairness that said there's upwards of $30 billion, and I'm sure this will make my friends in the NDP happy, that the government's not collecting. So before we talk about increasing taxes on other companies and Canadians, why won't we just make the people and the corporations pay the taxes that they currently owe?
Wow. That's good to see things get lively here all of a sudden. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand here in the House of Commons today in a very sheltered environment. Outside these walls, there are much challenges outside. With inflation rates now increasing over 7%, we've seen in the last couple of months some of the highest inflation we've seen in the last 40 years. Conservatives over the last 7 years have warned this Prime Minister about where the end of the road is, what the consequences are of his tax and spend agenda. However, our warnings have gone unheeded, perhaps not surprising from a minister who doesn't think about monetary policy. Think about what that means, actually. He said that right before we headed into one of the biggest monetary disasters that we've had in the last 50 years. He literally said he doesn't think about monetary policy, which would later drive single moms unable to feed their families. It'll drive workers from unable to put gas in their car. And the Prime Minister said, unbelievably, he doesn't think about monetary policy. Well, perhaps he should think again. As we talk about Bill C-30, I think it's important to put some context around the bill. And I think we need to start with the relationship between the economy and the government. And oftentimes I find in this House, unfortunately, that gets confused. We must first, as our bedrock, put there that the goods and services that are produced in this economy, the wealth and prosperity of this nation, are primarily the responsibility of our businesses and our workers. It is through those delivery of services, those production of goods, that a country generates its values. That when a company is able to produce more goods, deliver more services, or in other words, increase our productivity, the prosperity of the nation increases. And you know what the secret of this isn't often mentioned in this House, Mr. Speaker? Is it's the most vulnerable who often benefit the most, or when the prosperity of the nation increases, or they suffer the most, as has happened in the last couple of years, when our prosperity is under assault, this time by inflation. A country can produce a modest, temporary, artificial increase in economic performance through monetary policy, through the printing of money. And when the government spends and spends and spends on a spending spree that is funded by the printing of money, there's an initial exuberance that results as Canadians see money coming into their bank accounts. However, this exuberance is quickly replaced by disillusion as they realize the cost of everything has increased. And the benefits of this are now replaced by the stubborn, corrosive impact of inflation, which continues. Once it's out of the box, inflation runs and runs and runs, eroding savings, eroding wages, eroding the pensions of our seniors. The true path, Mr. Speaker, to a more prosperous nation is not through the printing of money, it's through the creation of value. Specifically, we need to increase our productivity. When a nation can produce more goods, deliver more services, more efficiently, more effectively, that drives real value. That will increase the wages of our workers. That will increase, yes, dare I say it, the profits of our businesses, and it will create jobs. Unfortunately, this government appears bent on doing everything it can to reduce the productivity of our businesses and our workers. And we see the result of it, 7 years of Liberal government. Food inflation is at over 10%, 10.8% to be precise. That is causing real life struggles. Outside the comfort and shelter of this walls, there are people who will go to bed tonight hungry. Many more probably than have occurred in the last decade or 2 decades. And that's because of the impact of a Prime Minister who doesn't think about monetary policy. Food inflation at 10.8% has caused a 20% increase in the last 2 years in the usage of food banks. Think of that. 20% more Canadians are going to food banks than they did 2 years ago. In addition to that, 20% of Canadians are having to make changes in their diet. There are Canadians out there, there are 8% of Canadians out there who are skipping meals. And this challenges not just adults, but children. And in fact, you are 3 times more likely now to go to a food bank if you have children than if you do not. This is making life more difficult for all Canadians, the most vulnerable, and our children amongst them. Now, it's not that Bill C-30 is a wrong step. It's just, unfortunately, too little, too late, as it were. I will be supporting this legislation because it is in the right direction. But let's just look at, number one, this is months behind any type of when relief was needed. Secondly, let's look at the quantum or the amounts of that. So keeping in mind that statistic that food inflation is up over 10%, that's increasing the amount of that a family spends on food by over $1,300 in a year. This GST, HST temporary relief will, according to the finance minister who came before our committee, create somewhere between $450 and $500 of benefit for those families that are eligible. And as we've heard throughout this House, many are not. This is nowhere near the amount of relief. Ultimately, that relief will come from our workers and from our businesses, but they need to be empowered, not penalized. As Thomas Sowell once famously wrote, I never understood why it was greed to want to keep the money you earned, but it wasn't greed to want to take money that other people have earned. And I think that's a lesson this government needs to hear loud and clear. Now, some will say, and it was even in the news with the UK, that tax relief is inflationary. I'm here to tell you that when done correctly, it is not. In fact, it is the exact opposite of what happens when the government spends and is funded by debt or the printing of money. I'll give you 4 examples there. 1, when JFK cut the taxes in 1963, the inflation rate prior to him cutting the taxes, it was a massive tax cut in post-World War United States. In the year before was 1.2%. The year after his tax cuts, 1.28%. When Ronald Reagan introduced in the United States a massive tax cut in 1981, those tax came into effect in 1982. In 1981, the tax rate was 6.13%, or the inflation rate, sorry. The inflation rate in 1984 was 4.3%. That's a decrease of 2% after those massive tax cuts. Once again, the Reagan administration cut taxes in 1986 this time. The year before, the inflation rate was 3.9%. The year after, 3.65%. When Prime Minister Harper reduced the GST, the inflation rate in 2007 was 2.1%. The inflation rate in 2009 was 0.3%. Inflation is not fueled by tax relief. What is fueled is our economy. And I'm promoting, how much time did I speak? 2 minutes, thank you. What is fueled is our economy. We need to give more relief. And a great way to do it is just to cancel the planned tax hikes that we already have that are going to come in place. This government will triple the carbon tax by 2030. Starting this April, they will increase the taxation on nearly everything, which includes heating, gas, and groceries. They are increasing the cost of everything. That, Mr. Speaker, by definition, will increase inflation. This government, when we see Canadians working hard, trying to save what money they can, when we have food inflation at 10%, their response, is it to reduce taxation? No, it's not, Mr. Speaker. They are increasing the tax on paychecks starting April 1st, and some sizable amounts of the taxes will be increased. This is not the time, in my estimation, it's never the time to increase taxes given our current rates, but this is certainly not the time, as it will drive inflation and make our economy less productive. When we go forward and we look at what we need, at the end of the day, in order to to solve this affordability crisis, we need to not drive artificial monetary policy through the printing of money, as we've seen what this can create. We do not need more government spending funded by the printing of money. What we need our economy to increase in its productivity. And how we do that is by supporting our workers, empowering our businesses, and by supporting all Canadians and getting their hands out of their pocket and instead giving them a helping hand future forward by reducing their burden. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Atar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're witnessing today is universal support in terms of supporting Canadians at a time of need and inflation. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there's people that are out there that exploit the situation. Let me convey a text that I just received, and I quote the text. You can now claim your GST rebate. Reply yes to receive your payment. Now, after conferring with CRA says and makes it very clear, CRA would never send a text like that. Scammers are fast and started sending texts right after the announcement was made about the GSTC. CRA is aware that there is something circulating, and they've increased scam awareness messaging on all channels. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts in regards to the type of people that exploit situations such as this, and that we should be warning constituencies that there are scams that are out there.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for that excellent question. And it's sad that there are people out there, and those folks should be held to account. That's why I'm proud to be part of the Law and Order party. But I do appreciate the member calling that out. And being the former Shadow Minister for National Revenue, became familiar with, unfortunately, many of these scammers that are out there. The CRA will not ask for your social insurance number. They will not ask for your bank information through an email otherwise. So when in doubt, just pick up the phone, call the CRA and confirm it before you provide any type of information. And talk to people you trust. Call your MP's office. We're happy to help sort that out, because I've seen way too many seniors and others taking advantage this way. Thank you for the excellent question.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Basse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, for his speech. I appreciate the member. We worked together during the previous Parliament on public accounts. There are aspects of his speech I agree with and others I disagree with. I agree that this is too little too late. In the last federal budget, there were no specific measures to help those living on low incomes, those who are most vulnerable, or seniors. Another thing I agree with, Mr. Speaker, often the Conservatives talk about monetary policy and inflation. The Bloc Québécois rejects populism, and we are saying loud and clear that the central bank, the Bank of Canada, must be independent of politics, arm's length. During the Conservative campaign, though, the newly elected leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Carleton, he said many times that he wanted to fire the the governor of the central bank. That is a very dangerous message, a dangerous thing to say. Does the colleague agree that the central bank should be independent from all political influence? And if not, why not? Could he explain? The honourable member for Peterborough, Northumberland, Peterborough South.
We have to acknowledge that the Bank of Canada got it wrong. They said that inflation was transitory, and it wasn't. They said that inflation wouldn't increase, and it did. Our leader, who will put people first, who thinks about monetary policy, got it right, and that should be on the record. He was scoffed at, he was laughed at by the Bloc and other members of the elite, saying, no, there'll be no inflation. Well, guess what? We have food inflation at 10%, and that shouldn't be acceptable to Canadians or anyone.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member of Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear that my friend from Northumberland, Peterborough South, supports the relief measure in this bill. He noted that it's months late, and we would agree with him on that. I would ask where he was when we were calling for it back in May. But my question is this. This is targeted relief for the people most affected by inflation. And there's another measure in another bill that is also targeted relief for the people across our country most affected by inflation. The revenue for each of these measures comes from the same fund. Really, these are very similar measures, yet the Conservative Party is voting for one and not the other. I wonder if he could explain to me why he's not voting to support the increase in the Canada Housing Benefit.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, in a short answer.
Thank you.
Seconds.
This government's tax and spend policies will create nothing but more inflation. As we see, the exuberance of government spending will quickly be eroded by the corrosive impacts of inflation. So if we want to make people poor, sure, let's spend more money and print more money.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House to take part in the debate today. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands and look forward to his comments. The Cost of Living Relief Act is what we're talking about, and looking at how do we help with the affordability for Canadians that are facing the inflation that we're now seeing as a result of global inflation, as well as what's happened as a result of COVID-19. When we went into COVID-19, one of the things that early on our government was focused on was setting Canada up for success on the other side of COVID, to make sure that Canadians would be able to return to their jobs through things like the wage subsidy program, keeping a relationship between the employer and employee so that when jobs came back, the employee was still on their files. When we looked at the CERB, people that were really facing a tough time, that their income had dropped, the independent business owners in particular, to make sure that they could get through what we were facing collectively as a society around the world with the global pandemic. This bill is now looking at what do we do going forward. Now that we've protected our economy, we've got economic growth, but we have many people that aren't participating in the success of that other Canadians are taking part in. The once-in-a-generation COVID-19 pandemic has impacted other countries such as China with their COVID zero policies. Put on top of that the illegal invasion of Russia in the Ukraine. And here at home, we've had housing prices that have been skyrocketing, where we've had to work with the Bank of Canada, who focuses on monetary policy, while we're focused on fiscal policy. The monetary policy that the Bank of Canada, which is an independent organization, has put in place is to increase the interest rates, which has almost immediately brought down the house price acceleration that we were seeing last year and even into early this year. The inflation that we're seeing overall has come from the supply side. People that are having trouble hiring, they're having trouble getting components out of their supply chains. Around the world, it's something that everybody is facing. In Canada, we've been able to temper that through good policy with the government, looking at inflation that peaked in June at 8.1%, and it's come down to 7%. Other countries are still on the increase. The United States at 8.3, United Kingdom 9.9, Germany 7.9 are all higher inflation rates than Canada's facing. But it does nothing for Canadians to say, yeah, but the other guys are worse than we are, which is why we're introducing the affordability plan. It's a targeted suite of programs, $12.1 billion that are being introduced this year, including doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. As monetary policy hopefully brings inflation back down towards the 2% target that the Bank of Canada has, we have to have something that bridges us through the hump that we're going through right now. This measure is Bill C-30 to make life more affordable for Canadians. And as an illustration, some of the measures that the plan is already working on to fight inflation are to help with the access to dental care, helping with the rental costs that people are facing. There's parts of the bill that will be coming back to the House hopefully in the next few days and passing quickly so that Canadians will have access to other supports. And as has been mentioned in the debate today, all of these things are there to help people that are vulnerable and are being impacted by the inflation that we're all going through. For more than 3 decades, the Bank of Canada has had the mandate to tackle inflation here in Canada. And our government has reaffirmed this central mandate last December. But as the Bank of Canada is working on inflation and bringing it down, we have to work on the impacts of Canadians that are facing the impacts on higher interest rates and the higher food costs that have been mentioned in the debate this morning, and the other higher living costs that we have. So as we get down towards the 2%, which is really the bank's job to help us get there, we have to look at the supply constraints that are also impacting businesses, the labor shortages. How do we help businesses find the workers that they need with the right skills? How do we help the people that are looking for jobs get those skills so that they align with the needs of the businesses? The better we do this and the faster we do this, the better Canada will be positioned to continue the growth curve that we're on. In the last recession that I remember was the 2008 was the last major recession. We just coasted on the other side of it, and we didn't have economic growth. And the result of that was we fell behind. We're now in a position to be continuing our leadership position in growth in the world, providing clean technology jobs, providing the jobs of tomorrow around climate change solutions, around nanotechnologies, emerging technologies. But in order to do that, we need labor. To rebuild communities that have been ravaged by the impacts of climate change, like the communities in Atlantic Canada and Eastern Quebec, we need skilled trade workers. So we have to work as a government to help position people for success to get into those projects. Now in Guelph, we've had 6 projects recently announced, $45 million to create 263 housing units. Those housing units are being built, but it's a strain on the local labor. In fact, we have one crew that's in Guelph from Prince Edward Island doing steel work, and they're doing it quickly because they want to get home. So there's a local benefit for us to get some labor force to help us in Guelph build the housing, as well as to help the communities in Atlantic Canada that need the help that they need on the economic front. So the plan that we have is rooted in fiscal restraint. We're looking at how do we provide supports without fueling inflation. The suite of measures that we are putting through the affordability plan, like this GST credit for the next 6 months, are going to support Canadians with the cost of living without adding fuel to the fire of inflation. When we look at what other programs that we're supporting, in addition to the doubling of the GST credit, it's going to provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted support for this year, and that's going to help 11 million individuals and families who already received their tax credits through their tax filings. The relationship that we have with Canadians through the Canada Revenue Agency helps us to deliver these programs. We'll also be delivering the Canada Workers Benefit to put up to another $2,400 into families' bank accounts this year. 10% increase in the old age security to help seniors over 75 that began in July is providing up to $766 more for 3 million seniors this year. $500 payment this year to 1.8 million Canadian renters who are struggling with the cost of housing through a one-time top-up on the housing benefit. Cutting childcare fees by an average of 50% this year. Dental care for Canadians, hopefully getting passed through the House of Commons. $90,000 for people that are earning less than $90,000 is going to provide hundreds of dollars to Canadian families this year. The indexation of inflation of benefits, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, as well as the federal minimum wage, also will carry us through normal economic times when inflation is back down to the 2% level that we're shooting for. So, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to manage the fiscal situation in an inflationary time to provide the benefits to the people that really need it when they need it, and they need it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for Guelph for his comments today. He raised the Bank of Canada multiple times, as he also raised the idea of helping struggling Canadians and the need to fight inflation. On March 11th of this year, Tiff Macklem, the governor of the Bank of Canada, wrote to the Finance Committee, and I'm just going to take an excerpt from this. According to the bank's calculation, if the charge were to be removed from the three main fuel components of the Consumer Price Index, gasoline, natural gas, and fuel oil, it would reduce the inflation rate by 0.4 percentage points. In other words, if the policy had come into an effect at the start of the year, January's inflation rate would have been 4.7% instead of 5.1%. That's the governor saying that the carbon tax is inflationary. This member has said how it's important to support struggling Canadians. Would he say exactly why he supports the government in tripling the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and heat? Does he not believe that this is a time to take a pause and give Canadians a break?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you to the member from Central Okanagan. The price on pollution is going from $50 a ton to $65 a ton, and in my math, that isn't tripling. When we look at sustainability of the planet, we can't separate sustainability of the planet from economic sustainability and social sustainability. We need to support Canadians in all areas of economic, social, and environmental so we still have a planet in the future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Inflation didn't just happen overnight. It comes from several factors, external ones, for example, one of which is very important, that's the supply chain. You have to understand with the war in Ukraine and the global pandemic, it creates supply chain shocks. And many companies, Mr. Speaker, depend on products or consumer goods. And this means that the Bank of Canada, during the summer, noted that 50% of companies have experienced bottlenecks. It means that their supply chains are blocked at certain points, and they're waiting for goods to be able to begin their production again. And we have to make sure that there are fewer shocks to stem inflation. And this means that our supply chains have to be more flexible and agile. I'd like to know, does my colleague not agree that the government has to do more to ensure that they're less dependent on all products that we import from outside the country?
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for Rimouski, not only for that question, but for the questions he's posed throughout the day on his debate. They're always very thoughtful questions. Mr. Speaker, one of the lessons of COVID was that we have to have more reliance on Canadian supply chains. I think we saw that when it came to getting PPE and things to help people in medical need in Canada, having that product built in Canada made a lot of sense as supply chains were cut off from other countries. So I agree 100% that we have to look at developing business in Canada, developing innovation in Canada so that we can get the economic benefit from it as well as the security that we have going forward.
Questions and comments? Question Kamalatar, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the comments that the member just made about the Canadian supply chain. And I just want the member to know that in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, there was a supplier that retooled their factory instantly to be able to create PPE, and they were unable to get a contract from the Canadian government. I also know of vaccine suppliers in the country that were not identified by this government. In fact, I think that there was a lack of coordination on the government side to even know who's producing PPE and vaccines here in Canada. That's what I understand. So if the member would just like to share some thoughts on why Canadian suppliers of PPE and even vaccine are not able to get contracts with this government.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Port Moody Coquitlam. The buy and sell network is something I used during COVID, where I had businesses calling me in Guelph to say, how do I get into the supply chain? How do I provide solutions for the government? There was one call that was from a known conservative, and we've disagreed on many things, but he was able to get a contract to provide parts for ventilators going into Toronto with another partner from Montreal. The buy and sell network is something that I've recommended to my constituents, and I'd say to the honourable member across the way that that would be a great source for her constituents as well.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-30, a very important piece of legislation that attempts to create some relieve some of the pressure that would be being put on individuals right now in our country, in particular those who are struggling the most. The individuals who will receive this GST credit will no doubt be people that immediately use this money for very important needs that they have. It is money that will directly go back into our economy. And despite some of the things that we've heard about contributing to inflation, the economists have pretty much been resounding in their assertion that such a measure is not going to lead to inflation, or at least so marginal that it'll be unnoticeable. I want to focus my comments today, Mr. Speaker, on addressing some of the stuff that I've heard said in this House. In particular, I want to talk a little bit about what I heard the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, talk about a few minutes ago, and then go to some comments that I heard from the member from Simcoe North even earlier than that. First of all, I thought it was very interesting, or I think it's very interesting, that all of the conversations or all of the discussion that's happening today regarding Bill C-30 from the Conservatives anyhow spend very little time actually talking about the bill. Instead, they want to talk about things that they want to use their slogans that they've recently come up with, the triple, 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 which I'm still trying to wrap my head around exactly why that's supposed to be funny. I don't understand how that works, but perhaps it was given to everybody from the leader's office, and it's their responsibility to deliver that repetitively in this place. But the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, was going on, because he wasn't talking about the bill, on this long tangent from the discussion about why it is so important not for the government not to be spending money right now because it's leading to inflation. He's basically going on saying that more spending that the government is doing is leading to more inflation and so on and so forth. And, just putting aside for a second his argument on that, I would remind him that my understanding, at least, is that the Conservatives are voting in favor of this bill. They're voting in favor of this spending. So for the member from Northumberland Peterborough South to stand there for 10 minutes and talk about government spending leading to inflation and how the government shouldn't be spending, while on the topic of a bill about spending that he supports, is extremely rich and I think underscores the hypocrisy that we hear over and over and over from Conservatives in this House. It's just on constant repeat, the way that they come out and say one thing and do another thing. And I don't know if this is, under the new leadership of the crypto king from Carleton, or what it is exactly, but it's certainly.
I believe I have a point of order from the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to actually refer to people in a derogatory term, which is in violation of Standing Order 18. I would also just say that by using other terms to describe members in here is something that is unconscionable, and that individual should apologize and resign.
I believe the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands wants to intervene on this one as well.
If the chair does not find the term just inflation to be offensive, but does find the term crypto king to be offensive, then I think that we really have to go back and look at the rules. But I'll leave it up to you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, how about this? How about that we refer to one another by their actual riding names, and if we stick to that, we'll stay out of trouble. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So let's talk about crypto since we're on the topic. The member from Simcoe North, which I found just astounding. Moments ago in this House, the Bloc Québécois member asked him a very good question about their party's position on crypto. And I want to thank the member from Simcoe North for doing what I've been asking the leader of the opposition to do for a long time, which was to explain their policy on cryptocurrency. And instead of completely avoiding the question from the member from the Bloc, the member from Simcoe North actually tried to address it, which I think is very admirable of him to do that. But do you know what he said, Mr. Speaker? He basically said this. He said, well, if you look at countries like Venezuela, so first of all, he's comparing Canada to Venezuela. If you look at countries like Venezuela, they've decided to hedge their bets against their currency by investing in cryptocurrency. So, can we extrapolate then that the objective of the leader of the opposition, when he made those comments months ago about cryptocurrency, he was basically telling the Canadian people, don't trust the Canadian dollar, put your money in cryptocurrency, and bet against the Canadian dollar. Yep. That is exactly what the leader of the opposition was doing. And I hand it to the member for Simcoe North for actually standing up and saying what he thinks, because the rest of them wouldn't do it. And this is what we're seeing. So now we get to start to understand a bit of the picture of what's going on. We have the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, the leader of the official opposition, the individual who I crown as the king of cryptocurrency. He is in this House, he is in public telling Canadians.
Let's just refer to the member for Carleton or the member for Kingston and the Islands. It's just Her Majesty's official opposition, His Majesty's official opposition, or something like that. That's all. I'm getting a lot of noise, so I just want to make sure I want to keep the noise in the House down to a minimum because we are coming up to question period. So I just want to make sure we all take our seats at a reasonable time and keep it down a little bit. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, you're always going to get a lot of noise from that side when I'm speaking, regardless of what I say, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think, I will leave it to you and chair occupants to rule because you do a very good job of that. I have a lot of respect for you. Right on. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I don't think that it is unprecedented that we describe the actions of people in this room based on terms like that. As a matter of fact, probably the one who's the most egregious
Oh, my goodness.
Point of order from the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Now the member for Kingston the Islands is justifying what he's doing. That is not relevant to the bill at hand. He should be sticking to what is relevant. Thank you.
Well, we have relevancy called, so let's get back to because we are running out of time. We want to get at least one more person in here. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
As I was saying, nobody is quite more egregious for calling people names based on actions they do than the leader of the official opposition, and during his 22 years or however long it's been in this House. But nonetheless, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, what we discovered in this House today, thanks to the member from Simcoe North, is that the Conservatives are actively encouraging Canadians to hedge against the Canadian dollar by investing in cryptocurrency. I don't think that's responsible for any member of this Parliament to do it, let alone the leader of the official opposition in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. So questions and comments. Question, commentaire. There seemed to be a lot of chatter. So there you go. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me. I want to thank the member from Kingston and Thousand Islands for his enlightening comments about the need for this particular legislation and how it's going to help hardworking Canadians who are suffering as a result of inflation. But I have also heard from a lot of people who took the advice of the leader of the opposition on cryptocurrency because somehow they thought it is a legitimate way of investing their money and have unfortunately lost a lot of money. Can the member from Kingston and Thousand Islands tell us why that advice was so dangerous and how has impacted the lives of so many Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I would note, for starters, Mr. Speaker, this is the second time in a row that I've given a speech, and as you would know, being the chair occupant, first opportunity to ask a question goes to the Conservatives, and both this time and the last time I spoke, no Conservative got up to ask me a question. I just want them to know that I certainly take that as a compliment. But to the question that the member's been asking me about those who may have taken the advice, the leader of the opposition is seemingly unaware of the fact that his words have consequences. When he says something in the position that he's in or the position that he was seeking to be in at the time, people will listen. If somebody, and for those that did listen to him and chose to invest in cryptocurrency at the time, they would have seen their life savings absolutely diminished. And he does not recognize that his words can transpire into those actual actions, but it does happen. And for those that did take his advice and invest, I feel sorry that they were put in that position, and I deeply regret that the member of the leader of the opposition, at the time a candidate seeking to be the leader, made those comments.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. My colleague made a point about leadership and listening, and people listening to leaders, and it was in this very House yesterday that a motion was put forward in which we should all have shown leadership. That was on declaring the IGRC, that was on declaring an organization as a criminal or terrorist organization, and that was shot down. That was given a nay by the Liberals. So it is a bit rich for the Liberals to talk about leading by example when that happened just yesterday. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I am so glad that member asked me this question because it gives me an opportunity to once again talk about the games that side of the House plays. What they did, Mr. Speaker, is they brought forward a motion with 3 parts to it. And of course, this is what the Conservatives do. They insert a poison pill into it, knowing that we cannot vote in favor of it. In this case, the second clause was to chastise the government over an issue, just so that this member could then later on get up and ask that exact question that he did. The Conservatives know exactly what they're up to. They know the games that they play in this House. If the member actually cared like he says he would, they would have brought forward a straightforward motion that didn't include a poison pill like that, and that member probably would have seen a lot.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, if we're going to be in this place and we're going to use parliamentary language, imputing thoughts of not caring on another member is completely unparliamentary. Thank you.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, the truth certainly hurts, Mr. Speaker, and you can see the number of times that they get up to try to interrupt me when I'm speaking. But what they don't understand, and it's been going on for 3 years now, is the more they do it, the more it encourages me. So they really have to reassess their position on this, Mr. Speaker. To the member's point, had they brought forward a simple motion that addressed exactly what he just said, I am sure that it would have went over much better on this side of the House than the way that they introduced it, and he knows that.
Questions and comments, and the very patient member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully we can bring the debate back to C30 and emergency income support gaps that are hurting people right now in Canada. So my question for the member is that yes, these are short-term income support gaps that the New Democrats support. We know that people need help with their rent and food, but I wanted to ask the members specifically around long-term measures that are needed to be taken because more and more Canadians are falling into poverty and homelessness, and I speak specifically about persons with disabilities right now, and I ask the member, is this House going to see Bill C-22 come back this week?
The honourable member, the parliamentary secretary.
Over the last few decades, Mr. Speaker, the disparity between the haves and the have-nots has certainly been growing. And it is incumbent upon us to find ways to try to reduce that. That is why we increased taxes on the richest 1% when we were first elected, why we reduced taxes for the middle class. That is why we brought in $10 a day childcare. That is why we continue to strengthen the various different social programs that we have. And to her question, I would like to see nothing more than that particular bill that is intended for the disabled communities in Canada to move expeditiously through this House, through committee, back here so that we can implement it and bring it into law. I hope and I have faith that all members in this House can put partisanship aside for one issue like this. They're laughing. The Conservatives are laughing right now. This is about helping. This is about helping some of the most vulnerable people in our country, Mr. Speaker, and they're laughing. So I guess the partisanship won't be put aside.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Banff-Airdrie. It's really hard to talk to people in my community right now because they're really struggling. They are struggling so hard to make ends meet. I was at the grocery store a couple of weeks ago and I watched a woman in my community take a loaf of bread out of the bakery aisle and look at it and then put it back on the shelf and then look at it and then put it back on the shelf. And I knew what she was doing. She was asking herself, can I afford this? And that is the crisis that our country is facing right now. And that is the level of gravity that each of us should be treating the country's finances and our economic policy with right now. People in our country are asking themselves if they can afford to put another loaf of bread in their cart. So to me, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask myself why, and I really want to direct this to the Liberal backbench. Why are the Liberals raising taxes right now? Why would they do this? Why would they do this to that woman who is trying to figure out if she can afford an extra loaf of bread this week? There is no reason for the government to raise taxes, yet yesterday, that's what the government and the Liberals voted to do, to raise taxes. Every single member of the Liberal backbench has the ability in their caucus meetings, on their own social media platforms, to push back and hold the government to account just as much as I do. We all have that right. And in January, small business owners and employers shouldn't have to be worried about their payroll taxes increasing. And Canadians, that woman who is thinking about whether or not she can afford that extra loaf of bread, she shouldn't be thinking about whether or not that amount of take-home pay is going to go down because the government is taking more money off of her paycheck. It's ludicrous. We are in a generational inflation crisis. This is something that many Canadians have never had to deal with. And before this crisis even started, the Canadian economy was on the brink. We're seeing a mental health crisis, a housing crisis. And what are the Liberals doing? They want to raise taxes. And it's not just the payroll tax that the Liberals have voted to raise. It's also voting to raise taxes on something that will increase the cost of everything. So let's talk about a loaf of bread. The way that the Liberals, the way that the Prime Minister have approached dealing with inflation is, okay, Canadians, you have a loaf of bread, we're going to take it from you and we're going to give you back the crumbs. That's what we're debating here today, and that's not right. But let's talk about that loaf of bread. For a Canadian farmer who's growing the wheat for that bread, the Liberals want to raise taxes on the power that goes into drying that grain. What does that do to the cost of a loaf of bread? It increases it at a time when we can't afford it, when people are asking if they can put another loaf of bread into their car, Mr. Speaker. And then what about when that grain is dry? What happens to, how does that grain magically get to a processing plant? Well, it's transported, right? If it's transported in a truck, the fuel that goes to getting that grain to a processing plant, it's going to increase with this tax increase. And who pays for that? The person who eventually is going to buy that loaf of bread. Now, once that flour is milled, that manufacturing plant, which might be looking to relocate because of payroll taxes and tax increases on their input costs like electricity, if they somehow manage to mill that flour, and that flour has to be transported somewhere else. And what happens? The tax on that gas gets increased too next year. In the middle of an inflationary crisis, when people are struggling to choose whether or not they're putting another loaf of bread in their car. And then what? How is that loaf of bread going to get to the grocery store, Mr. Speaker? How does that happen? It doesn't magically happen. It has to be transported. Again, using something that the Liberals are increasing the cost of. Again, raising taxes on this. Of course, that increase in taxes, it goes to the entire system. It raises the cost of everything. And here's the other thing. The Liberals try to tell people that somehow magically that bit of grain, that loaf of bread can magically get from one place to another because they've failed to put any sort of substitute good for carbon into the market in spite of raising these taxes, in spite of doing that. And what have they done instead? So they've raised the cost of these goods. They've made it harder for that woman to choose whether or not she's putting that loaf of bread into her cart. And they've done this while making us more dependent on countries like Iran and Russia for their oil. And greenhouse gas emissions have rose under this government. They've got to stop, like to the Liberal backbench, hold your leader to account. One of them, Mr. Speaker, actually said something that made sense. They were quoted in a news article after their caucus meeting. And they said something to the effect of, I wish the leadership of our party would stop being so woke and focus on inflation. Well, now's the time. Every single one of their community members is struggling with that question of whether or not to put another loaf of bread in their cart. And they don't want silence. Courage is lacking in that backbench right now. We should not be raising taxes. They had an opportunity yesterday to prevent the raise of taxes. And yet what did they do? They voted to raise taxes. It's got to stop. This is not the time to do that. Now, some of them will say, oh, but we're spending money on X, Y, and Z. Okay, let's talk about what the Liberals have been spending money on. A federal election in 2021 that got us what? A polarized electorate and didn't do anything else for the Liberals, right? We just found out that they spent $500 million making it easier for people in upstate New York to jump the immigration queue in Canada. And the other thing that they've done is they've spent, I don't know, how much money, and what? It takes what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months to get a passport? So not only are we seeing the government raise taxes in the middle of an inflationary crisis, service delivery is worse. And that's not good government. What we have here is a scandal-plagued government who does not give a rip about the price of bread. They don't give a rip. They don't understand what people in my community or any of their communities are going through to try and increase the cost of, or try to make ends meet when filling up their tank of gas. It's beyond me. It is beyond me that they would raise taxes right now. And we will fight back This is crazy. They should not be raising taxes in the middle of an inflationary crisis. Give your head a shake. This is not a game. That is what each of the members of the Liberal backbench should be saying, is they have to do something to actually address the inflationary crisis. And taking Canadians' loaf of bread and trying to give them a few crumbs back and say that that's good enough is not good enough. And it has to stop. And Canadians are sharing this message. They're telling people, even people that have voted Liberal for the Liberals in the past have said, we had enough. We've had enough of, as one of their backbench said, this woke stuff. They want solutions. They want a solution to the problem. We should have energy sovereignty. We shouldn't be waiting for OPEC Plus to raise or lower production and raise the cost of energy on us because we don't have energy sovereignty here. They should be addressing the labor shortage instead of making it easier for people in upstate New York to skip the line into this country. They should be addressing the fact that we have the poorest levels of service in government programs in generations, while it is impossible for people to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. And we should all have had enough with this cabinet and this government's failed approach to economic growth while our country stares down the barrel of a looming recession. And it's this government's problem. They have failed to repatriate manufacturing. They have failed to inspire investment in our country. And they are making it harder for women in my community to put loaves of bread in their cart. And I've had enough. And people in this place have had enough, Mr. Speaker. And people across this country have had enough. So I challenge every Liberal backbencher here today, tomorrow morning is their caucus meeting, to stand up and say what that one person said off the record to a reporter. Enough with the woke shit. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take that back. I apologize for my unparliamentary language immediately. I'm very sorry. Enough with the woke stuff. And get on with the plan. And it's right to be passionate with this because we have to do better things to protect Canadians from inflation.
I appreciate the retraction. Questions and comments? We have time for one. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I appreciate the member's candor. She certainly speaks with passion, and sometimes I wish I could use language like that in here too, even if just accidentally. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is in relation to this member's private members bill. This member has a private members bill on cryptocurrency. We were actually supposed to debate it the first day that the House resumed, and we didn't. For some reason, it got bumped. I understand that the member's private members bill on cryptocurrency is coming up in the next couple of days. I'm wondering if she can provide some insight into what her bill is about to inform this House.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I invite my colleague to talk to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, who actually holds digital assets in his ethics disclosure. I'd also invite him to talk to the Minister of Finance, who approved tens of thousands of dollars for a crypto trading platform in her own riding. This government has talked a big game on the digital economy, and now, when we're staring down the barrel of a recession, is trying to score cheap political points when we should be trying to grow jobs through a framework that protects investors and consumers while allowing the economy to grow. But this government doesn't get it, and that's a shame.
We'll have to break, and when we come back, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill will have 3 minutes and 45 seconds coming to her in questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, 1,000 days since Ukrainian International Airlines PS-752 was shot down by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. 167 passengers, 9 crew murdered. 57 Canadian citizens murdered. 138 students and academics returning to Canada to attend or teach at our universities murdered. Mr. Speaker, one was Dr. Mohammed Amin Jabeli. He was my friend. He was a student of mine at the University of Toronto, and Amin was always willing to help out. He was always there to ensure no student was left out. I will never forget him. Mr. Speaker, the Iranian regime, the murderers of Zahra Kazemi, Mahsa Amini, and all those on PS-752 must be made to understand that the passage of time will never erase their crimes, nor fade the memories that we hold of their victims. The Holy Quran commands to act against those who oppress people and transgress against justice, Canadians demand their government hold that regime accountable and to finally declare the IRGC as a terrorist organization.
The honourable member for Milton.
Niagara has lost a giant. Keith Simmons was a business leader at Grey Wolf Lodge, a mentor, a friend, a celebrated community member, a father, and a husband. Keith died last weekend on a charity bike ride doing what he loved, raising money for charity with his friends. I only met Keith 3 weeks ago. Along with 36 other riders, we were part of R2 NYC. We rode our bikes to New York City from Toronto, 850 kilometers, to raise money for Campfire Circle, a summer camp for kids and families who have been impacted by childhood cancer. The healing powers of fun and friendship and self-confidence were never lost on Keith. He had MS, but it never slowed him down a bit. Keith's team, the Wolfpack, out-fundraised the rest of us 2-1, but his energy, his enthusiasm, and his ethic on that ride is what really stood out. His celebration of life was on Sunday, and Mr. Speaker, over 2,500 people attended. I've never seen anything like it. People packed into the Niagara Conference Centre to laugh, cry, and to remember Keith Simmons. Keith is survived by his boys Ben and Nick and his wife Toby, his brother Greg, and his mom Ellen May, who he called the GOAT. Keith, you were the greatest of all time too, and we'd all do well to live our lives more like you. All in and howling to the end. May you rest in peace, Keith.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was honored to celebrate true excellence in teaching. Red Deer's Glendale Sciences and Technology School educator Ashton Lutz was awarded the National Certificate of Excellence in recognition of her unique leadership in new learning approaches and her success in harnessing the power of educational activity in an impressive ceremony here in Ottawa. As a former math and physics teacher, it gives me great pleasure to know that her students have been blessed with her passionate commitment to all aspects of their educational experience as she connects them with the digital world by harnessing the power of technology. Ashton shared this special moment with her mother Sandy, husband Bryden, and his parents Fred and Robin Lutz as she proudly took her place as one of Canada's most exceptional teachers. Well done, Ashton. Your students, colleagues, friends, and family are so proud of your accomplishments.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, cha-cha-cha, ole, ole, ole. October is Latin American Heritage Month, and it's so exciting to know that we have a whole month to celebrate the unbelievable music, literature, food, language, and culture of over 20 diverse and beautiful Latin American cultures in Canada. It's also a month to acknowledge the many contributions of Latin Americans to our country. This large and growing community enrich our national fabric with their contributions, and they play an important role in Canada's growth and prosperity. This evening, I'm inviting everyone to join the Hispanic and Latin American community to celebrate an amazing month at Sir John A. Macdonald Building from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Come out for empanadas, pastelitos de carne, vino, mojitos, música alegre, and so much fun. I look forward to seeing everyone. Viva los Latinos in Canada! Viva! Viva!
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the second Thursday in October is World Sight Day. World Sight Day is a day to raise awareness of the importance of our eye health. I had two blind great-grandmothers and a blind grandmother, so a sword of Damocles hangs over the heads of my father, my youngest son, and other members of my family. With greater knowledge of what influences our vision, we will, hopefully, be able to prevent many sight-related diseases. By being more aware of the daily challenges faced by people born with a visual impairment, we will all be better able to not only understand them better, but also to interact with them better and to better support the research that seeks to alleviate the challenges they face. Let's all be aware. Let's act all together to make life easier for people living with visual impairment. Happy World Sight Day. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to comment on the good news that Moderna will set up its first vaccine manufacturing facility outside the United States in my riding of Vimy. As we all know, Moderna produced one of the 2 vaccines that kept Canadians safe during the COVID pandemic and saved many lives. Moderna remains one of the world's leading biotechnology companies. This Moderna facility will enable Canada to manufacture its own vaccines. The facility will also engage in research in collaboration with McGill University. I am proud of this investment that will further strengthen the thriving industry in Laval. This investment will add over 200 high-tech jobs to the existing 5,000 science jobs. Vimy is home to world-class researchers, PhDs, and scientists. Vimy will continue to grow. Moderna's investment is a great recognition for the biotech sector in Vimy and a source of pride for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a tremendous honour to represent the people of Lethbridge and have the opportunity to stand for them today.
Hear, hear.
One of the things that we are extremely proud of in my riding is the production of Angus beef. Now, it's our goal to fill more plates with this healthy protein and sheer tastiness. The cattle breed is hardy and originates from Scotland. That's a long way away. The meat is known to be tender, juicy, and packed with flavor. It's enough to make you sing, actually. Perhaps that's because the cattle tarry on green pasture for long hours in May. While an Angus steak is great on the grill, you can also fast fry it in your kitchen, should you choose, but make sure you don't crown the pan, then that's not good. Now, sadly, many Canadians are blocked, unfortunately, from being able to taste this beef because they just can't afford it. Personally, I think that's rude. Now, while this government wants Canadians to start eating small critters for their protein, I believe that more Canadians should have access to beef. But for that to happen, this government needs to put Canadians first and stop just inflation.
Stop it, just inflation.
I believe the Deputy Speaker this morning put it best. I think if both sides play by the rules and follow the rules, we'll all be better off. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so proud to rise today to recognize the Little Mountain Baseball Association All-Stars on their big win as the Canadian Little League Championship earlier this summer. As they represented our Vancouver Granville community as Team BC, we were proud to cheer on these amazing athletes on their path to victory. The All-Stars went on to make us proud as Team Canada at the Little League World Series earlier this summer, where they played in some thrilling games and showed incredible sportsmanship. Together, they showed what it means to work as a team, to show grit, determination, and grace. Congratulations to the players, coaches, and their families on this incredible success, and for the hard work that they have done to make Canadians proud from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge October as World Eyesight Day, reminding my colleagues in the House and every Canadian about the importance of eye health. Unfortunately, we all take our eyesight for granted until it's often too late. 1.2 million Canadians are currently blind or partially sighted, and over 8 million have an eye disease that puts them at risk for vision loss and blindness. Losing one's vision can be extremely physically and psychologically damaging. The impacts include increased risk of financial hardship, a loss of independence and mobility, an inability to live independently, to drive, to read, or participate in physical activity, and resulting in a loss of social interaction, which can often lead to depression and other mental illnesses. I ask my colleagues to simply close their eyes and ask how would they get out of this room. I invite everyone in the House tonight to come have your eyes tested starting at 5 p.m. at World Sight Day Hill reception that I have the honor of hosting at the Wellington Building, room 430, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, October 3rd, was an important day for all Quebecers. The people made their choice. They renewed their trust in the outgoing Coalition Avenir Québec government by a majority vote. Today, I want to congratulate the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, and his entire team. I especially want to restate my interest in working with the two MNAs in my riding, Jonathan Julien, MNA for Charlesbourg, and Sylvain Lévesque, MNA for Chauveau. As the leader of the official opposition's Quebec Lieutenant, I also offer my full support to the Government of Quebec, with whom I hope to continue working to create a better future for all Quebecers within a stronger Canada. We should all feel proud to live in a country in which we have the privilege of exercising our fundamental right to choose our representatives. Let us be proud to be Quebecers. Now that democracy has spoken, let us look to the future and build it together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House today to recognize the phenomenal work of Whitby's beloved Station Gallery, as they recently held their 29th annual Drawing for Art fundraiser. The Station Gallery is a historic and well-known place in Whitby. Many will recognize it for its 119-year-old exterior, as it was formerly Whitby's Grand Trunk railway station that was saved from demolition nearly 50 years ago, thanks to the gallery's founders who restored it to be the beautiful creative art hub that generations in Whitby have enjoyed. I've had the pleasure of attending this event in past years. As it is an important fundraiser that supports the gallery financially, enabling them to continue delivering fun, creative art programs and exhibits that the Whitby community appreciates immensely. This year, the gallery received a record 160 outstanding, unique pieces of art generously donated by talented local and national artists, and sold out tickets to people who are eager to select and take home a stunning masterpiece. I hope everyone will join me in congratulating the many energetic and passionate staff and volunteers that made this Station Gallery's event successful. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Cumberland Colchester continue to be profoundly and disproportionately affected by Hurricane Fiona. Being out of power is one thing, however, being without power and water is in another realm altogether. And the uncertainty surrounding when electricity will be restored adds to the tremendous burden of suffering being experienced. Crews are working hard to remove trees and repair damaged lines 24 hours a day, and we commend them for their work. We will continue to ask for more aid until power is fully restored, and we will continue to ask for support as the cleanup progresses and life returns to normal. As always, let us be mindful of those in our neighborhoods who need our support and encouragement. Let's honor our shared history of being tough Maritimers and being willing to always help in a time of great need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put the people first, their paychecks, their savings, their homes, and their country. So we celebrate the historic agreement between Enbridge and 23 First Nations and Métis communities. They now own 12%, over $1 billion of pipelines in the Athabasca region, with long-term predictable cash flow to build schools, fix roads, meet basic needs, and improve their quality of life. Indigenous people have long been partners, contractors, workers, suppliers, and producers in oil and gas. They're leaders in Canadian natural resources, but the Liberals' anti-energy agenda risks dozens of Indigenous-led and supported projects, from pipelines to mines to LNG. But all 9 communities in Lakeland beat barriers to get this economic development and are now all owners in the largest deal of its kind in North America. So congratulations, Buffalo Lake, Elizabeth, Fishing Lake, and Kikino Métis settlements, and Frog Lake, Kihiwan, Onion Lake, Saddle Lake, and Goodfish Lake First Nations on this landmark achievement and on all your progress turning hurt into hope.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, Richmond Hill has been through many ups and downs. We lost our beloved former mayor on September 22nd, and today his memorial is taking place in the city of Richmond Hill. With a heavy heart, I extend my condolences on the passing of our longest-serving mayor and my dear friend, Dave Barrow. Rest in eternal peace to our community leader, mentor, and friend. Also, past weekend, we witnessed a rally of over 50,000 people of Iranian Canadian descent in support of the Global Day of Action for Iran's current uprising and the freedom movement led by women and youth at the forefront in Richmond Hill. In solidarity, I joined the rally. What a historical moment of global magnitude for the community of Richmond Hill. Today also marked the 1,000th anniversary of the shooting down of Flight PS752. And this very moment in the front of the Parliament, we are joined by family members of the Flight PS752. We will not rest until those responsible for this heinous crime are brought to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before going to the next member, I just want to order. I just want to remind everyone that statements by members are very important to the individuals, et je veux faire sûr que tout le monde entend ce que les députés ont à dire. So, si on peut ou chuchoter ou peut-être aller dans le corridor pour parler.
So I would ask you to please whisper or go to the hallway for chatting.
Mr. Speaker, after a 10-year absence, Penticton once again hosted Ironman Canada this year and re-established itself as one of the premier Ironman venues in the world. The history of Ironman in Penticton goes back to 1983, when it was the site of the first Ironman distance triathlon in North America, and 3 years later it was named the official host for Ironman Canada. Word soon spread of the stunning landscapes, warm lakes, challenging hills, and an army of enthusiastic and friendly volunteers that made the Penticton Ironman so special. It quickly became the favorite destination for triathletes from around the world. Sadly, Ironman Canada moved out of Penticton for 8 years, and starting in 2012, it returned in 2020 only to be canceled by COVID. But this year, the athletes were back. Thousands of fans cheered them on. Longtime announcer Steve King called the race, and all were rewarded with a convincing win by local favorite Jeff Simons. Ironman Canada is back in Penticton.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was appointed Foreign Affairs Critic for the Bloc Québécois, I didn't know that the cosmos was part of my portfolio. However, what I'm talking to you about today is space. Thanks to Julie Belle-Rose. Last week, this engineer from Saint-Julie led a NASA mission that is basically reminiscent of science fiction. Miss Belle-Rose had to deflect an asteroid 10 million kilometers away from the Earth by hitting it with a space probe traveling at 22,500 kilometers per hour. This was an experiment to see if it's possible to alter the trajectory of an asteroid in a dangerous hypothetical scenario where one is headed for Earth. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to congratulate Julie Belle-Rose on this mission accomplished. This is yet another highlight in a career that has taken her from Saint-Julie to Japan to California. This feat propels her into a select club of Quebecers who show young people just how far Quebec's genius can take us. How far? The answer is far. Very, very, very far. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Wellington, Halton Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Iranian regime is a brutal regime. It killed Montrealer Zara Kazemi, executed Navid Afkari, imprisoned Nasrin Sotoudeh, and it supports terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. That's why in June of 2018, this House adopted a motion calling on the government to list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code of Canada. The government, including the Prime Minister, voted for that motion. But once it disappeared from the media, the government did nothing. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, in January of 2020, Flight 752 was shot down as it took off from Tehran Airport, killing over 50 Canadians brutally. Subsequent investigations found that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was responsible for the downing of Flight 752, and still, the government of Canada did nothing. And now, Mahsa Amini has been brutally tortured and murdered by this regime. When will this government take action and list the IRGC as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now it's my turn to celebrate Canada's Latin American community, which I'm very proud to be a part of. The personal journeys that brought members of our community to settle in Canada are all very different, but we all have one thing in common. We now feel at home here. The next few weeks will be an opportunity to discover the Latin American traditions that are around us all year round, to discover them through music, food, and arts. Many of you have perhaps attended a close friend's daughter's quinceañera or celebrated El Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Many of you may be fans of Frida Kahlo, or you may be familiar with Pablo Neruda's poems. I would like to remind you that Latin American heritage also includes the history of ancient civilizations, such as the Aztecs, the Mayas, and the Incas who lived on this continent. The history of indigenous peoples who still live on this continent is also part of Latin American heritage. Let us remember the past to make this part of our heritage visible. We shouldn't forget the colonialist past of our heritage. Beautiful or painful, let us celebrate our heritage in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The accounting firm, M&P, reveals this week that roughly half of Canadians are less than $200 away from being able to pay their bills every month. This means almost bankruptcy for almost half of our population. That's the case after 7 years of inflationary policy from this government. What they're doing today, increasing taxes by tripling the carbon tax on gas and house heating. Will he cancel his plan to triple the tax? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to start with some good news. We have a solution that everyone is unanimous on in this House. It's the inflation tax relief. Yesterday, we unanimously voted in favor of this measure, and I hope that they will be able to vote this week for this necessary payment for Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
MNP reported this week that almost half of Canadians are $200 from insolvency. That means that they're about to default on a debt or other legal payment. They can't afford groceries. 4 and 5 families have had to cut their diets to pay their bills, and 9 in 10 young people without a home say they'll never afford one. The Liberal solution to all this is to raise taxes on paychecks and on energy, including by tripling the carbon tax on gas, heat, and groceries. Will they cancel their plan to triple the tax?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that many Canadians are struggling today with the cost of living, and we do have a Liberal solution. The GST tax credit that will give up to nearly $500 to Canadian families. 11 million households will be supported. And you know what else is good news, Mr. Speaker? That's not just a Liberal solution. That is a solution unanimously supported by all members of this House. I'm looking forward to that measure coming on third reading to the House so we can get that support to Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Problem is, the government wants to tax it all away. In fact, they want to triple the carbon tax on gas, heat, and groceries. This at a time when Vancouver's gas prices hit $2.40 a litre. And we learned today that Ontario will soon have a 10-cent a litre sudden spike in gas prices. This is exactly the wrong time for a tax hike. Will the government cancel its plan to triple the tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken today about one part of our government's solution that now enjoys support from all members of this House, and that is the GST tax credit. And I'd like to take this opportunity to call on all members of this House to support the other two elements of our plan. The $500 payment, one-off payment, to help Canadians struggling to pay their rent. Surely that makes sense to everyone. And supporting Canadian kids to be able to go to the dentist. Who in this House thinks a child under 12 shouldn't go to the dentist just because their parents can't afford it? I hope we'll all support these wise measures.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
1,000 days ago today, the IRGC, a terrorist group, murdered 55 Canadian citizens. Yet, 1,000 days later, it is perfectly legal for that same terrorist organization to raise money, coordinate, plan, and act right here in Canada.
Unbelievable.
Why?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I want to be unequivocally clear that we condemn the downing of PS 752. We stood with those families. We unequivocally condemn the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini, and we stand with her family and with all of the women who are marching for their rights, Mr. Speaker. I want to be clear that Canada will never be a safe haven for any IRGC operative, for anyone who supports terrorists. We have taken tangible, consequential action, and we will continue to deliver consequences so that we can stand up for human rights here and around the world.
That's the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
But Canada is a safe haven for this terrorist group, which killed 55 Canadian citizens by shooting down a civilian aircraft. The government has the legal authority today to list that group as a terrorist entity, banning it from raising money, operating, coordinating, or in other ways existing here in this country. 1,000 days after this murder of our citizens, they have not done so. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would hope that all members are united in standing with the families of PS 752, which is what we did right from the outset by repatriating bodies so that the families could grieve with them, which we did by creating pathways so that families could be reunited here in Canada, which is what we are going to continue to do in calling for consequences, real tangible consequences for those perpetrators of the downing of PS 752. Mr. Speaker, we have listed the IRGC Quds Force. We have ensured that Iran is listed as a state that supports terrorism, and we will deliver more sanctions to stand up for human rights here and around the world.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we need to talk about EI. What the government is doing by abandoning the temporary measures is a disaster for seasonal workers. At the very end of their working season, imagine Ottawa changes the rules of the game and raises the qualification threshold from 420 to 700 hours. This means that workers who are eligible for EI, or were 10 days ago, are now in a vacuum. No job, no benefits. The government may not think this is serious, but for the workers left behind, it is serious. It means no income until next summer. This is very serious. What is the government going to do for these people? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're aware that the EI system is centuries old, and that's why we have taken efforts to build a system that works also to help seasonal workers as well. Even though these temporary measures are ending, benefits will continue to remain available. We're talking about millions to extend the pilot project until 2023. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about a pilot project. That's good for eligible workers. But the problem is that seasonal workers do not qualify. They don't qualify because the government changed the rules by dropping the temporary measures. This means that the federal government is driving them into poverty. This is a threat to our seasonal industries and our regions. Will they put these temporary measures back in place, show some empathy for these seasonal measures until the EI reform is complete? This is what we have to do. The Honourable Minister. Thank you. The government understands that EI benefits must be more fair and better adapted to the needs of Canadian workers who are constantly evolving. We're going to improve the EI system through reform by the end of the year. Thank you.
For Burnaby South.
Nous avons manqué 30 millions.
We lost out on 30 million in revenues because there are tax loopholes. We need more money for health, more investment, but this government wants to protect the profits of the ultra-rich rather than protecting the interests of everyday Canadians. When will this government end the tax loopholes for the ultra-rich? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken a commitment so that everyone pays their fair share. And we have taken measures by increasing permanently the income tax by 1.5% on companies and insurance companies and banks. We have introduced a 15% dividend, and we instaured a luxury tax on yachts and other boats. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
None of that changes the fact that our country has lost $30 billion in revenue because this Liberal government refuses to end tax holes for the super wealthy. Here's the reality. After 7 years of this Liberal government being in power, the effective tax rate for corporations is lower today. That is wrong. When will this government stop defending the profits of the super wealthy, stand up for working people, and put an end to the tax loopholes for the super wealthy?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, of course, there's an expectation that Canadians and Canadian businesses pay their fair share. To that end, just on tax evasion alone, this government has invested over $1 billion to counter that. In addition, we have put forward, in response to the Panama Papers, which I know that the member yelling opposite is quite interested in, there's 900 Canadians that are identified and under observation, 160 audits underway, over 200 have been completed, and that work will continue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, unlike the PM, the Leader of the Opposition puts Canadians first. Since his shining victory, the Conservative leader has been the voice of millions of Canadians asking the government to end unjust inflation. Day after day, he asks the coalition to show compassion for workers and parents by renouncing his plans to raise taxes, which will make life more expensive for everyone. Will the PM take the hand that the Leader of the Opposition has extended and stop the increase in tax? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have to clarify things. The first thing that our government did in 2015 was to lower taxes for most Canadians. And what did the Conservatives do? They voted against those tax decreases. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we'll continue to deliver for Canadians. The Conservatives can say what they want, but we're going to show what we're going to do with action. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. The only promise they keep is to empty the pockets of Canadians. Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment said that Quebec would be spared the decision to triple the carbon tax on Canadians next year. Can the Prime Minister confirm that Quebecers will be fully spared from the carbon tax hike and that no Quebecers will pay more tax or see higher purchasing costs because of this decision? Will the carbon tax cost Quebecers more, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He does not properly understand the carbon price system. In Quebec, they don't have a carbon tax. They have a cap-and-trade system. I know it's a little bit complicated, but I'd be happy to explain this difference to my colleague. My office could also organize a briefing if he wishes to receive one. Thank you.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul. Hill.
Mr. Speaker, 51% of Canadians are struggling to afford food. 51%, that's over half the country. Wow. 7 years of this Liberal government, and that's their record. And yet they had the audacity to sit there, roll their eyes at us as we ask questions about their lack of action on inflation. And now, Mr. Speaker, they're going to raise taxes on Canadians by tripling the carbon tax on groceries, tripling it on home heating, tripling it on gas. Triple, triple, triple. Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot afford this Liberal government any longer. Will the Liberals show some compassion and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In university, I did social sciences, but I did do some math. Calculus 101. It's actually called 103 in Quebec. And 3 times 3 times 3 equals 27, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not sure what they're talking about. Imagine if they had to do a budget for the entire country.
I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. I'm going to have to ask the minister to start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I did social science in university. I did do some math. Calculus, it's 101. It's called 103, and 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, that's 27, Mr. Speaker. They can't even get this right. Imagine trying to do a federal budget for the entire country. Carbon taxing will go up by $15, Mr. Speaker. How they can get to 3 times 3 times 3, I simply don't understand. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, Jay told me that he had to cancel a family trip to see family because of the high cost of gas. Inflation and carbon tax increases are keeping families apart this Thanksgiving. But changing behavior is exactly what the Liberals want. They've said it. They continue to pretend that failed climate change plans are anything but another tax grab. Will the Liberal government cancel their plans to force British Columbia to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure my honourable colleague we're having very cordial and productive conversation with British Columbia about putting a price on pollution. In fact, British Columbia is one of the first jurisdictions in North America to have done this, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue working collaboratively with BC on carbon pricing. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Huron Bruce.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Because of this Liberal government's failed economic policies, the Canadian dream of owning your own home, putting your kids in sports, and taking a modest family vacation is impossible. At a time when Canadians need some help, what do these Liberals do? They triple the carbon tax. Will the Liberals cancel their plans to triple the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating and give hard-working Canadian families some hope?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the good news is we do have a plan, and all of us working together this week are going to be able to give hardworking Canadian families some real hope and some real support. That's because I am very hopeful that this week this House will vote on third reading on Bill C-30. That is the GST rebate. That will give nearly $500 to Canadian families. 11 million households will be helped. That is real hope. That is real support for Canadian families. I'm glad the Conservatives are on board with that. I hope now they'll support the housing payments and dental care.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, a veteran in my riding noticed that GST was being charged on top of the carbon tax on his power bill. This Liberal government plans to triple the carbon tax. Guess what? This will also triple the GST.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member. If I can interrupt just for a second, we've got some translation problems. Ça fonctionne?
Does the interpretation work?
Order. Interpretation has started, so I'll let the Honourable Member start right from the top again, please.
Mr. Speaker, a veteran in my riding noticed that GST was being charged on top of the carbon tax on his power bill. This Liberal government plans to triple the carbon tax. Guess what? This will also triple the GST on a basic necessity. Life is getting too expensive for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when will this government scrap their plans to triple the carbon tax and axe the tax on the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Employment. Order. Listen to your whip. Thank you. She's wonderful. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, we are facing very difficult times. The member references a veteran who I have no doubt is experiencing the global phenomenon that we're all dealing with. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a sporting event. This is not an opportunity to yell and scream and hoot and holler. It's an opportunity to help people who are in need. I absolutely want to take those questions, Mr. Speaker.
I missed half of it. The Government House Leader from the top, please.
It was such a good answer. I want to hear it again.
Mr. Speaker, we're ready to hear from real questions. We're ready to give real answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, every time we question the federal government's inaction on Roxham Road, the government says it's negotiating with the Americans to modernize the Safe Third Country Agreement. It's been saying that for 5 years. The federal government even boasted about it in its 2019 election platform. We have the right to ask how the negotiations are going. Can the government give us the dates of its meeting with Washington on the Safe Third Country Agreement, and will it reveal its minutes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The closure of Roxham Road and the suspension of this agreement is not a solution. It doesn't stop the problem. As the member across knows full well, we have the longest militarized border in the world with the U.S. Roxham Road does seek ID from asylum seekers at this border and prevents. What we're going to do is to modernize this agreement, and that's what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. So Roxham Road is normal for them? Well, they just had to say so. Do you feel that the negotiations are progressing, Mr. Speaker? I don't think so. The Safe Third Country Agreement is 7 pages, not a free trade agreement. They've been telling us for 5 years that they're in talks, but what we're seeing is that they're making Roxham Road permanent. They're even going to inaugurate new facilities on November 1st. Can the minister give us any concrete proof of these discussions, or should we rely on this government's actions and conclude that there are no negotiations? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, there are negotiations underway, but I would ask the Bloc Québécois to lower the tone a bit. Don't do petty politics on the backs of men and women and children who more than often are in very difficult situations, whether it's there or elsewhere. Because when we talk about immigration, we're talking about men and women and children who are trying to improve their conditions of life, and I would ask the Bloc to be careful about what they say. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, every time we ask the government for the contracts it refuses to disclose for Roxham Road, it says that transparency is of paramount importance. It's Orwellian in reasoning, refusing to reveal contracts for the sake of transparency. We're not far from being told that war is peace. I am blinded by so much transparency, Mr. Speaker. Seriously, hiding public contracts is not transparency, it's opacity. Can the government stick to transparency and just reveal who they have entrusted with taxpayer money at Roxham Road? I think people have the right to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. As it is not our practice to reveal confidential information, we do not want to violate the agreement we have with our suppliers. We are going to continue to work with ministers and organizations to meet their needs through fair contracts and open ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been dealing with a lot of gaslighting from the other side of the chamber when it comes to EI tax hikes. And it's refreshing that the finance minister has finally admitted when she said, open quote, doubling the GST for 6 months is around $2.5 billion and the proposed EI freeze is around $2.5 billion, end quote. Given that she's finally admitting that EI is a tax, will she commit today to this government to stopping the planned tax hike on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. EI premiums are lower today than when the opposition leader oversaw them. In fact, they're the lowest they have been in decades. Mr. Speaker, come next January, the premium rate will be 25 cents lower than in 2015 under the opposition leader. On this side of the House, we believe in supporting Canadian workers and jobs.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Only Liberals would believe those lines. The Canadian families I'm hearing with are just hanging on by a thread. 4 out of 5 Canadians have changed their diet because of this Liberal government. Canadians can't afford any more Liberal tax grabs on Canadian paychecks. When will the minister stop printing money, stop the wasteful government spending that is fueling inflation, and stop the tripling of the taxes on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Idea, we can support dental care for kids with disabilities.
Absolutely.
Here's another idea, we can pass C-22 and lift hundreds of thousands of persons with disabilities out of poverty.
Absolutely.
Those are two really big concrete things that we can deliver together for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, Germany, UK, France, Sweden, Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, Ireland, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and more have all cut fuel taxes or duties to help households deal with rising inflation. Instead of lowering taxes like our peers, this government wants to make energy more expensive. This Liberal government must know something the rest of the world doesn't. What it won't admit is that the carbon tax is inflationary because it gets passed through to everything. So will this government cancel its plans to hike taxes and finally give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a riddle for you. What does the following list of state and countries have in common? Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Korea, Norway, Mexico, South Africa, Sweden, the UK, states like Quebec, BC, countries like China, and Alberta, Mr. Speaker, they all have a price on carbon. Alberta, in fact, has a price on carbon since 2004, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be almost 20 years. That's what's happening in Canada and around the world, Mr. Speaker. We're fighting climate change and we're helping Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister downplays a 9% increase in the employment insurance tax. She says it's just no big deal, even though the Liberals collect billions more in EI premiums than they pay out to workers, just when inflation is at 40-year highs, and gas is $2.40 a litre in Vancouver. Hardworking Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. Do they just not care, or are they just incompetent? Will this Liberal government cancel their plan to raise taxes on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister, or Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what hardworking Canadians need is the security of knowing that when they retire, their pension will be there. Right. What hardworking Canadians need is the security of knowing that our EI system is going to be there when someone loses their job. And that's why our government is standing by the Canada Pension Plan. Okay. We are standing by EI. And we know it would be the height of irresponsibility today, at a time of real global economic uncertainty, to slash and starve these essential programs Canadians need.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
national inquiry and progress on ending violence against Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people has been painfully slow. Yesterday, advocates and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls raised serious concerns about how police have handled their cases. This includes inadequate communication. In fact, 11 of the 231 calls for justice from the inquiry relate to policing, but families keep reporting the same issues. When will this government act to implement the calls for justice on policing so families can finally have justice?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, coming off of the weekend where we marked the second National Truth and Reconciliation Day, I want to assure my colleague and all members in this House that we are united in taking concrete steps towards the path of reconciliation as it relates to public safety. We're accelerating the rollout of our First Nations and Indigenous policing program, where we've allocated nearly $1 billion. Very recently, we issued a joint statement with Alberta to bring back the Siksika Police Service. That is a concrete step towards reconciliation, and there's far more to do when it comes to providing culturally sensitive training, when it comes to empowering Indigenous communities to protect the members that live within those communities. This government will walk that path with Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Okaktitiye, colonial laws and policies remain deep-rooted. Death by suicide in Nunavut is 10 times higher than the rest of Canada. I have asked repeatedly this government to invest in Nunavut and Indigenous communities so they can thrive. But the government is still failing to deliver the mental health supports needed. Monday is International Mental Health Day, and Indigenous communities are watching. Okaktitiyi, will the government deliver by Indigenous for Indigenous mental health services?
The Honourable Minister for Northern Development.
Honourable, I thank the member for that very important question, and she's absolutely right. Losing one member to suicide is one too many. Our government is committed through the actions we are taking to do all things necessary to eradicate the horrible problem. We're working cooperatively with Inuit rights holders, with the government of Nunavut, with territorial governments, with all provinces to certainly eradicate the suicide crisis that is prevalent in the north.
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 1,000 painful days since the Islamic Republic shot down flight PS-752, killing all 176 passengers, including 85 Canadians and permanent residents. Last week, Canada hosted the 41st Assembly of the Civil Aviation Organization in Montreal. Would the Minister of Transport share with members of this House what Canada is doing to hold Iran to account?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy on holding Iran accountable for criminally shooting down flight PS-752. Our government made a solemn commitment to the families of the victims that we will pursue justice and accountability with vigor. Mr. Speaker, we've been utilizing and we will continue to utilize all legal and international mechanisms to achieve that goal. In the process, we are leading the world in advancing reforms to ensure that such tragedies never occur again. At ICAO, Canada is advancing action to implement the Safer Sky Initiative and reform the way tragedies are being investigated. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to the families that we remain focused on honouring their loved ones.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. It will hardly come as a surprise if I tell you the cost of living is so high now, more and more Canadians are living from paycheck to paycheck. Conservatives have put forward some concrete solutions to give people a bit of a break, like cancelling the planned January 1st tax increases and scrapping the carbon tax that this government wants to triple, Mr. Speaker. But the government's not paying attention. A little attention, a little caring. Is that too much to ask for from this government and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has a plan with very concrete solutions. We're doubling the GST tax credit, and the Conservatives now agree. Bravo. But there are still two things, and I would encourage Conservatives to support those two measures. And that is $500 to help low-income Canadians pay their rent, and it's for children and their dental care. That's the other thing. I think all Canadians agree that children should get that care.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
With grocery inflation at 40-year highs, half of Canadian households are struggling just to be able to feed themselves. Food bank shelves are nearly bare. Canadians are beyond just struggling. Most of them, many of them, are hanging on by a thread. And Canadians are tough, but they have a government that continues to punish them just while they're trying to get by. So will these Liberals cancel their plans to triple the taxes on gas, home heating, and groceries?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to read a few excerpts from the last report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer on carbon pricing in Canada, and I quote, "We project most households will see net gain, receiving more in rebates from federal carbon pricing under the government than the total amount they pay in federal fuel charge." And he adds, "For the vast majority of households in the backstop provinces, their rebate exceeds the carbon cost." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is rising for all Canadians. There's an energy and a food security crisis in Europe, and it's coming to Canada. Germany is firing up their coal plants again so they can survive the winter. By tripling the carbon tax, the Prime Minister is tripling the taxes on home heating, gas, and groceries. These tax increases make Canada less competitive, driving investment and good jobs out of our country. Yes. Will the government end their triple tax plan for Canadians?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
$7 billion, Mr. Speaker. This was the cost to Canadians of the forest fire in Fort McMurray. $9 billion, that was the cost to Canadians from the floodings in BC last year. The cost of Fiona will likely be above anything we've seen in Canada. The cost of climate impacts in this country have gone up 400% in the last decades, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are paying the cost for that. What's the answer from the Conservative Party of Canada? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will fight climate change and we will support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
I have a real question, Speaker, and I expect a real answer. In a recent poll, over 80% of Canadians said they are cutting back on spending because of the high cost of living. Over half said they can't keep up with the prices they're paying. Because of the Liberal mismanagement of our economy, people are hanging on by a financial thread. Our seniors are worried they won't be able to survive. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberal government do the right thing and cancel their plans to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from a party opposite whose plan for seniors was to raise the age of retirement to 67. Mr. Speaker, we know Canadians are struggling, and that's precisely why we're doubling the GST credit. That means seniors will receive an extra $233 in their pockets. We also increased the old age security for seniors, Mr. Speaker. That's $800 more for full pensioner, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll continue to have the backs of Canadians and seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Hockey Canada to have a dedicated fund to cover sexual assaults by players is unacceptable. But for them to need a second fund, as we learned yesterday, is downright disgusting. Everyone here agrees on that. The leadership and the board of directors have to resign. There has to be a clean sweep, but we saw today in committee they refuse to budge. Since this summer, it's scandal after scandal every other week. That's enough. We have to get to the bottom of this once and for all. When will the minister finally launch an independent investigation? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the stories we're hearing week after week about Hockey Canada are discouraging, to say the least. We get the feeling that the leadership are more interested in protecting their jobs than addressing the safety of the public, women, and the players. And that is why I suspended funding to Hockey Canada, and that will only be restored following an investigation by the sports investigator. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind you that in June, the House unanimously passed our motion calling for an independent inquiry into Hockey Canada. Over 3 months later, it's the same directors with the same ways of defending sexual assault cases. It's the same toxic culture without so much as a hint of change to come. Hockey Canada doesn't have the trust of the players, especially female players, the trust of parents, or even the trust of this House. We're unanimous on that. So after over 3 months, why is the minister still refusing to launch an independent investigation into Hockey Canada's handling of sexual assault complaints? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleagues here who've done outstanding work on the Heritage Committee. They've asked the right questions of Hockey Canada officials. The problem is that the voting members need to make sure there's a permanent change in leadership and in the culture at Hockey Canada, and that this culture of sexual violence be changed once and for all. Thank you. Thornhill.
It's been 1,000 days since the IRGC terrorists killed 55 Canadians in the plane they shot down. 1,000 days for the families who still haven't been given the justice that they deserve. How is banning a group that has murdered Canadians, that brutalizes its own citizens, that oppresses minorities even a question for this government? How is allowing terrorists associated with this regime come to Canada, raise money, and intimidate Canadians okay? Will the minister have the guts to ban these terrorists today?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. It has been 1,000 days, 1,000 long days for moms and dads and sisters and brothers to deal with the tragedy, the criminal action that happened by the downing of flight PS752. This government has been taking action every day in that regard, and we are incredibly seized with constantly making sure that we listen to the families, we act internationally by international law, and we continue to get justice for the families. We will not stop until justice is done.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
We should have the strongest sanctions, but we don't. In 2018, every member of this Liberal cabinet voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Yesterday, they wouldn't reaffirm their position. What happened in between? The IRGC has blown up a plane, killing 50 Canadians. They have killed thousands of innocent people, including Mahsa Amini. The IRGC terrorists have organized, they have raised money, they have made Canada home. Mr. Speaker, I have one question. When did the government lose its way? When did it happen?
Here. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in action, and we have been taking action for 1,000 days. Canada will never be a sanctuary for any terrorist from any country, including from Iran. Canada will always have a strong sanctions regime. That's why this week we announced 35 more sanctions on people who have committed crimes in Iran. That adds to the already 200 sanctions that were put on. That is why we have continually stood with the people of Iran as we name Iran as a sponsor of state terrorism. That's what it is, and we will continue to act for the people of Iran to ensure human rights.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Wood Mills.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want real action. 4 years ago, this House voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, yet this government chose not to do it. And then in 2020, the IRGC killed 55 Canadians and 30 permanent Canadian residents by shooting down their flight. And still, this government has not banned the IRGC from organizing in Canada and planning and raising money in Canada. When will the Liberals ban the IRGC from operating in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I share my colleague's sentiments, and I want to assure him and every member of Parliament that we are indeed taking concrete action to ensure that no one who would operate within the IRGC would have the capability of doing so in Canada. We're doing that by listing the IRGC Quds Force. We're doing that by sanctioning the members of the Morality Police. We're doing that by listing Iran as a state supporter of terrorism. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered consequences, and we will continue to explore and exhaust all options to hold those accountable and defend human rights here and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In August, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change announced the 10 members of the Environment and Climate Change Youth Council. In my writing, I've already seen that young people have the determination, the teamwork, and the creativity to find bold solutions to today's environmental challenges. Can the Minister tell us about the importance of young people being involved in climate action? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her question and her tireless work on climate change. We will be welcoming the first members of the Youth Council on Thursday in Ottawa to find out what young people think and people who are passionate about the urgent need for climate action and finding solutions in their communities. Their competence and experience are an invaluable contribution and will help us create a better environment and a better future for all. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, where's the Prime Minister? The last time I saw him, he was on a video bungee jumping. Meanwhile, women, men, and children are being killed by Iran's Revolutionary Guard. And here the Prime Minister is allowing this same terrorist organization to continue to organize, plan, and fundraise right here in Canada. When will the Prime Minister have the guts to stop the IRGC from operating in Canada? I'd like to remind members that when you're asking or answering a question, you do not have the right to ask where someone is, to talk about whether they're here or not, because they may be all over the country working. Order. A bit of respect for people who aren't here, but who are working outside the House, because all members have the right to work from somewhere else. So when they're not physically here, we do not call attention to that fact. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm going to rather humbly suggest that we pack the rhetoric for a moment aside. One thing I heard very clearly from the families of victims of 752 was that we not make this a partisan issue. That is what they said out there today. That is what they're asking every day. They're asking for us to work constructively and creatively together. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet with family members, with the Prime Minister, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with the Minister of Transport, with the High Commissioner from London, and we will continue to work every day for those families because we care about them.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
One thing the families have made very clear is that they want the IRGC. Come on.
Liberal heckling. From the top, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, one thing the families have made very clear is that they want to see the IRGC listed as a terrorist organization so that they no longer can operate here in Canada. Now, this could cease to be a partisan issue as soon as the government comes along with us and does the right thing by listing them. The fact is, families of the victims have been harassed by the IRGC even here on Canadian soil when they've spoken out. No family deserves to see their relatives murdered and receive harassment by foreign governments here on Canadian soil. So when will the government defend our sovereignty, stand with Canadians of all backgrounds, and shut down IRGC operations here in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past June, I went to Northern Secondary School to the graduation, and I watched about 400 kids graduate from grade 12. One person wasn't there. Her name was Maya Zabai, and she was in grade 10 when she was killed by criminal action that downed a plane, Flight 752. Let's respect Maya's memory for a moment. Let's respect that family for a moment and all the families who lost their loved ones. We will continue to work with them as we do every measure, as we continue to impose sanctions, as we continue to list the appropriate bodies, as we make a real difference to get this work done.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't doubt the member's sincerity, but you know how you honor the victims? By punishing the perpetrator. It's very simple. That member, the Prime Minister, the entire Cabinet voted for my motion to list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Now, in 2012, Conservatives listed the Quds Force and listed Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism. But since taking power, this Liberal government has done absolutely nothing. One of their own members acknowledged on CBC yesterday that the IRGC is still operating in Canada and called the government's actions too little too late. When will they end the inaction and shut down the IRGC in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, I'm grateful my colleague has set aside partisanship for a moment to honor the memories of Mahsa Amini, to set aside partisanship to honor the memories of those loved ones who were lost in the downing of PS752. We need to work together to continue to deliver consequences for those who are responsible for transgressions of human rights, for those who are suppressing the rights of women and other vulnerable groups. We stand with them. We know they are marching. We know they are speaking with their voices. And this is a moment for us to do the work that is necessary to hold those accountable so that we can stand up for human rights here and around the world, and we will do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
The Philippines is among Canada's most vital trading partners in the Indo-Pacific region. We share strong people-to-people ties with the Philippines and have roughly 1 million Canadians from the Filipino diaspora who currently call Canada home. Could the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development inform the members of this House about Canada's recent investments and the success of our recent trip to the Philippines?
The Minister for International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Mississauga Streetsville for her question and indeed for her strong advocacy for the Filipino-Canadian community. I had a very productive trip to the Philippines, and we are seeing people-to-people ties and the trade and investment opportunities being created in both countries. I had the opportunity to see Canadian infrastructure and construction giant in WSP in the Manila Skyway that is built there. I visited Jollibee that now has 24 locations here in Canada with plans to expand. I met with terrific women entrepreneurs. And finally, just clean tech companies that are pitching to climate investors in
the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Liberals' 1% vacancy tax doesn't come close to adequately addressing the financialization of housing. It lets corporate landlords off the hook who profit from rental evicting tenants and jacking up rent. Financial firms now hold up to 30% of Canada's rental housing stock. They don't care about families. Their goal is to line their own pockets. Yet the Liberals continue to finance them, knowing that they are a key driver of the housing affordability crisis. Will the Liberals stop financing these corporate landlords that are keeping families from having a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for her important question on financialization. In addition to the 1% tax, we've introduced a 2-year ban on foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate. But we're not stopping there. We've also launched a review of the tax treatment of real estate investment trusts, and through Budget 2022, we've launched a federal review of housing as an asset class. We're committed to making housing more affordable by doing our part, Mr. Speaker, to tackle the financialization of the housing sector. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Right now, heroic women and men are risking their lives fighting for their rights and freedoms, demanding justice for Mahsa Jina Amini and for the victims of Flight PS752. The government must use the Magnitsky Act to punish every guilty member of the murderous IRGC. The violence and intimidation in Canada must stop, and Canada must support bids for justice at the ICAO and ICC. It's been 1,000 days, Mr. Speaker. We need justice, we need action, and we need it now. When will this government stop with the half-symbolic measures and support the Iranian people?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. I think it's an important question, and it is a sincere question. And I share with her the frustration. I share with her the anger and the impatience of victims of Flight 752. And I also share with her the expression of courage and tenacity of the women who are bravely on the streets and in the universities of Iran today. We will continue to work with her party, and with anyone else in this House who would like to find the best and most important ways, the most effective ways of sanctioning individuals to show that there should be no impunity for any violation of human rights in Iran or anywhere in the world. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. I understand there's a rappel au règlement, l'honorable député d'Outremont.
A point of order, the honourable member for Outremont. There has been consultation amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent with regard to the following motion, which I will read in English.
Strongly condemn the killing of Gina Mahsa Amini at the hands of the so-called Iranian morality police, a direct consequence of the systemic and sustained harassment and repression of women by the Iranian government. That the House reiterates its support for women's rights as human rights. That the House salutes the courage of Iranian women and men protesting in over 100 cities across Iran, and stand in solidarity with all those demonstrating against the Iranian regime's appalling practices. That the House calls on the Iranian authorities to immediately cease its use of deadly force against peaceful protesters and refrain from committing further acts of violence against its own population. That the House reiterates its support of Canadian sanctions against Iran, and today, 1,000 days since Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 was shot down by the Iranian regime, the House stand united in solidarity with the families of the victims.
Okay, I think that's allowed a clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I was just trying to follow the language on mine, and there was one line that may have been missed, and the government, House call on the government to immediately list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity under the criminal code. Did the member mean to read that part of the motion? Hear, hear.
I want to remind the honourable members that the generosity of the Speaker is there, but not to take advantage of it. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has already heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. We have a point of order on. I guess the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if there would be unanimous consent of the House for the following motion. That the House call on the government to immediately list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, as a terrorist entity.
I believe with unanimous consent, we try to have consultation beforehand. I think I was pretty clear about that, and so was the Deputy Speaker. And consulting with everyone so that when we get here, we've already spoken about it, we know what's going on, and we go from there. So that's where the unanimous consent. The Honourable Opposition Leader, or Leader of the Opposition.
Consultation with all parties, and the member was simply moving a motion in search of unanimous consent, as is his right, and I ask that you honour his right.
I think it was clear that he didn't have unanimous consent, but thank you for bringing that up. Point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent that was given earlier, Mr. Speaker, for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order special order, or usual practice of the House. A, the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion.
I'm afraid I'm hearing no unanimous consent already, and I'm going to leave it from there. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I believe if you check this side of the House, we weren't withholding unanimous consent. We weren't saying boo. We were saying boo Aaron's. Please allow him to.
Clear from all I just want to make it clear what the rules are. That if one person says, no, we don't have unanimous consent, and I was hearing very clearly that we didn't. So I'm going to take that as a retraction. If the honourable member who disagreed wants to say no, I'll let that person say it again. In the meantime, we'll let the honourable member for Winnipeg North on the advice of the Opposition House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I'm asking for is the unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, A, the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion number 8 to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Health be resumed today at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment and at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division be deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, October 5, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, and B, the remainder of the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on motion number 11 to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be deemed to have taken place and the motion be deemed agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. No other. Very good. It being 3:20 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, la Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par appel nominal différé sur la motion d'adoption du 4e rapport du Comité permanent des affaires étrangères et du développement international. Call in the members. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Chong, moved that the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, presented on Monday, September 26, 2022, be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period has been activated, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Serry.
Mr. Serry.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Brussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Sargascados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Miss Zerowicz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hepner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Carabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Findlay.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lou.
Mr. Block.
Mr. Block. Brock.
Correction, Mr. Brock. Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Falk. Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Miss Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Diab.
Oui.
Ms. Diab, pour.
Mr. Collins.
Yes. Mr. Collins, pour.
He can vote, though. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 321, 321. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. If I can have your attention, please. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. Thank you. Okay. I'm now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on September 28th, 2022 by the member for Perth Wellington concerning an allegation of intimidation of a committee witness. The member for Perth Wellington informed the chair of a situation that he finds troubling. Following a witness's appearance before a Senate committee, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage submitted an inquiry request to the Commissioner of Lobbying regarding the witness's activities. The witness had also appeared before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in March and May of this year. According to the member, the parliamentary secretary's conduct constitutes an attempt to intimidate the witness, an act which could be considered a contempt of the House. While the member acknowledged that this matter relates to the work of the other place, he argued that the House of Commons should be able to take up the issue because the alleged act was committed by a member and only the House can exercise disciplinary authority over its members. Comme le souligne le député de Perth.
As the member for Perth Wellington has noted, this question for privilege comes from deliberations from a Senate committee. I'm here to protect the rights and privilege of members of the House of Commons and the House of Commons itself, as mentioned in the Use of Procedures of the House of Commons, 3rd edition, at page 317, and I quote, "The Chair is the guardian of the rights and privileges of the House of Commons."
Or the chair cannot exercise its authority, protect the rights and privileges of other House of Parliament. The chair will not review or rule on the House's business. Cela étant dit,
that being said, the chair has reviewed the facts submitted that are within its purview. It is not immediately apparent that the conduct in question was intended as an attempt to intimidate the witness or an act of reprisal for his appearances before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. The House would also remind members of the importance of choosing their words carefully when discussing the conduct of other members.
Opinion of the chair, this matter does not warrant priority consideration over all other House business. I therefore consider this matter closed. I thank the members for their attention. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that given the vote, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes.
Orders of the day.
Under Gouvernement, resume consideration at third reading of Bill C-30, the Cost of Living Relief Act number 1.
The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I used to serve as a volunteer firefighter in my community. However, you don't need to be a firefighter to know that you can't put out a fire by pouring more gas on it. And that's exactly what the Liberals have done. They've created the worst cost of living crisis by overspending the hard-earned tax dollars of Canadians, causing a rapid increase in inflation. And with inflation at a staggering 7%, and economists warning about an impending economic recession, the Liberals continue to spend and spend and spend. Now, many contend that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And here we are with a government that overspends Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars, which causes inflation, and then they continue to spend while claiming that they're helping. Mr. Speaker, they've lost the plot. As we've learned recently, the Prime Minister enjoys plunging from great heights. I just wish that he didn't enjoy doing the same thing to the Canadian economy. The Prime Minister's determination to plunge the Canadian economy to record lows is mirrored by the enthusiasm that he showed when he recently went bungee jumping in Chelsea. Now, the Prime Minister's recent bungee jumping trip wasn't brave or funny or relatable. It was actually just a metaphor for what he's doing to the Canadian economy, making it do a nosedive. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister laughs and plays around, 23% of Canadians have reported eating less than they should because of rising inflation at the grocery store. And 53% of Canadian households are within $200 or less of financial insolvency. Despite working hard, many Canadians have nothing to show for it, and many more are forced to walk a financial tightrope. Continued spending will only worsen the existing crisis and squeeze even more Canadian families into financial ruin. Simultaneously, spending is racking up our national debt, which has more than doubled to almost $1.2 trillion under this Liberal government. With their spending accounting for more of the spending than all previous governments in Canadian history combined. They've actually put more on the national debt than all other governments in this country's history combined. And that amounts to $32,000 of debt for each and every Canadian. Every hour, that debt increases by over $6 million. And every day it increases by $144 million. And every month we pay $2 billion worth of interest on that debt. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker now, what exactly is this government's plan to pay down that debt that they've created? Someone needs to be the adult in the room here and say that enough is enough. Perpetual spending with no end in sight is a reckless economic policy with dire consequences for this and for many future generations. Now, with this so-called cost of living bill, finally the Liberals are at least admitting that their approach hasn't worked and that Canadians are suffering as a result. Conservatives know that the government continues to collect increased GST revenue because of inflation and high gas prices. And when the Parliamentary Budget Office releases its upcoming report, we'll see just how much they've collected when Canadians are being forced to choose between food and fuel. At a time when so many Canadians are struggling with high prices, this Liberal government shouldn't be profiteering off of the crisis, especially because gas is so critical to our increasingly vulnerable supply chains, our farmers, and our job-creating industries. And that's why in March, Conservatives put forward a motion to suspend the government's collection of GST on fuel. I was disheartened that not a single Liberal or NDP member voted in favor of this much-needed relief. But at least they're coming around a little bit now. However, the proposal in this bill is too little, too late for the Canadians who need it the most. And it's certainly a poor substitute for Conservative tax relief proposals. First of all, what's included in this bill is only a temporary measure that lasts for only 6 months. And I'm certainly not naive enough to believe that this Liberal government is going to be able to clean up the inflation crisis that they've created and have things back to normal in that 6 months. This bill also only applies to individuals who make over $49,200 and families with children who have a household income of under $58,500. Now, believe me, Madam Speaker, there are individuals who make over $49,200 who are certainly struggling. And there are even more families with children that make over $58,000 who are also struggling. And more than 70% of families with children won't be eligible for this support. And even for those that do, this measure certainly falls short. For a qualifying family of 4, this measure will only work out to about $77 a month. And that's not even $20 per family member. It's certainly not enough to displace the cost of inflation. Now, in the past few weeks, Conservatives have come together and we've continued to put forward realistic, responsible proposals that will help to fix the cost of living crisis. Because Conservatives know that one of the biggest financial burdens facing Canadians right now is the unpredictable and ever-increasing price of gas, due in part to the existing Liberal carbon tax. For many Canadians, especially rural Canadians and business owners, owning and operating a gas-powered vehicle is not a choice. It's an absolute necessity. And yet this out-of-touch government continues to impose a punitive tax on them intended to make them financially suffer. And that's what it's intended to do, to make them financially suffer for what Liberals consider an immoral choice, to drive a truck or to drive a car. So when the Conservatives learned that the government is planning to go ahead with its plan to triple the carbon tax on Canadians in the middle of this affordability crisis, we fought back. Last week in the House of Commons, we put forward a motion calling on the Liberals to have some compassion for Canadians who are struggling and to cancel their plan to triple the carbon tax. Sadly, not a single member of the Liberal caucus joined us on that motion. Similarly, Conservatives put forward a motion asking the Liberal government to commit to no new taxes on gas, on groceries, home heating, and on paychecks. Given that our country's in an economic crisis and people are already struggling as it is, you'd think that would be a pretty easy motion to support. I don't think it was a very big ask at all, Madam Speaker. We were only asking the government not to increase taxes on the necessities that Canadians need to keep alive, to keep warm, and to keep fed. But the Liberals voted against our motion. So what message are they sending to Canadians? Are they planning even more tax hikes? Do they really believe that now, of all times, is a good time to raise taxes on Canadians even further? Our party has made it clear a Conservative government would fight inflation, fix the cost of living crisis, and pay down the national debt by adhering to a responsible pay-as-you-go system. Under this system, our government would find $1 in savings for taxpayers for every government dollar spent, returning Canada to fiscal responsibility. A Conservative government would reflect on the financial values that Canadians practice in their everyday lives by budgeting responsibly and by ensuring that we're spending wisely. finding savings wherever possible. I mean, I don't think it's too much to ask that the governments conduct themselves in the same way that we expect all Canadians to conduct themselves. Canadians, when there's tough times, yeah, sometimes there's a need to put a little bit of money on your credit card. Maybe the roof, the roof springs a leak right when you've just lost a job, and you might have to just take a little debt just to cover that. But what's the first thing you do when you get back into employment? You're going to try to pay down that debt. That's always the first thing that any Canadian would do, is try to pay down the debt. And then they undertake whatever other spending they might think is necessary for their household. But you're going to try to pay down that debt. And you're going to try to make the prudent choices. And I don't think it's too much to ask that governments do the same thing. That money comes from somewhere, Madam Speaker. And where does that money come from? It comes from Canadians. It's their hard-earned tax dollars. It's money that the Canadians have worked hard to earn, to help to make sure that they meet the needs of themselves and their families. And so every dollar that the government takes from those Canadian families, it needs to be done with the mindset in government that you're only taking what's absolutely needed to make the core services that government provides, and to make sure that you're spending that money appropriately and wisely, because you're taking away the opportunity for a Canadian to make choices for themselves and their own money. So all we would expect is that government would do the same.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, in listening to the members' comments, I think it's important that we recognize that what we're debating is Bill C-30, a bill that's going to give 11 million people in Canada a break with respect to the GST, more money in their pockets. And listening to the member and recognizing that every member of the House of Commons today is actually supporting Bill C-30. We could send a very strong and powerful message to Canadians and pass this legislation through. The very speech that the member gave could be given on Bill C-31. Bill C-31 is a bill in which the Conservatives actually oppose, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member could indicate from his perspective, if you see a bill that you like and you want to help Canadians, pass it through, and let's have more of a debate on C-31 so we can find out what the differences are between the two governing party and the opposition parties. Would you not agree?
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, he wants to know what the difference is between the Liberals and the Conservatives. I can tell him that very clearly. Conservatives want to ensure that we take good care of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars, that we make sure that we're putting Canadians first, that we're not making life more difficult for Canadians through the kinds of things that we've seen from this Liberal government. That's the difference between Liberals and Conservatives. And I mean, what we're talking about here, we're talking about a bill that does have support of everyone in the House, but what we're talking about is a Liberal government. I thought I heard it put really well by one of my colleagues earlier today. It's like taxpayers have a loaf of bread, and the government's going to take that loaf of bread from them and give just a few of the crumbs back. That's what that government is doing. They have no compassion and no understanding of what Canadians are dealing with.
Kamata, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to hear my honourable colleagues say that all parties of the House will support this bill, but I was taken aback a little bit by his attempt to make it seem like this amount of money is inconsequential. It's easy for a member of Parliament to stand in this House who makes $185,000 a year minimum to stand up and say $500 doesn't mean much to someone. But actually, my daughter, she's an adult with special needs, and she has friends. They live on $15,000 a year. $500 to someone who's earning $15,000 a year, or $20,000 or $25,000 a year, is incredibly significant. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that. Would you agree with me that giving temporary relief of $500 to people in a time of high inflation who make under $40,000 or $50,000 a year can make a real difference in their lives?
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, I think, first of all, I'll point out, I think the member certainly misunderstood or misconstrued my comments. But, I understand that. He's simply trying to justify the fact that, they and the NDP are trying to prop up, a government that doesn't deserve to be propped up. And he has to try and justify that somehow to his voters. So I get what he's trying to do, and that's his prerogative to do that. But having said that, in terms of the the amount of money we're talking about here, is it going to help people? Sure it will, and that's why we're supporting it. But does it do enough? Does it do enough? No, it certainly doesn't do enough. It certainly doesn't. It won't. It doesn't. There's a lot of Canadians that, as I mentioned in my speech, that won't receive any support from this, and there are far better ways that this could be done, and that's what I was trying to point out in my speech.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan to Milkmaid Nicola.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Banff Airdrie for keeping the focus on Canadians in his speech. First of all, the Liberal member across the way was talking about Bill C-31, not C-30. The Parliamentary Budget Officer will actually be doing an update next week on the costing of that. So I think it's important we all wait and get some of that costing before we have a fair analysis of Bill C-31. But I just wanted to reiterate the point that he made, that the government did not use the summer to do the hard work to find offsetting spending cuts so that they could avoid the criticism of being more inflationary. I'd like him just to reiterate about how important it is that Canadians deserve support, but they also deserve a government that does not fuel inflation, that actually fights it.
Answer from the member from Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, absolutely a great point made by the member. I mean, there's no doubt that this government and the spending that they've undertaken as a government has led to more difficulties, more pain for Canadians as a result of the inflation that we've seen as a result of some of the actions of this government. And I think Canadians do deserve a government that will consider that effect on Canadians and try to find ways where they can, when there needs to be spending of government, find ways to find savings. That's one of the policies that the new leader of the Conservative Party, the new leader of the opposition, has put forward. The idea that for every new dollar spent, you find some savings, because we expect government to be run the same way we expect Canadians to run their households.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I get started, I'll let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. You're welcome. And so I'm pleased to contribute to the debate on this important legislation today. Making life more affordable for Canadians is certainly and always will be a key priority for our government. The pandemic has been tough for everyone, and unfortunately, one of the consequences has been inflation. This worldwide inflation problem has made affordability a real concern for many Canadians, including in my riding of Whitby, and especially the most vulnerable. We understand that there are those that are going through hard times, but this government has real solutions to the cost of living struggles of many Canadians. Overall, the government's affordability plan is delivering targeted, fiscally responsible financial support to the Canadians who need it most, with particular emphasis on addressing the needs of low-income Canadians who are most exposed to inflation. Madam Speaker, the government's affordability plan includes an enhanced Canada Workers benefit that will put up to $2,400 more in the pockets of low-income families. There is also a 10% increase in old age security for seniors over 75, which will provide more than $800 in new support to full pensioners over the first year and increased benefits for more than 3 million seniors. We're also cutting regulated childcare fees in half by the end of this year, and we've doubled the Canada student grant until July 2023, and are waiving interest on Canada student loans through to March 2023 as well. And the main support programs, including the Canada Child Benefit, the GST tax credit, the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement are all indexed to inflation. So those will be increasing as well. And 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, the government tabled two important pieces of legislation in Parliament. The bills represent the latest suite of measures to support Canadians with the rising cost of living without adding to inflation. Bill C-31 would make it so that up to 500,000 children under 12 will be able to see a dentist, and low-income renters would receive a little extra breathing room with a $500 payment to help with the cost of rent. The bill we are discussing today, Madam Speaker, is C-30, which would essentially double the GST tax credit for 6 months. Now, doubling the GST credit would provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families who already receive the tax credit. That includes 9 million single individuals and almost 2 million couples and more than half of all Canadian seniors. Just think about that. Over half of all Canadian seniors are going to be supported by this measure. The GST tax credit is indexed to inflation on an annual basis, and on the July 2022 to June 2023 benefit year, the value of the GST credit grew by 2.4%. However, because these increases are based on the inflation rate from the prior year, the sharp rise in inflation in 2022 is not yet reflected in the GST credit payments that Canadians are currently receiving. So this is why the extra top-up is the right thing to do at this particular time, because Canadians aren't going to get the benefit from an increased GST tax credit payment until the following year. So it's a good thing that we're topping it up. Single Canadians with children would receive up to an extra $234, and seniors would receive an extra $225 on average. Madam Speaker, here's another example of how it would work. A single mother with one child and $30,000 in net income will receive $386.50 for the July through December 2022 period, and another payment of the same amount for the January through June 2023 period under the current GST credit. With the temporary doubling of the GST credit, it amounts to, for 6 months, she would receive an additional $386.50. In total, she would be receiving about $1,160 through this benefit year from the GST tax credit. Now, for a couple with 2 children and $35,000 in net income, they will be receiving $467 for the July through December 2022 period, and another $467 for the January through June 2023 period under the current GST credit. With the temporary doubling of the GST credit amounts for 6 months, this family would receive an additional $467. That's in total, they would receive or be receiving $1,401 this benefit year through the GST credit. So the proposed extra GST credit amounts would be paid to all current recipients through the existing GST credit system as a one-time lump sum payment before the end of the year, pending, of course, the adoption of this legislation. So this highlights the importance of getting this done as quickly as possible, as we all can agree that Canadians are feeling the pressures of inflation and the cost of living increases. Importantly, recipients would not need to apply for an additional payment, but should file or make sure to file their 2021 tax return if they have not done so already, to be able to receive the current credit and the additional payment. Madam Speaker, Bill C-30 and the other important measures I mentioned would deliver targeted support to the Canadians who need it most, without adding unnecessary fuel to the fire and allow inflation to become entrenched. Obviously, that's a major real concern, and we don't want inflation to become entrenched. That's something that would in fact be counterproductive and actually make life more expensive for everyone for years to come. But we cannot compensate every single Canadian for rising costs driven by global events. To do so would make inflation worse. Bill C-30 is about balancing fiscal responsibility with compassion. This support is the right thing to do at the right time. Even as we deal with the very real challenges that the global economy is facing right now, it is important for us to take real comfort in the reality that Canada has a very strong economic foundation as we face these global challenges. Canada has the lowest deficit this year in the G7. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Canada's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed this year by Moody's, by S&P, and by DBRS. And the International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development predict that Canada's recovery will in fact be the second fastest in the G7 this year and next. I think that's a pretty good track record. Madam Speaker, the government's affordability plan is already putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians who need it most. We will continue to provide timely support where it is needed most, all while maintaining fiscal discipline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, clearly, we're happy to see this GST tax credit. We've been asking for this for several months, and my constituents who cannot make ends meet, they go to the grocery store every week, they pay their rent every month, they fill up their cars regularly, and yet why has the government not yet thought of returning the GST checks every month to help people so they can get the money quickly when they actually need it?
Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I think, the member opposite mentioned, just as constituents in my riding have shared with me, concerns about the cost of living, which are very real for Canadian families. And our government has put forward a whole suite of measures. So there's a 50% reduction in childcare fees, which is thousands of dollars per year to Canadian families with children, dental care for children under 12, rental assistance payments, financial assistance for those with disabilities, which hopefully will be passed through this House shortly, 10% increase for seniors over 75 for OAS. We've doubled the Canada Student Grants, waived interest on Canada student loans. CCB payments are going up, and the price on pollution has moved to direct quarterly payments. What more can we...
Allow for other questions, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to quickly raise that students will actually be paying higher interest rates under this government. That's something that has recently been revealed, and maybe the member might want to consider a caucus talking about that. But he talked about fiscal discipline. And look, Conservatives are supporting this bill because it has targeted tax relief to help Canadians who are struggling right now. But will the member recognize that right now, the average family of four may receive $467, but they are going to be paying over $1,200 just in groceries alone. Now, the Bank of Canada governor has written to the Finance Committee and has said that the carbon tax is an inflationary tax, and that their plan to triple the carbon tax over the next few years is going to hit them the hardest, paying more for groceries, gas, and heat. Does the member recognize that fiscal discipline means recognizing when people are at a breaking point?
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for his question. I really am at a loss for words with the repeating incessantly of triple so many times in this House. It reminds me of Tim Hortons drive-through. Maybe the Conservatives should stop. I mean, their caffeine-induced rage farming over the climate plan that we have and the price on pollution, and rather focus on what Canadians really need, which is information and solutions. To me, when I look at the price on pollution, it's moved to direct quarterly payments. Families in my riding are getting $745 this year direct from the federal government. If you look at the whole package of supports, it's well beyond what families are paying extra at the grocery store or at the pump.
On a le temps pour une brève question. We have time for the honourable member for l'honorable député de Brandon-Souris.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Maybe I've got it wrong. Souris Moose Mountain, yeah. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member. It's interesting. I hear from the Liberals all the time. They like to put out all sorts of numbers, and they put them out so much that people who are watching can hear all these big numbers of $1,000 we're going to get back, when in reality it's a much smaller number. And they inflate that number just like they inflate inflation, and just like they inflate the taxes that are on these people. And unfortunately, taxes are going up, inflation is going up, and seniors, and I expect in his riding, are going to turn around who've taken retirement, are now saying, and especially in my riding, are saying, I'm going to have to go back to work because I can't afford the cost of living anymore because of the increased cost. And so it's one thing to help out, and it's nice to see that, but bottomly, ending the taxes will help these people much faster.
Brief answer from the member for Whitby.
Well, my apologies to the member opposite if he doesn't like the numbers that the Liberal Party puts out, but they are factual and based in reality. And based on the many measures that we've put out there, Canadian families are getting a whole package of, I think, supports at their time, their time of need. And, you know, everything from the Canada Child Benefit to reduction in child care fees to direct quarterly payments of the price on pollution and the GST tax credit. When you put all those together, there's hundreds and even thousands of dollars that Canadian families are getting benefit from. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the honourable member for Whitby, both for his speech and also for sharing his time with me. I'm honoured to stand here on the traditional territory unceded of the Algonquin Nation and St. Miigwech. It has been a somewhat frustrating debate, as many speakers have noted. There is unanimous support in this place for Bill C-30, and yet there are things about which we want to debate. For my part, I'd just like to say that why do I support Bill C-30? Well, Canadians need help. Raising and doubling GST and the GST rebate, that is, the rebate that will go to lowest income Canadians, will amount to $2.5 billion in total, and it will reach, in small amounts, 11 million Canadians. That's not something to sneeze at. People want help. And as my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway said moments ago, $500 is not a small amount of money when you're really up against it. It will make a difference. That's why I will vote for this. And we also have Bill C-31 that will provide a one-time only to low-income rental, $500 to help low-income renters, as well as beginning the really important work towards including dental care in our health care system, an idea originally proposed by the Green Party of Canada. So there's nothing not to like in this bill, but there's much to talk about because it doesn't address really large problems like what happens if we go into a recession? What if this inflationary problem isn't solved by what the Bank of Canada has done in raising rates and in the rate hikes, which have been quite dramatic? What if the rate hikes push us into recession, which is a reasonable thing to ask since that has happened many times before. And as a matter of fact, according to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives economist David McDonald, every time over the last 60 years rate hikes have been used to address inflation, recession has occurred. C'est une situation tellement difficile parce que nous avons maintenant...
We're dealing with a new situation, and we have to deal with international crises, the climate crisis, the pandemic crisis, the climate change crisis, and of course the crisis due to the war in Ukraine.
Debate in this place, and for obvious reasons, political parties want short, simple, bumper sticker solutions that convey support for their party by being definitive, by being clear. It reminded me so much, the debate in this place over Bill C-30 or Bill C-31, reminds me of a somewhat famous quote from H.L. Mencken, a great journalist, who wrote, quote, "For every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong." And we see that here so often. I mean, what we hear, and I'll say what the complexities are and how they're not respected in this debate. This is not something where you can say, this is a simple problem. Even inflation in its traditional sense isn't really simple. But this isn't simple inflation. We have many factors. We had thought initially that if we saw inflation in some prices of goods post-COVID, it would be the response to the pent-up spending desires of Canadians who were not able to spend because COVID kept people from enjoying themselves, basically. The same thing happened after the Spanish influenza epidemic in the early part of the 20th century. The roaring 20s were a response to a very dismal period of people being locked down and massive deaths in the millions from Spanish flu. We also were told, well, look, we're going to see some initial inflation, but it will be transitory and short-lived. That seemed to be holding true until February, when Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Now, that led to different costs and real costs rising because of the enormous impact it had immediately on the price of oil. And then climate impacts. Climate impacts are inflationary. It's important for my friends across the way to recognize that climate impacts have increased drought, have increased food prices, have increased the high price of some specific ingredients that make a difference in our shopping carts. All of these things combine to create what we're now experiencing in higher prices. So the response that we get to this is, in terms of the interest rates, we also have a debate in this place about, well, look at how much money the Liberals spent in dealing with COVID. They were just printing money. I would say to my Conservative colleagues, I have no doubt that if Stephen Harper had been Prime Minister through pandemic, he would have done exactly the same things that the current Prime Minister did, because every economy in the G20 followed the same playbook. Every economy in the OECD was taking the same advice. Central bankers were using quantitative easing. That's a term I learned, actually, from the great former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, who used quantitative easing. We were doing exactly what all the other economies around the world were doing, virtually zero interest rates and quantitative easing to create billions and trillions of dollars of money flowing into the global economy to confront the pandemic and to try to save lives. So these were complex issues for sure, but they're simplified. So what I hear from the Conservative benches as we debate C30 is that inflation and the pain we're undergoing, to which C30 provides a Band-Aid. A Band-Aid is good when you're bleeding, by the way, but it's not a long-term solution. Bill C30, in this debate, we've been hearing from the Conservatives that all the pain that Canadians are experiencing is through the failures of the current government. That inflation is the fault of the current government, that global supply chain problems, the fault of the current government. I suppose the war in Ukraine, and by extension, since that's been the proximate cause of the biggest price hikes in terms of energy supply, due to the fault of the current government. Disproportionately in this debate, the Conservative benches want to blame a very small increase, a 2 cents a ton increase in the price of our carbon pricing that affects only some provinces. That's been a major, well, we've heard it. We've heard it more than 3 times, what that impact is, right? It's minuscule in the context of what we're experiencing and the real pain Canadians are feeling. Now, the simplification on the Liberal side is to say, well, just compare us to other countries. We're doing so much better than other countries. For instance, by the way, we talk about our debt to GDP ratio. It's just looking at the U.S. debt to GDP ratio. It's over 100%. So we are doing better than the United States by quite a lot. But if you're a single mother and you're trying to buy groceries, you really don't care that overall Canada's doing better on our debt to GDP ratio. That's not top of mind. You really want to know that somebody's got your back, as the Liberals like to claim they do. So both camps, to varying degrees, have oversimplified the problems we're facing. And in doing so, I think we don't adequately respect the intelligence of thoughtful Canadians who are more than prepared to understand that this is a global problem and that we're not the only country experiencing inflation. In fact, some of the countries that are experiencing inflation much worse than ours have no carbon price, haven't gone through the same policy instruments. This is not a specific problem for which we can blame the Liberals. I will blame the Liberals for many things, but I can't blame them for this inflation. So when we look at what this is, I want to refer my colleagues to a book that I think is prescient and worth looking at. It came out in 2005. It's by James Howard Kunstler, who's a best-selling author, but the book was called The Long Emergency: Surviving Converging Catastrophes of the 21st Century, in which he pointed out that when the price of gas and the price of oil becomes constrained by real events, that's going to mean that we have a real challenge to what we presume to be our right to a certain standard of living, to a certain lifestyle, for lack of a better word. When we look at the real costs of everything, and I'm going to quote here Andrew Nikiforuk writing in the Tyee and referring to the long emergency, quote, since April 2020, the cost of oil has climbed 5-fold. The price of coal, the cheapest of fossil fuels, hit new highs of nearly 150%. These are real costs that really affect prices. So what do we need to do if we're serious? We need not Band-Aid solutions, long-term solutions, anticipating that we may well be in a recession. Let's look at a wealth tax. We need to go back and look at a general wealth tax, but specifically, let's look at a windfall tax on oil and gas profits. Oil and gas profits, due to the war in Ukraine, have posted unbelievable gains. I've come to the end of my time, Madam Speaker. We need to tax back.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her intervention today. She brought up a really interesting point, which is that the Governor of the Bank of Canada had made predictions regarding inflation, and then something else was thrown into the wrench. I don't think it's fair to assume that the Governor should have known that a war in Ukraine was going to break out. But the narrative that always comes from the Conservatives is, well, the Governor of the Bank of Canada said that this was one thing would happen, and another thing happened. He's wrong, therefore he's to blame. Would she agree that given the fact that the Governor couldn't have possibly known that a war in Ukraine would break out, or what the sanctions would be, and hence the impact of it, that he is indeed not to blame for the fact that he may have got that wrong?
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank my colleague from Kingston the Isles. Obviously, no one can blame the Governor of the Bank of Canada for assuming that it was situation normal. It's not situation normal. I remember the previous Governor of the Bank of Canada, Steve Paulos, while testifying to the Finance Committee, when asked, are you worried about the inflationary impact of the government using quantitative easing? He said, I remember, quote unquote, he said, oh, inflation, that's a problem I'd love to have. I'm worried about deflation. So the best and brightest folks, and they are really bright folks, didn't think that inflation was going to be a problem, and if it was, it would be temporary and short-lived. And we saw the price on some things go way up and the price on other things fall. So it isn't conventional inflation, and it never was.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
And I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. Now, Conservatives will always support lower taxes, and that's why we are supporting C30. But my concern is that, with one hand, the government is giving a few $100s back to Canadians, but with the other hand, they're actually taking that money away by increasing payroll taxes, the carbon tax, and by continuing to spend in a way that financial experts are saying is, fueling the inflationary pressures we're seeing. Would the member agree that this temporary Band-Aid is really not going to fix the problem?
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my friend from Sarnia Lambton. We may not agree on exactly what the problem is. I can agree that the temporary Band-Aid isn't going to fix it. But I was just on the point before closing, Madam Speaker, and if I can, the profits that big oil is getting right now, which are off the charts and are really contributing to pain for Canadians, are essentially war profiteering. Their profits are solely due to the war in Ukraine. The Parliamentary Budget Office has said if we increase the tax temporarily on the profits of big oil from 15% to 30%, that would be $8 billion that could be distributed to Canadians who need it most. Let's get in a guaranteed livable income.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a while now, we've been talking a lot about household purchasing power, and its reduction comes from the drastic increase in fossil fuels and other combustibles. In the future, there will be policies to fight against climate change that will increase the price of a number of very polluting goods. I wonder if it's not today a ripe time in this inflationary crisis to think about long-term solutions so that Canadian and Quebec households, and so that households out west as well, become less vulnerable to these changes. Perhaps the current crisis could inspire us to be constructive in the long term. What solutions does the MP for Saanich Gulf Island have to suggest? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you to my colleague. 1,000 thank yous, because we have to think and be ready for the issues of the future, the heat waves and deluges and floods of the future. In my province of British Columbia, there are over 700 people who died last summer because of climate change and heat waves. But we are yet to be ready to fight against catastrophes and disasters, which also harm our economy. We have to eliminate subsidies for fossil fuel industries. We also have to plan for the termination of the production of fossil fuels in Canada with a plan to protect our community and workers. It's a long list. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Member for Calgary-Midnapore. It's a privilege for me to speak today to Bill C-30 and to be able to enlighten this Parliament and Canadians on the real issues behind this apparently noble and generous bill. As you know, Madam Speaker, we cannot always predict life setbacks, but we can prevent them with strong leadership, discernment, and common sense. Unfortunately, we are experiencing the pernicious effects of Liberal governance that has depleted our economies long before the pandemic. This is easy to understand, Madam Speaker. All the economic challenges we face at the moment are the consequences of an irresponsible and wasteful government in place since 2015. Indeed, we are caught in a spiral where the cost of living is rising, and the cost of this Liberal government so far has significantly increased the cost of living. We call this phenomenon just inflation. We are living, as it were, in an unprecedented economic scandal. Madam Speaker, for our economy and our future, just inflation is a real scandal. Once again, the Liberal government is putting itself in the shadows by giving a cheque to some Canadians. But the truth is that this money has been taken out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians who are working very hard and who are overtaxed, who are paying too much tax, just like a country gone communist. If this is not a real scandal, I wonder what is, Madam Speaker. It's a great deception, Madam Speaker. When Liberals give you money, beware. I've heard long chapters from my fellow Canadians about the child benefit checks and general checks received in the past with the same kind of noble intentions in disguise. I've also heard about those who have received nothing, Madam Speaker. That is, our seniors. The one-time assistance proposed in Bill C-30 is much-needed relief for families. It amounts to $467, but once again, it leaves some people out. The childless earning more than $49,200 and a family of four earning more than $58,500 for a couple with 2 children will not receive a single cent. Madam Speaker, more than ever we know that money does not grow on trees. Only the Liberals, with their inflationary policies, still don't know that. The government's coffers are empty, we are living on borrowed money, and we are tightening our belts to the very last hole. We warned the Prime Minister during his crazy years of reckless spending, and we are suffering the results today. The wallets of thousands of Canadians are also empty. We are living on credit, and filling our pantry has become our headache for many families who are struggling to make ends meet. This, even with an income that was considered sufficient before the Liberals came to power. There is no hiding it anymore. The average family of 4 now has to spend at least an extra $1,200 each year just to put food on the table. Not to mention the triple increase in heating, gas, and food costs. Allow me to give you a few examples, Madam Speaker, and you'll get the idea. The price of groceries has increased by 10.8%. We are talking about the fastest price increase in 40 years. The price of fish has risen by 10.4%. The price of butter has risen by 16.9%. The price of eggs has increased by 10.9%. Margarine, 37.5%. Bread, 17.6%. Dry and fresh pasta, 32.4%. Fruit, 13.2%. Oranges, 18.5%. Apples, 11.8%. Coffee, 14.2%. Soup, 19.6%. Lettuce, 12.4%. And potatoes, 10.9%, Madam Speaker. Now, let's talk about our companies, Madam Speaker. They are our regional flagships, our pride at home and abroad. But now, they too have a headache. A Liberal headache. Because the coffers are empty for many. Not only are they suffering from rising material costs and labour shortages, but more than ever, they are suffering from the inflationary measures of the Liberal government. Madam Speaker, even small business bankruptcies are on the rise. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors, and 62% of small businesses still have pandemic-related debt. Now, I might mention, Madam Speaker, in passing, that it is not the Liberals' friends' factories that make marijuana, but that's another debate. The Liberals have created a risky environment for small businesses. They can no longer afford to do business with tax hikes that Liberals are about to introduce, the rising cost of debt and skyrocketing inflation. If the Liberals were to be serious about survival and the recovery and growth of small business in Canada, then they would immediately reverse every single tax increase that have an impact on small businesses. Now I would like to talk to you about something that I found completely aberrant, Madam Speaker, the carbon tax increase. If the Liberal government really wanted to make life more affordable for workers, families and seniors, it would immediately cancel the carbon tax increase. These tax hikes are coming at the worst possible time for Canadian families, those who are struggling with the rising cost of living due to inflation caused by the choices of our Prime Minister. Instead of freezing taxes, the Prime Minister is raising them on people who are struggling to make ends meet. As you can see, Madam Speaker, life is harder, more complex, and the government machine is slowing down. We are swimming against the tide, or in despair because of the Liberals. The problems are endless. Passports, temporary foreign workers, immigration, those waiting for their citizenship, balancing the budget, the deficit, and what about our justice system? Or the Liberal legacy of leaving our youth with the legalization of soft and hard drugs. But it gets even worse with organised crime now infiltrating the legal production of marijuana, according to an article published in La Presse. Imagine, Madam Speaker, an industrial medical marijuana motel with 36 personal licenses, 18,000 shoots in one place. If that's not organised, well, Madam Speaker. In closing, although we can no longer dream of a return to a balanced budget for our children and grandchildren, we can, however, see the light at the end of the tunnel with the recent election of our new Conservative leader, the future Prime Minister of Canada. We promise you leadership and a strong opposition to the NDP Liberal coalition. In the weeks to come, we will be relentless in our demands that the Liberal government cancel all planned tax increases, including the January 1st payroll tax increases and the tax increases on gasoline, groceries and home heating taxes scheduled for April 1st. Unlike the NDP, which is supporting this government with its mouth and eyes closed, we will also unconditionally support the good measures put forward to help seniors, families and those in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talks about supporting small businesses. And I can tell you, virtually from day one, this government has supported small businesses. I can talk about the cut to the middle class tax bracket in which the Conservative Party voted against, Madam Speaker. That money, that tax break, put money in the pockets of consumers that invested firsthand in small businesses, or more direct small business tax breaks that were given to small business. Not to mention the billions and billions and billions of dollars that was spent during the pandemic to support small businesses through loans, rent subsidies, wage subsidies, of which now the Conservatives are saying we spend too much money in support of small businesses, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, great, they're supporting Bill C-30. But why do they try to give a false impression that they support small businesses when, in fact, if you take a look at what we did to support small businesses, they opposed it, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This government's inflationary policies have made Canadians so poor that the only thing that they can do to have fun is to go for a walk to get their mail. That's the only thing they can afford. The only thing they can afford is to pick up their bills that they can't even pay because of this government that came in 2015. Canadians deserve best, and that's what's going to happen in the future. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his rather colourful speech, and personally, I'm a great fan of our colleague, and I'm not the only one here in my political party. I do have a question, however. There's an issue that is even bigger than the increase in consumption prices. It's housing. It's very difficult to find a house nowadays, and housing. What is my colleague's and his party's position? Because this, as well, is a scandal. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very important one. It's important for us to give Canadians new hope so that they can have a home, a roof over their heads society like we have in Canada. It's part of it's for the society that a responsible government should give hope to this generation and the next one. Everyone has the right to affordable housing, and everyone has the right to be able to house themselves. It's very important. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I would like to give him the opportunity to clarify the Conservative rhetoric we've heard, where there seems to be confusion between a tax and a contribution. When one pays into EI, one puts money aside for the day we'll need it because we've lost our job. When you put your money into CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, you put money aside for your retirement. It's not a tax. It's a premium. It's an investment for employment insurance or to live with dignity in retirement. Should seniors not be able to benefit from a dignified retirement? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, yes, before 2015, Canadians did have the opportunity to put some money aside because they had a lower tax burden. They had hope in the future. But now with all the taxes that the government, this inflationist government we have across the way, Canadians have no more hope. They are tightening their belts to the very last hole in order to just survive. To give hope to Canadians, we need real change, and that is what will happen in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is very simple. We have proposed several measures over the last couple of weeks to help with the affordability crisis and inflationary crisis that exists within Canadians, like lowering taxes. I wonder if the member has a comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière, very quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, it's very important for the government to cancel all tax increases. They need to stop increased carbon taxes. This to help Canadians to simply live their lives, because everything is more expensive nowadays. And one needs money to survive in this society. Money taken away means less availability in our lives.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore. Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on the point of order in response to your September 26, 2022 statement respecting the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-285, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, the Canada Labour Code, and the Employment Insurance Act, sponsored by the member from Niagara West. Without commenting on the merits of the bill, I suggest that the provisions in the bill to amend the Employment Insurance Act provides for an exemption for disqualification or disentitlement for employment insurance benefits. This proposed amendment to the Employment Insurance Act would seek to authorize a new and distinct charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, not authorized in statute. In instances when there is no existing statutory or appropriation to cover a new and distinct charge, a royal recommendation is in fact required. The provisions of the bill amending the Employment Insurance Act would provide for an exception for claimants to receive employment insurance benefits if they lost their employment for the sole reason that they made certain decisions in relation to their health. This proposed amendment to Section 35.1 of the Act is linked to Sections 30 to 33, which provide for situations where claimants are disqualified or disentitled from receiving employment insurance benefits. In other words, the provisions in the bill would entitle a claimant to receive employment insurance benefits in a manner and for the purposes not currently authorized by the Act. The royal recommendation not only fixes the maximum charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund, but also the objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications of provisions subject to the royal recommendation. Speakers have consistently ruled that bills seeking to change the qualifications or alter the conditions for employment insurance benefits need to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Let me draw to the attention of members a few germane rulings on this matter. On April 22, 2009, the Speaker ruled on C-241, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, removal for waiting period, and that was in brackets. The Speaker stated, and I quote, the Chair is of the opinion that the provisions of C-241 would authorize a new and distinct charge on the public treasury. Since such spending is not covered by the terms of any existing appropriation, I will therefore decline to put the question on third reading of this bill in its present form. End of quote. On June 3, 2009, the Speaker ruled on C-280, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, in bracket, qualification for an entitlement to benefits, and a bracket, in a ruling, the Deputy Speaker stated, and again I would quote, on March 23, 2007, in a ruling on Bill C-265, the Chair concluded that, quote, it is abundantly clear that the Chair, that such changes to the employment insurance program would have the effect of authorizing increased expenditures from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in a manner and for purposes not currently authorized. Therefore, it appears to the Chair that those provisions of the bill which related to increasing employment insurance benefits and easing the qualifications required to obtain them would require a royal recommendation. End of quote. Having heard no new compelling argument to reach a conclusion that is different, the one concerning Bill C-265, I will decline to put the question on the third reading of Bill C-280 in its present form unless a royal recommendation is received. End of quote. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. End of quote. A royal recommendation may only be obtained by a minister of the Crown on the advice of the Governor General. In absence of a royal recommendation, Bill C-285 may proceed through the legislative process in the House up until the end of the debate at third reading. in cases where the Speaker has ruled that the royal recommendation is required and it has not been provided before the third reading vote, the Speaker refuses to put the question at third reading and orders the bill discharged from the order paper. Madam Speaker, I submit that this is the case before you with respect to Bill C-285. Precedents clearly suggest that a bill that seeks to incur new and distinct expenditures from the Consolidated Revenue Fund in a manner and for purposes not currently authorized require a royal assent recommendation. Thank you for your patience and the Speaker that's following.
I certainly appreciate the information that the honourable member has provided, and we'll certainly keep that under advisement. Another point of order, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to advise the House that we would like to reserve our right to respond to this point of order at a later time.
Much. Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House of
Saskatchewan, Service Canada, the honourable member for Vancouver East, Housing, and the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York, Post-Secondary Education. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not 10 days ago, I spoke at second reading of C-30. And in fact, it was the Deputy Government House Leader who asked me at that time to compare Canada to the rest of the world in terms of economic performance. And I told him at that time that Canada's record should be able to stand on its own and that he and his government shouldn't continue to push up inflationary spending. But I've got good news, Madam Speaker, and that is that I'm not alone in my thinking, and that as of yesterday, an article by Diane Francis was published. And it reads, Canada need only look to Australia to see how badly the Liberals have messed up. And I'm going to quote from this article, Madam Speaker. It says, the current government is economically illiterate, and the result is the country slowly sinking into the rankings of most economic metrics among the world's developed nations who are members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. An OECD report from October 2021 predicts, according to the Business Council of British Columbia commentary, that Canada will be the worst performing advanced economy over 2020 to 2030. It also forecasts, Madam Speaker, that Canada will have the worst economic growth among advanced economies over, wait for it, 2030 to 2060. In other words, Madam Speaker, Canada will be dead last, not only for the next decade, but also for the next 3 decades after that. Canada's former central bank chief, Stephen Pulitz, at the recent Global Business Forum in Banff said, Canada is a chronic underachiever, a condition caused by poor political decisions and the failure to address unresolved issues. He also went on to say, we get in our own way. We get in our own way, Madam Speaker. What is he really saying? Madam Speaker, I believe he's saying, government, get out of the way. He went on to list a few problems. He started by indicating a political quagmire that requires a crisis to make a decision. For example, I have this article here, Madam Speaker, that states the Transport Minister knew in May of 2021 that federal airport security workforce was short-staffed by up to 25%, according to a briefing note that he received. And at the time, he blamed airport delays on Canadians eager to travel. Staff in a May 13 briefing note to airport and flight delays told the minister the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority was short a quarter of its employees due to COVID layoffs. The authority retained 75% of its workforce during the pandemic to assist with the recovery, wrote the staff. Screening contractors called back all available personnel in preparation for the summer peak. So an example here where we had a political quagmire that required a crisis to make a decision, Madam Speaker. Mr. Pulitz went on to say layers of regulation. Madam Speaker, I have here an example where the National Capital Commission decided not to grant a permit for a lemonade stand as a result of regulation. In 2016, these regulations were the basis for which the Crown Corporations shut down a lemonade stand operated by 7 and 5-year-old sisters, unbelievable, Madam Speaker, on NCC property in Ottawa. Their transgression, the girls had failed to acquire a $1,500 per day permit from the NCC. The incident garnered Canada-wide media coverage, and the NCC quickly apologized and backtracked, allowing the children to resume selling lemonade the next weekend to avoid similar incidents. The NCC developed a special permit for the following summer that would allow kids to sell lemonade or other goods on specific NCC property during 9 Sundays. The new permit had 15 requirements, including 2, but not limited to, requirement for bilingual signage, stand size restrictions, adherence to municipal and provincial health and safety regulations, on an indemnification clause, and reporting of all revenues to the NCC for a lemonade stand, Madam Speaker. So layers of regulation, Madam Speaker, from this government causing problems here. Permit and consultation that take ages to complete, Madam Speaker. Well, the Trans Mountain Pipeline does indeed come to mind. I'll have you know, Madam Speaker, Canada is one of the most highly taxed economies on earth, which is discouraging, as is quoted by Mr. Palats. And I've got some information here on that, Madam Speaker. G20 countries with a lower tax rate than Canada, Madam Speaker, include Saudi Arabia, Russia, Brazil, India, and Indonesia, Madam Speaker. This is the company that the current government is keeping at this time. As well, Madam Speaker, Mr. Palats's final comment was regards to interprovincial barriers that cost 4% a year in GDP alone to Canada. And in fact, a study as done by Deloitte indicates that current interprovincial taxes, as unfixed by this government, suggests average Canadian wages would climb by 5.5% if this government would address that, resulting in a 5% increase in household income and more than $2,100 in real GDP per person. And corporate profits, which I know the NDP don't like, would increase by 2%. Madam Speaker, so all of these actions resulting in Canada not living up to its economic potential. But the sad thing is, Madam Speaker, is that this doesn't simply rest with numbers and the economy alone. These numbers have real effects on people, as is evidenced by the article by Elikja Siksira, and an MNP survey where it says Canadians are finding it more difficult to pay for food, housing, and transportation, and nearly half are on the brink of insolvency as rising interest rates and soaring inflation continue to weigh on household budgets. Madam Speaker, I hear this from my constituents in Calgary-Minipur all the time. Gregory writes, I would like to express further concern regarding our family's electricity and gas bill. It has skyrocketed, perhaps tripled, while our usage has remained the same. We have no option other than to pay, and we can't let our children freeze in the winter, but we cannot afford this dramatically rising cost. Please use your influence to fight for a regulation of this industry to bring costs down. Thank you for your efforts on our behalf. We are growing increasingly horrified by our federal government and appreciate your efforts to stand up for us. This MNP survey also found that 45% of its respondents say it's becoming less affordable to pay for transportation, up 9 percentage points from last year. Another 45% say it's becoming more difficult to pay for clothing and other household necessities, an increase of 5 percentage points from last year. Paying for housing is also a challenge for many Canadians, with 37% saying it's becoming less affordable. At the same time, Madam Speaker, Canadians are finding it more difficult to save. This survey found that 49% say it's becoming less affordable to put money aside for savings, up 5 percentage points from last year. Canadians, as our leader has pointed out, Madam Speaker, are putting more of their paychecks towards paying for basic necessities, such as the cost of living rises, which is in turn leaving less of a financial buffer to manage the impacts of current and potential future interest rate hikes, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, I hear from my constituents about this. Cindy writes to me. She is worried about supply chains. This is directly impacting our jobs and has been for 12 plus months now. And the government's had lots of time to respond to this as well. The impact of supply chain issues is going to become a global tragedy very soon. Rising cost of living. Yes, she lists exactly the things we've been talking about in the House, Madam Speaker. Heating, gas, food, housing, all 4 areas are a concern for Cindy's home. The increase in overall federal tax is criminal. They have misspent billions of tax dollars, and it is a feeling of helplessness, Madam Speaker, for the average Canadian. Again, tax on sale of home. Again, this is criminal for the federal government to even consider this as an option, which they have flirted with doing due to their lack of fiscal management. Someone, Madam Speaker, she is writing, someone has to stop these decisions. Well, I am telling you, Madam Speaker, that I and my Conservative colleagues are here to stop these decisions, along with Diane Francis, along with Olegja Staretsky, along with my constituencies, Gregory and Cindy. We say to the Liberal government, get out of the way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, I must admit, Madam Speaker, I found it very shocking to hear that somebody would be told that they have to shut down a lemonade stand. And so I Googled it, and in fact, the member is right. Back in 2016, there were 2 sisters, 11 years old, who set up a lemonade stand and actually made $52 in less than 2 hours before somebody on a cyclist stopped them to tell them they weren't allowed to be doing that. And then, of course, as she said shortly later, somebody from the NCR showed up and told me, so I think it's ludicrous that would happen. When you have young kids that are trying to pursue entrepreneurial spirit like that, I would agree completely. But is the member aware that this happened in 2016? This government was elected in the fall of 2015. Does this member think that this government on day one instituted rules with the National Capital Commission that prevented the ability to sell lemonade? Or perhaps would there have been an opportunity in the preceding 10 years with the previous government to do something about it?
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just first of all want to correct the member for Kingston, the Islands. It's the NCC, not the NCR, and they were 7 and 5 years old, not 2, 11 years old. But on that point, Madam Speaker, I will say that this is the mentality of the Liberal government. They want to keep the Canadian people down. They want to control the Canadian people by taxing them to death and taking $1,000 and giving them 2 back. And we're not going to tolerate it, Madam Speaker. I nor my Conservative colleagues are going to tolerate that, and certainly not under our new leader, the member for Carleton.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask my energetic colleague what she thinks of this. The Bloc Québécois proposes 2 things to limit the cost of living. The Bloc, for seniors especially, we'd want to not cut into OAS, those who benefited from CERB during the pandemic. Then the Bloc says we want to increase old age security to preserve the buying power of seniors. What does my colleague think of this? Go ahead.
For Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. Listen, I think the Bloc and us, we are both for seniors. It's really clear that the government is not for seniors. So it seems to me he has good ideas. I think we could have further conversations to determine how we can work together for seniors, because it's really clear that the government is doing nothing for seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was interested to hear member opposite in her speech, and she had talked about comparing Canada to other countries. She read off a number of news articles, and it sort of sparked me to think about the articles that I have seen recently. One was how Liz Truss brought forward all of these tax, or she came into power with the Conservative Party in the UK with all these tax cut promises. And then miraculously, there was this huge U-turn because it had crashed the economy into this horrible descent. And then the next article was about how they were desperately trying to figure out how to save the UK economy. And then the next one was about how the Labour Party was about 12 points up in the polls because of this disaster of the Conservative Party of the UK. Now, in comparison, the Conservatives in this country are arguing the exact same thing. So I'd love to hear about her comparison to their plan and the UK's Conservatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Midnapore has less than a minute to respond.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague. I'm not concerned, Madam Speaker, because frankly, we're leading the polls. We're up in the polls. And so I think we're doing the right things for Canadians, the right things that Canadians want to see. And guess what? We're going to continue doing them alongside our new leader, the member for Carleton, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the very honourable member for Hamilton Centre. Madam Speaker, as always, it's a true pleasure for me to speak on Bill C-30 on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport. For those that need a reminder, Bill C-30 is legislation that, if passed, will double the goods and services tax credit amounts by 50% for the 2022-2023 benefit year, and will deliver target relief directly to Canadians who need it. It will make life affordable for many Canadians who need this additional support. We are here for the third reading of this bill in this House of Commons after having considered this legislation at Finance Committee yesterday. And I'm pleased to say, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-30 was passed in record time at Finance Committee by all parties. It was good to see that there was unanimous approval and support for this bill. And I hope that the opposition parties will consider also supporting our other affordability measures, such as providing a targeted dental benefit and a housing benefit, a one-time top-up. Madam Speaker, as you may know, our federal government has made it very clear. Our first order of business for this parliamentary session is to make life more affordable for Canadians who need it the most. We know that Canadians are feeling the rising cost of living through things like higher food prices and rent. So while inflation is a global challenge caused by COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, Bill C-30 would help families weather its impacts by putting more money back in the pockets of the middle class and those working hard to join it. Now, Madam Speaker, by doubling the goods and services tax, the GST credit for 6 months, this key piece of legislation would deliver $2.5 billion in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families who already receive the tax credit, including about half of Canadian families with children and more than half of Canadian seniors. With Bill C-30, single Canadians without children would receive up to an extra $234, and couples with 2 children would receive an extra $467 this year. Seniors would receive an extra $225 on average. Madam Speaker, let's take a minute to delve more deeply into some examples of what it would mean for Canadians in real terms for the 2022-2023 benefit year. I like giving clear examples because it allows people, not only in my riding of Davenport, but Canadians right across this country, to see themselves in some of these profiles. Under the current GST credit, a single mother with 1 child and a net income of $30,000 will receive $386.50 for the July through December 2022 period, and another $386.50 for the January through June 2023 period. But with Bill C-30, she would receive an additional $386.50. So in total, she would be receiving about $1,160 this benefit year through the GST credit. And that will be super helpful for this single mother. Another example, under the status quo GST credit, a single senior with $20,000 in net income would be receiving $233.50 for the July through December 2022 period, and another $233.50 for the January through June 2023 period. However, with Bill C-30, if it's passed, this senior will receive an additional $233.50. In total, he or she would be receiving about $701. This benefit year through the GST credit. And I'll give you one more example, Madam Speaker. Under the present system, a couple with 2 children and $35,000 in net income would be receiving $467 for the July through December 2022 period, and another $467 for the January through June 2023 period. And with the temporary doubling of the GST credit amounts for 6 months, this family would receive an additional $467. So in total, they would be receiving about $1,401 this benefit year through the GST credit. What's more, Madam Speaker, with this change, the money would be coming to them through a straightforward process. That's because the extra GST credit amounts would be paid to all current recipients through the existing GST credit system as a one-time lump sum payment before the end of the year. Recipients would not need to apply for the additional payment. They only need to have filed their 2021 tax return, if they have not already done so, to be able to receive both the current GST credit and the additional payment. Moreover, Madam Speaker, Bill C-30 is just one out of 2 pieces of legislation that we've introduced already in this parliamentary session to make life more affordable for Canadians. The Minister of Health has also introduced Bill C-31, which would provide a Canada Dental benefit starting this year. I was very privileged to speak on this bill in the House of Commons last week because a national dental care benefit is so important to Davenport residents, and I want to formally indicate the importance of this legislation passing in the House. Madam Speaker, just to remind everyone, Bill C-31, if passed, would allow families with children under 12 who do not have access to private dental insurance and who have an adjusted net income of less than $90,000 to access direct payments totaling up to $1,300 per child over the next 2 years, up to $650 per year to cover dental expenses for their children under 12 years old. Bill C-31 would also provide a one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. This would be available to applicants with an adjusted net income below $35,000 for families or below $20,000 for individuals who pay at least 30% of their income on rent. This means a one-time payment of $500 to 1.8 million Canadian renters who are struggling with the cost of housing. Now, Madam Speaker, the bills that we're discussing today, so that's both C-30, very specifically, and as an aside, C-31, we know that they will not solve everything. And while it will not solve everything, as our Minister of Finance said yesterday at Finance Committee, it will provide real support for 11 million Canadian households, for people who really need the help. Now, Madam Speaker, it's important to remind this House that there are many other measures that would build on the Bill C-30 and Bill C-31 that we've been speaking about today. And these include measures like enhancing the Canada Workers' Benefit. This will deliver $1.7 billion in new support to an estimated 3 million low-income workers this year, with a couple receiving up to $2,400 more and single workers receiving up to $1,200 more. And most recipients have already received this additional support through their 2021 tax refund. Secondly, as a result of agreements reached with all 13 provinces and territories, we are also effectively cutting regulated childcare fees in half, on average, for families in Canada by the end of this year. This Canada-wide plan means savings for families from $2,610 in Manitoba to $6,000 in British Columbia in 2022, and an average childcare fee of just $10 a day for all regulated childcare spaces across Canada by 2025-2026. We've also introduced a 10% increase to the old age security pension for seniors 75 and older, which began in July 2022, and which will provide more than $800 in new support to full pensioners over the first year and increase benefits for more than 3 million seniors. And we're also providing support for students by doubling the Canada Student Grant amount until July 2023 and by waiving interest on Canada student loans through to March 2023. So taking together, our federal government's affordability plan is delivering targeted and fiscally responsible financial support to Canadians who need it the most, with particular emphasis on addressing the needs of low-income Canadians who are most exposed to inflation. And we will continue to strike a balance between delivering support where and when it is needed the most, and maintaining the discipline that has given Canada the strongest fiscal position in the G7. And so, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I know that Canadians are counting on parliamentarians to make the reality of C30, the support of C30 a reality, and I would encourage all my colleagues of all sides for the immediate adoption of Bill C30, the cost of living relief, number one, so that we can continue to make life more affordable for Canadians who need it the most. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Finance Committee for her speech today. Conservatives do support the tax relief that is found in C30, and we've been doing our part to be helpful to those Canadians, because our leader of the Conservatives has gone through this great country and has heard the personal stories from so many people that are suffering right now under incredible taxation and inflation under this government. So, Madam Speaker, the member, I would hope, would recognize that same family of four might get $467 from this bill, but they are facing $1,200 of extra food costs alone. Her government plans on tripling the carbon tax in next year. Does she support the tripling of the carbon tax, where it will increase the cost of groceries, gas, and home heating? Yes or no?
Honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. I want to repeat something that a colleague of mine, the honourable member of Burnaby North Seymour, said in the House of Commons around taxes. When our government tried to lower the taxes, or did lower the taxes for the middle class twice, the Conservatives voted against it. When we tried to lower the taxes for small businesses, they also voted against it. And he also indicated the Conservatives, and I believe this to be true, the Conservatives are not friends of the Canadian taxpayer, because when they were in government, they raised taxes on Canadians more than 15 times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. So this bill aims to help Canadians, and this government likes to boast it is always helping seniors. But I'd like to come back on that, because this morning I read a piece on how expensive food has become, and it's really hard on seniors. So do we want seniors to line up at food banks? Because right now this bill would only help some seniors age 75 and over. Half of seniors are ignored by this bill. Those between the ages of 65 and 74 will have to line up at food banks, and that's the tip of the iceberg, because a lot of seniors haven't even come to see us to tell us how bad they're doing. So what about seniors aged 65 to 74?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I truly believe that her concern is very genuine. We very much care about seniors. I do believe that the doubling of the GST credit will continue to support many seniors. I think if we manage to pass Bill C-31, it will also support seniors through the Canada Housing Benefit, the one-time top-up. I think that will be very beneficial to them. And I will say to you, seniors in my riding of Davenport, they've already said to me they were so excited about the National Dental Care Plan that they know it won't go into effect for them until the end of next year, but they are already very excited, and they're very much looking forward to its implementation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. Well, there is good news in this bill. The GST tax credit, the housing aid, and dental benefits for kids. Well, we're getting those because the government has listened to the good ideas put forth by the NDP. But why stop there? We could do better. We could increase taxes on oil companies, banks, and supermarkets. And that money could go towards the healthcare system and help Canadians get real universal healthcare.
Two quick comments. First, I want to thank the honourable member for his great question. I agree with him. I think that we work best in this House when we actually take the best ideas and work together to implement them. I would say to you, though, Madam Speaker, that we are absolutely raising corporate income tax by 1.5% on Canada's largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies. And we've also introduced a recovery dividend of 15% on the excess profits of those institutions during the COVID pandemic. So there's a number of other measures that we're putting into place as well. And I thank the honourable member for his great questions. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, while I rise in this House as a New Democrat in support of Bill 31, I should state from the outset that even with the emergency cost of living economic supports for Canadians made vulnerable in this economy, what people need most is a stable social and economic supports that meaningfully improve their material living conditions, funded by a fair taxation that doesn't place the burden on a consumer tax that disproportionately impacts low-income and working-class people most. What Canada needs is a fair taxation system that would close the corporate loopholes in order to recover the reported $30 billion lost due to corporate tax avoidance. And I should begin, in fairness, by highlighting, for those that are watching this debate tonight, that this bill will double the GST credit, providing $2.5 billion in additional targeting support to roughly 11 million individuals and families who already receive the tax credit, including about half of the Canadian families with children and more than half of the seniors. I believe that this debate on Bill C-30 has made clear that most members, despite their partisan rhetoric, agree that this bill offers a temporary reprieve from this greed-filled inflation and its inevitable recession that will likely be associated with further unemployment, because that's what keeps me up at night, the insecurity of the precarious workers, which is built into this cyclical system and reproduced through these cycles to suppress wages and to force people back into exploitative, low-paying jobs. These attacks on workers are simply explained as profit-maximizing measures by shrewd corporate managers. This is why I believe that while contemplating this bill, I should spend some time expanding on the preconditions of the economic system that drove us here. Madam Speaker, people in Hamilton Centre are suffering. The vast majority of everyday people are unable to keep up with their monthly bills. Soaring inflation has pushed housing, food, and energy costs way out of reach for people, and the feeling of insecurity is setting in across the country. Precarious employment is further punishing workers by threatening their ability to survive through this devastating economy, and wages simply aren't keeping pace by being kept and pushed down, quite frankly, to devastatingly low rates. In short, workers' wages are being stolen by the record profits of big corporations, CEOs, their payouts to the CEOs and their shareholders. Every aspect of our life has been commodified by big banks and Bay Street, with our every existence valued down to the decimal to be bought and sold by hedge funds and real estate income trusts, so that those who have never lifted a finger of hard work and the creation of the means of production are grossly rewarded by the spoils of these dividends and these payouts. There is a class war happening in this country. There has always been a class war happening in this country. And make no mistakes, it's being waged by the ultra-rich in this country versus everybody else. And over the past 40 years, this Canadian economy, both under Liberal and Conservative governments, has generated obscene amounts of concentrated wealth for the rich while everybody else has been left behind. How can anybody in this House justify the enormous concentration of wealth by so few while so many continue to suffer? Especially while these everyday Canadian workers are facing down the barrel of a devastating recession. One that we know that will be felt most by the rise of unemployment and the overnight hikes of interest rates, making their payments on mortgages and personal lines of credits explode overnight. The adage that the rich get richer while the workers continue to be exploited is happening now more than ever. Madam Speaker, the people of Hamilton Centre are struggling. Left to survive the misery of the daily grind of low wages, legislated poverty should they be living with disabilities while facing the greed-driven, rocket-high costs of living. Liberals, with their constant talk about the middle class and those working hard to join them, how insulting, would have Canadian workers believe that it's their own fault if they aren't getting good-paying jobs, or, I think more accurately, if they're not born into wealth to begin with. That they should blame themselves. And the leader of the official opposition will continue to put big corporations and billionaires first. Conservatives will blame government for any meager supports delivered to those living with disabilities, low-wage workers, migrant workers, and anybody else left out of this economy. They speak of inflation and the money that was directed to working-class people, yet they never have a critique on the $750 billion bailout of big banks in Bay Street. Conservatives attack Canada's social safety nets of the co-pay contributions of employment insurance and the Canadian pension plan. Not because they care about the contribution of the workers, but because they're fighting to save the contribution co-payments by the big business corporate employers. And this is at a time when Canadians need this economic support and the stability the most. We should be delivering more support to Canadians and not less, particularly those that are left unemployed and our seniors who are struggling to get by on their meager CPP. They should be getting more and not less. We shouldn't be attacking their pensions in this House. We should be ensuring that these dollars are protected both in the CPP and the EI in separate accounts so that successive Liberal and Conservatives don't have the tendency to go out and actually raid these funds to balance their books. So while Conservatives have callously attacked this bill throughout the debate on one hand, we already know that they're going to be supporting it. They're forced to ultimately support it. Why? Because it's literally the least this government can do in the face of the astronomical costs of living. In their so-called free market fantasy, they never admit that corporations make off like bandits, pilfering government support by exploiting loopholes that have allowed them to take taxpayer dollars while paying out record dividends to their shareholders. Madam Speaker, I'm in this House, and when I hear about the Conservative Party clapping about the record profits of oil and gas, I ask myself, how many MPs in this House are receiving dividends on those profits? The same corporations who took wage subsidies and supports. These companies weren't reinvesting in the economy. They weren't improving the material working conditions of their employees by raising their wages to keep pace with the basic levels of economic survival. They were lining their own pockets and those of their shareholders. Madam Speaker, this capitalist system creates enormous wealth, but it also creates great misery for the majority of people. This entire system is predicated on corporations spending as little as they can while getting the most out of every dollar they spend. And it's not It's not that they just don't only want to pay low wages, but they're also pressuring people to get the most output from their workers at this low wage. So when you hear about job creation, long gone is the day when a family can have one or two income earners that work 9 to 5 that have enough to be able to pay for their bills. Now, these same families and workers across the country are forced to participate in 2, 3, or 4 low-wage exploitative jobs. These rewards in this economy, when this wealth is generated, they always go to the employers while workers continue to be punished. In this regard, and in many other ways, Madam Speaker, it's the capitalism of this system that generates the inequality. And if we can, in this very small, tokenistic way, return some money back into the pockets of Canadians, we support that, but we call on this government to do more by workers and to do more by seniors and to do more by people who are living with disability, precarious people who have been exploited by this economy, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for the time and the intervention.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the government over the last number of years has been working in different communities and done a great deal in terms of support for people of all different spectrums. We can talk about the children lifted out of poverty, hundreds of thousands, to seniors, hundreds of thousands lifted out of poverty by this government. We can talk about one-time payments during the pandemic for people with disabilities, for our seniors. I don't know if the member is being accurate in his portrayal, as if this is a government that is not sensitive to those individuals that are in fact in need, because our policy, whether it's legislation from the Minister of Disabilities to others, financial matters, budgets, we have been there. And I'm wondering if the member might want to reflect on some of those commitments that have actually materialized.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I'll reflect on it, Madam Speaker. While I'm doing that, will the Honourable Member reflect on the fact that we got a system right now where we have people living in deep poverty, legislated poverty, people living with disabilities, seniors who are living in absolute squalor conditions in long-term care facilities that are actually contemplating medical assistance and dying because this government refused to provide without delay supports to people with disabilities. They refused our motion to provide a guaranteed basic livable income for people living with disabilities and seniors. That's what they should be reflecting on, and it's to this country's shame, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to correct the record a little bit, is that the Conservative Party has been opposed to the corporate welfare that the Liberal government has been handing out for a very long time. But I just would like to ask the Honourable Member, why does his party continue to support this government when this member is obviously very opposed to what the government is up to? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, when I took this job on, I did it with the commitment to improve the material conditions of low-income and working-class people and everyday Canadians in my constituency. When this Conservative opposition party talks about inflation, talks about the dumpster fire that is this economy, they never talk about the arsonist. They never talk about going after big banks in Bay Street. Madam Speaker, we're the only party in this House, quite frankly, that has the stomach to take on big business interests, because the truth is, both Liberals and Conservatives are at the table dining with them.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If there's one thing we can recognise, and the Honourable Member, well, it's his passion when it comes to defending social rights. Madam Speaker, I believe that he would no doubt agree when we talk about the Bloc Québécois proposal to build more social and community housing. The Bloc Québécois is proposing that the federal government invests systematically 1% of its revenue in the construction of new housing and social and community housing through transfers to Quebec and to provinces. I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague has to say. Is this a measure that he supports Is that enough?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I enjoy opportunities where I can find common ground with members of other parties, and in particular the Bloc. They bring, some progressive policies to this House, including the statement that we've just heard about the need to decommodify the real estate market. We need to wrestle control of the housing market back out of big banks and Bay Street and real estate income trusts, and do what the government did with the creation of CMHC, which is be bold in a federal intervention and the creation of millions of decommodified housing. And this talk about affordability out of the Liberal government, affordable for whom? When they talk about affordability that's at 125% of market value, what we know to be true is that affordability must be tied to people's abilities to pay and not left up to the so-called free market of both the Liberals and Conservatives.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Meadow West Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Pickering Uxbridge. I take the floor today to support C30 with regards to helping the cost of life that would double it's one of the new measures that we are proposing to support Canadians who need it the most in order to help them to adapt to the increase in the cost of living without aggravating inflation. Our government is aware that Canadians are feeling the effects of inflation, especially when they fill up their cars or when they go to the grocery store. Inflation is a global phenomenon that is very much fueled by the pandemic, amplified by zero-COVID policies in China and the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Inflation is lower here than in other countries. It is less than peaks in June. We know that Canadians are worried. No country can alone resolve the issue of high inflation at a global scale. What we can do, however, is help Canadians by taking tangible measures to make life more affordable here in Canada. Which brings me, Madam Speaker, to Bill C30 itself, double the tax credit for GST for 6 months. Our proposal over 6 months will support Canadians, will support 9 million Canadians living alone and close to 2 million couples. So in total, 11 million individuals and families that already have this tax credit will benefit from it. About half of Canadian families with children and more than half of our seniors in Canada. The tax credit is non-taxable and will be given out every 3 months. It helps individuals and families with a low or medium income in order for them to recoup the GST they pay. Canadians are automatically considered for this when they file their taxes, and they're allowed if their income is underneath a certain level. This will therefore benefit those who are already admissible to this credit, and the assistance will be real, tangibly. Celibate Canadians with no children and seniors living alone will receive up to $234 more than they do now. Couples with 2 children, for example, will get up to $467 extra. A single parent with a child will get up to $387 more than they would otherwise. These extra amounts will be dispersed before the end of the year in lump sums through the current existing system. Beneficiaries do not have to ask for the extra payment. All they have to do, Madam Speaker, is to file their taxes for 2021. Bill C30 represents a part of the new measures that we are proposing to help Canadians. Another part can be found in Bill C31, and I hope that we will be able to debate it soon. This other bill will allow us to implement a Canada dental care plan available for under 12s as of this year, those who are not covered by a private insurance. Families will get direct payments that could reach $1,300 per child over the next 2 years. That is $650 per year in order to cover dental costs. This is the first plan that the government is implementing to help families that earn less than $90,000 a year. C31 is also proposing extra money for housing. This would allow $500 to be dispersed to 1.8 million renters who find it hard to pay their rent. Another measure that we will be soon approving, I hope. Mr. Speaker, given that we are changing guard, and now, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting Canadians who are the most vulnerable against the increase in the cost of living, and we are doing so in a way that will never uselessly fan the flames of inflation, because that is a danger in such an inflationist crisis. The differential costs of measures included in C3 and C31, Mr. Speaker, is $3.1 billion, 0.1% of our GDP. This is therefore a good balance between fiscal responsibility and compassion for those who really need it. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, C30 has measures that are part of all of the measures we have announced in our plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. First of all, the strengthening of the Canada Workers' Allowance will allow 3 million Canadians to receive better support. Another example, a couple could receive up to $2,400 more this year. Someone living alone could receive $1,200 more. Second of all, agreements have been struck with the 13 provinces and territories that will allow us to reduce by 50% on average childcare costs by the end of this current year. This pan-Canadian initiative will lead to savings in Manitoba, for example, of $2,670 to $6,000 of savings in British Columbia. In Quebec in 2022, a province that already has its own system, the government plan will help create about 37,000 new childcare spots. Third of all, we have increased by 10% OAS for 75-year-olds and over. This measure will benefit more than 3 million Canadians and represents over $766 more for the pockets of seniors starting in the first year. Fourth of all, the main Canadian benefits like OAS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the Canada Pension Plan, the GST credit and childcare helps will continue to be indexed with inflation. It will therefore be adjusted based on the increase in the cost of living. Fifth and sixth, dental care and rental assistance are two measures in C31 that we will soon be debating, and I hope that this bill will also be supported by the House. All of this is on top of all the investments made by the government since 2015. I strongly believe that life must be more affordable for Canadians. We need to especially help those who need it the most, and that is the reason for which we are doing what we are doing through C30. I invite all members to vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. And of course, I should know. Okay.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see that the government is moving forward with a number of measures, including this tax credit for the GST. We know that usually when Liberals send a cheque, we're up for election. We hope that's not the case for once. We've heard about OAS, which will be going up for 75 years old and older. That's a 10% increase for a long time. The Bloc Québécois has been a standard bearer for seniors, asking that there not be two classes of seniors. We wanted that benefit to be increased for 65-year-olds as well as 75-year-olds and over. What is the difference between a 64? What is the difference between a senior who is 74 and 75 years old? Why do they have different expenditures that change at on one's 75th birthday? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. The difference is that in Canada, given irrespective of someone's social sphere, there is a limit, an age limit for everything, like a driver's license. In our electoral platform, this increase was clearly laid out. What people have to realise is that for 75-year-olds and older, statistics show that costs for healthcare, for example, are much higher than for those who have less than 75 years old, who are less than 75 years old. When one is 80, there are 3 times more widows than at 75, and that's why there's this increase. In the measures we have proposed today in C30 and C31, Canadians under the most stressed are being targeted and will be able to fight against inflation. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, Conservatives will always support lower taxes and putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians. But I wonder why this government has brought forward this idea in C30, and with one hand they're going to give some money back to Canadians, but with the other hand they're going to increase payroll taxes and the carbon tax and take that money back. And so would the member please explain why the government is doing that?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her interesting question. I think countries are asking very important questions about the climate crisis, and the official opposition keeps talking about the carbon tax. Here, during a time of inflationary crisis around the world, we want to help the people most in need. Regarding the carbon tax, the provinces are able to return that tax to people, and we hope the provinces will work with us to do so. That being said, C30 and C31 are targeted in a balanced way to not emphasize inflation, and I hope that all members will support it. Questions and comment? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to specify that help for dental care for children is because we force the Liberals to do so. The increase in the GST tax credit, it's because we force the Liberals to do so. The housing credit, it's because we force the Liberals to do so. It's a minority government, and so the NDP is using its position to help people. So why stop there? The cost of living is rising. Oil companies and grocery stores are making huge profits. Why not tax it and create universal pharmacare, for example? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for all of the good ideas and the good debates to help our society are welcome in this chamber, and I give credit to all members who support this bill, or dental care, as he was explaining. And the problem we are dealing with in this world, it's an inflationary crisis, and the basic rules of macroeconomics means that we need to target as much as possible the people we're going to help to not worsen the inflationary crisis. So that's what this bill is doing. We need to focus on that. We need to help Canadians. We need to help those who are struggling the most. And these are the people that C30 will help. So I count on all of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
Well, comme il est 17.
It being 5:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private Members' Business, consideration at second reading of Bill S-227, Food Day in Canada Act, standing in the name of Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Fast, moves that Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. And debate. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to rise in the House today to begin debate at second reading on Bill S-227, the Food Day in Canada Act. And I'm especially pleased to begin debate on this bill on what in Ontario is Agriculture Week. Agriculture Week in Ontario is an opportunity to celebrate the amazing farmers and farm families who quite literally grow the food that not only feeds our country, but helps to feed the world. And in fact, in Ontario, Agriculture Week was created by one of my constituents and the former local member of provincial parliament for what was then the riding of Perth, Mr. Bert Johnson. So I'm especially pleased to begin debate on Food Day in Canada on Agriculture Week. This Senate public bill was first introduced in the other place by the Honourable Rob Black, Senator for Wellington County. This bill proposes that to establish in each and every year the Saturday before the first Monday in August to be known as Food Day in Canada. This day would formally establish Food Day in Canada. And I say formally because informally, Food Day in Canada has been celebrated and informally recognized in Wellington County, in Southern Ontario, and in some parts across Canada for nearly 20 years. In fact, this past Food Day in Canada, on July 30th, 2022, landmarks across Canada were lit in red and white to celebrate Food Day in Canada. From the Confederation Building in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, to the Vancouver City Hall, from the Calgary Tower in Calgary, Alberta, to the CN Tower in Toronto, Ontario. These landmarks were lit in red and white to celebrate food in Canada from the farmer's field to the fork. I'm especially pleased that Food Day in Canada is being celebrated and championed by all 4 federal representatives for Wellington County. In addition to myself as the House of Commons sponsor of this bill, the Honourable Senator Rob Black, representative for Wellington County in the Senate. This is also supported by both the members for Wellington Halton Hills, as well as the member for Guelph. This bill is obviously not a partisan bill, but one in which we can all unite behind to celebrate Food Day in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to step back a bit and reflect on the origins of Food Day in Canada. Some members will recall the summer of 2003. It was a difficult summer for many Canadians, especially those living in rural Ontario. There was a surge in the West Nile virus. The SARS virus had reached Ontario. There was a massive power blackout that summer. But in the agriculture sector specifically, it was a summer that was known for the spread of the bovine spongiform encephalopathy, better known as BSE, or by the colloquial term, mad cow disease. This crisis quite literally devastated the beef industry overnight. In moments, the cattle industry was in fear and panic, and Canada's trading partners slammed the door shut on Canadian exports of beef to the United States and to dozens of other countries around the globe. With these border closures, the livelihoods of thousands of hardworking farmers and farm families in the beef industry were decimated, quite literally, overnight. A report from Statistics Canada at the time said this of the BSE crisis, quote, prior to May 2003, Canada was the 3rd largest exporter of beef in the world. In 2002, Canada's export market for beef amounted to $4.1 billion. On May 20th, 2003, however, the nation's beef industry was rocked by a totally unexpected development. A single breeder cow in northern Alberta had tested positive for BSE, more commonly known as mad cow disease. Within hours, most nations had imposed a ban on Canadian beef products. By June 2003, Canadian beef producers had seen their exports to the United States drop from $288 million a month to zero, end quote. However, Mr. Speaker, while our farmers were working through this crisis, a passionate defender of Canadian agriculture from Wellington County named Anita Stewart stood up and started a movement to grow and inspire trust that our farmers would pull through this difficult time. It was in those dark days in the sunny summer of 2003 that Anita Stewart began the first Food Day in Canada. As the current coordinator for Food Day Canada, Crystal Mackey, describes it, Anita Stewart was a food activist and pioneer who had the vision for shop local food before it was a trend. The BSE crisis in 2003 was a turning point for her when she saw restaurants and Canadians buying beef from other countries at a time when our own Canadian beef farmers and ranchers were suffering huge financial losses and stress. She turned that tragedy into a tremendous opportunity to have a conversation with our country about the value of supporting our incredible food system. Canadians are humble people. Food Day Canada breaks us out of that for a day to truly celebrate the incredible people in our food system and the world-class food we have grown here, close to home. That first Food Day in 2003 was known as the world's longest barbecue. From that one event, Anita Stewart created to bring people together to pull through those challenging days, it has grown into so much more. In fact, in recognition of Anita Stewart's commitment to the food system in Canada, she was awarded a membership in the Order of Canada. The Governor General's citation for that achievement says this, quote, Anita Stewart is an enthusiastic and dedicated promoter of Canadian cuisine. Called a culinary activist, she has spent the last 30 years exploring Canada, sometimes even by dog sled and on Canadian Coast Guard icebreakers, discovering and chronicling the stories of the essential foods of our nation and the talented people who serve them. She is a passionate volunteer and the founder of Cuisine Canada and Food Day Canada. Sadly, nearly 2 years ago, Anita Stewart passed away at the age of 73. She had done so much in her lifetime, and her loss has been felt not only by those close to her, but by the entire food and agriculture community. As Dr. Charlotte Yates, president of the University of Guelph, said at an event this summer to honor Food Day, she said this, Food Day Canada is a grassroots movement that brings thousands of individuals and partners together. In many ways, we are here today in celebration of being able to carry on Anita's legacy. Anita believed more than anything in the power of food to bring people together, end quote. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being the first food laureate at the University of Guelph, the university's food lab is also named in Anita Stewart's honor. At that same event I referenced at the University of Guelph in July, I had the pleasure of meeting one of Anita's 4 sons, Jeff Stewart. He told me about his late mother's lifetime of dedicated work and her passion for Canadian food, and it lives on both through her family and also through Food Day in Canada. Last week, Jeff and his 3 brothers, Brad, Mark, and Paul, sent me a message about their late mother and what Food Day means to them. They wrote, since the 1970s, our mother, Anita Stewart, has been uniting Canadians through food. 20 years ago, she created Food Day Canada, a national celebration of Canada's unique, rich, and diverse food culture. Over these past 20 years, Food Day has evolved into a national community, celebrating Canadian food and those who bring it to us. The goal of the Associated Food Day Canada organization is to educate the public about Canada's food system and culture while elevating thinking about Canadian food sovereignty and food security. The organization and its members fully support Bill S-227 and will provide leadership, guidance, and resources to ensure that an official Food Day in Canada lives up to its potential as a positive, spirited, diverse celebration for all Canadians. By supporting this bill, the honourable members will take an historic step towards putting Canada on the map as a proud food leader, while also giving Canadians an opportunity to shop, cook, dine, and celebrate Canada's rich food culture. We sincerely believe that an official Food Day in Canada will offer significant cultural benefits to Canadians and their families, with economic benefits for communities and businesses, as we echo our dear mother's favourite credo together, quote, "Canada is food, and the world is richer for it," end quote. And that was comments from Anita Stewart's 4 children. Since that first Food Day in 2003, it has indeed grown into a wonderful celebration of the food our farmers grow and the food that all Canadians enjoy every single day, whether at their kitchen tables or at restaurant tables across the country. It is celebrated on the Saturday before the first Monday in August, making it land in many provinces, including my own, on Saturday of the August-long weekend. Now, I know people might ask, why should this be an official day? Because, Mr. Speaker, out of the darkness of the 2003 BSC crisis, something wonderful emerged. And we as Canadians have the opportunity now to recognize that positive outcome of a negative situation. Over these past 2 decades, Food Day Canada has grown to encompass not only our farmers, but everyone along part of our national food supply chain. Those who work hard getting the seeds into the fields, those who harvest the crops, those who process the food, and those who prepare and serve the wonderful and delicious meals on Canadian plates. And Mr. Speaker, all of us have great things that we can celebrate in our ridings related to Canadian agriculture and Canadian food. Whether it's the fisherman in West Nova, or the dairy farmer in Abbotsford, or the farmer in Sarnia Lambton, we all have things to celebrate. And because I'm the sponsor of this bill, I can brag a little bit about the great riding of Perth Wellington, where we have more dairy farmers and chicken farmers than any other electoral district in this country, where chicken alone is produced at a rate of 103 million kilograms of chicken every year in Perth Wellington. We have 395 pig farms, 538 beef farms, 242,954 dairy or beef cattle in Perth Wellington. And collectively across this country, Mr. Speaker, agriculture and agri-food amounts for $134.9 billion in GDP activity each and every year. And that's just talking about one aspect of all that there is to celebrate. Given the long history that agriculture has had in the growth of our great nation, the meaning of food to our distinct cultural and multicultural heritage, surely Food Day in Canada is worthy of recognition nationwide on the last Saturday before the first Monday in August each year. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hardworking and we are supportive of one another. That is the legacy of Anita Stewart, and that is a point of pride in our agriculture and agri-food communities. Mr. Speaker, let us work together and pass Bill S227 and give Food Day Canada the official recognition it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I do want to thank the member for his walk down memory lane of 2003 in August, when I was first elected as a provincial member and became a Minister of Agriculture. So what he's talking about, I actually got to live. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to the honourable member from Perth Wellington for bringing this into this place after Senator Black put it on the floor of the other place. We met this summer on the lawn of the University of Guelph, and Anita Stewart continues to bring us together across party lines and across levels of government and really cultures. Could the honourable member maybe expand on how Anita's vision and humor to bring people together regardless of differences they might have in other areas, but we can all share a meal together?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Guelph for that great question. And he's absolutely right. The ability to share a meal among friends, among colleagues, and sometimes among people that you may not entirely disagree with is so important to finding common ground. And I think that's one of the great legacies of Anita Stewart. And he mentioned the comment about an event we were at together at the University of Guelph. And I think the comments from Dr. Yates, president of Guelph University, talked about those examples where Anita was able to bring happiness and bring cheer to a room by sharing food, by sharing that opportunity, whether it was on a university campus or whether it was in homes across the country. The ability to share those opportunities among all Canadians is so important. So I thank the member from Guelph, and I do believe that he will be supporting this bill, so I support him, or I appreciate his support on this important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to also offer my personal congratulations and thanks to the member for Perth Wellington for bringing this bill forward. This bill is no stranger to Parliament. Several parliaments have seen some version of it or another, and it's nice to see that we might actually have enough runway to get this passed into law. My question to the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, is, as the agriculture critic for the last 4.5 years, I have really been consumed by the theme of resiliency. How do we build resiliency in our local food systems and in our local communities? And I'm just wondering if the member can share some thoughts about how this bill may further that conversation in building local resiliency in our local communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his question, and I do share his optimism that hopefully with enough runway we will be able to get this bill through. And he talks about resiliency in the agriculture community, and I think that's probably the defining word for farmers and farm families across Canada is resiliency through difficult times. And I want to pick on one specific aspect of resiliency, and that's in the mental health aspect. Farmers and farm families face challenges that are beyond the scope of so many other different industries. The unpredictability of weather, the unpredictability of the markets. And so the challenge that farmers often face with mental health challenges is not felt in other countries or in other industries. So I think there's so much more that we can do as parliamentarians to make that change.
I just want to stop for a second. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas de traduction qui fait au moment.
I think there's an interpretation issue. The member for Shefford is. Are you getting the interpretation?
Happening. Tout est bien. Everything's good. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bon, c'est bien. I'll let the member for Perth Wellington back up a little bit and maybe answer his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just reflect very briefly, again, thanking the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his comments and hoping that we will together be able to get this passed in this Parliament to formally recognize it. But on the subject of resiliency, the member is absolutely right. Farmers and farm families are the most resilient people in the country, facing unknown challenges, whether it be weather, whether it be world markets, foreign markets that have that impact. And I think recognizing the challenges of mental health in agriculture is one of those aspects that we do need to do more on. We do need to be there to support farmers and farm families as they face those challenges that are unknown, unpredictable, but yet nonetheless affect not only their livelihood, but their families as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I would like to thank and congratulate my colleague for having introduced the bill in the House. Mr. Speaker, in Mirabel, there are farmers and dairy producers, but there are also fabulous maple syrup producers, and I promised all of them that I would introduce the motion in the House to declare Mirabel the world capital of maple syrup. Will the member support this idea, and will he get the opposition from his colleague from Mégantic l'Érable?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for his question and for his good idea. Well, indeed, I know that there is a lot of maple syrup production in Quebec and in his riding, but there's also maple syrup production in Port Wellington. We have great maple syrup producers. It's delicious maple syrup, and I think it's an opportunity to celebrate everybody who produces this very important product. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so proud to stand up to have the opportunity to discuss Bill SS27 to establish a National Food Day in Canada on the first Saturday of August. And in Ontario, that always represents a long weekend. And I do want to thank Senator Black and the member from Perth Wellington for sponsoring that particular bill. And I know that they live in a beautiful region. For me, there would be no other reason as to why I would be in that region other than love. And my in-laws are from there, and in Hensel particular, but I do drive through Perth to get to Huron-Bruce. And it's always a great opportunity for me to go there for occasions. And obviously, food is always part of that discussion. And I do want to thank them, take this opportunity to thank my father-in-law, Bob Forrest, who's always educated me in food, himself a farmer, and worked for a long time, taught with Senator Black at a community college, local college, back in the Hensel area, and also always has some great advice on particular food policies. So I do want to thank him. And particular Senator Black as well for having the audacity to present a bill, in such an important bill. And I think the member from Perth Wellington did such an amazing job at describing what Dr. Anita Stewart put forward and the reasons why she did that. And I don't think I need to go back because the member from Perth Wellington did an excellent job as that. But I do want to talk about what this will mean for Canadians. And it's been raised in the House here. I think food brings people together from all walks of life, from all political backgrounds, and we're able to have great conversations. Some of us will have beer, some of us will have a glass of wine, and maybe prone to sharing more ideas. But I think the idea here is to celebrate food and celebrate the people who work in the food industry, whether it's from farmers to all the way down to even at home. I myself, I love to cook. I'm the cook at home. I cook at home because I love food, and I actually love to please my family when I get to make a good home-cooked meal, but it also relaxes me, and I get to learn about recipes, and I get to learn about what other chefs are publishing online, and I try to mimic what they're doing. I don't know if I'm successful or not, but nobody can attest to if I'm successful or not here. The witnesses are not here, but it's just a great occasion for me to do that. And it's just for me, it's such a great opportunity to taste food, especially local foods. And I think that Food Day, that's what it's all about. It's about celebrating what our local farmers are doing, what our local chefs are doing. And I love the fact that it's not just about franchisees across Canada that are doing that. We're also seeing a sort of a rural renaissance of local chefs that are using local grown foods, and I do want to thank them for thinking about that. Et quand je parle
And when I talk about farming and the bill, which would make the first Monday in August as Canadian Food Day, well, I think of the Poirier fruit and vegetable or fruit farm, and they've got incredible raspberries. They're special raspberries, actually, and I'd like to thank Claude in particular, who is working really hard to promote local agriculture, and he organizes events on his farm to bring people together, including those who work in the agri-food sector locally. I'm also thinking of the Eastern Ontario agri-food sector. The sector is also promoting local food. There are other stakeholders in our area. I can't talk about food and agriculture without mentioning the St. Albert Cheese Factory. It's actually a co-op, and it really supports our local dairy producers. The member for Perth Wellington said that he represents the biggest riding for dairy producers and egg producers, and that's the same with me, actually. I'm very proud and very aware of the fact that our dairy producers are people who every day get up early to milk their cows and again in the evening. We've talked about mental health, and I think it's important to mention this issue as well. Sometimes our farmers get a medical note telling them to stay home to take a break. And I think that this proposed holiday does something important, which is to underline and celebrate our food and agri-food sector, but it also needs to refer to the mental health of our farmers and producers. Further, very often, and in fact, the media don't talk about farmers enough, producers enough, and I think that day will be a day for us to celebrate farmers in our media. They do such a great job, and we have to acknowledge this more often. A little earlier, we talked about resiliency. So our farmers had to show a great deal of resilience during the pandemic. Just think of supply lines which had to be reorganized and egg producers. When I went to food banks during the pandemic, I spoke with people who said that the average egg usually goes to the hospitality, the restaurant industry, but during the pandemic, egg producers said they would donate the eggs to food banks, and this happened across the country because, of course, restaurants were closed. And so they couldn't sell their eggs to the restaurant industry. So I'd like to thank Canada's egg producers who worked really hard to make sure that their eggs were not wasted. Now, what is our government doing? It put in place our food policy. I think it was $125 million, which was set aside to make local agriculture more resilient. Some of my colleagues mentioned Dr. Rees from Guelph University, and I know the member for Guelph would also talk about him. In the agri-food industry, there's often talk about attracting talent. And in fact, there's Dr. Evan Fraser, who's a great thinker. He's also, he went through Guelph University. I've had amazing conversations with him. I could talk to him for days and days. He's smart. He is forward-looking. And he's so passionate about agriculture. He's constantly thinking about what agriculture will look like in not even 10 or 15 years, but in over the next 20 or 30 years. He keeps on thinking about how we can support our farmers in Canada. Mr. Speaker, you're telling me I have less than 2 minutes left, so I will conclude by saying, once again, thank you to my colleague for Perth Wellington. He has my full support for this bill. And I would also like to thank Senator Black, who worked in the agri-food sector for many years. And I think we need more representatives from that sector here in the House of Commons, people who know about the industry, and no Canadian can survive without eating. So we need to thank all of the people who feed us, who feed cities, and those people are Canadian farmers. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, I just want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois who switched their spot with me so I can be able to make committee tonight at 6:30. I'm very proud to be speaking to Bill S227, and I want to acknowledge the member for Perth Wellington for sponsoring it here in the House of Commons, but also Senator Rob Black. I've known Senator Black for a little while now, and he and I share a definite passion for farming and for soil health. And it's nice to see that we've got those kinds of champions, not only for our agricultural sector, but also for the key role that it plays in establishing food security in Canada, but also in recognizing that farmers, in fact, are going to be one of our greatest tools in effectively combating climate change. As I made mention in my intervention with the member for Perth Wellington, this bill is no stranger to Parliament. We have seen several versions over several parliaments, And I also want to acknowledge the former member for Kootenay, Columbia, Wayne Stetsky, who was a colleague of mine for 4 years in this place during the 42nd Parliament. He introduced, I believe it was called Bill C-281, and that bill actually passed through the House of Commons before arriving at the Senate, and unfortunately did go no further. But I'm pleased to see that with this version of the bill, I think we may actually have enough runway to pass it into law. I am very proud to be standing here, Mr. Speaker, not only as a proud member representing the great riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, but also as the NDP's agriculture critic. I have been privileged to hold that position for 4.5 years now, and for me, agriculture is not work. It's a passion of mine, and I have been incredibly blessed in this role over 4.5 years to have spoken with farm organizations from coast to coast to coast. But to be able to represent the farmers in my riding, to take their feedback, and to be a part of the national policy discussion on food security, on agriculture, and how well our farmers are doing has been a very real privilege. I'm also the owner of a small-scale farming property. It is nowhere near a commercial operation, but even the work on that property has given me a small insight into how hard our farmers actually work. I raise livestock. I've got a small flock of chickens. I raise ducks. I have pigs and 3 elderly sheep. And it teaches you a certain level of responsibility. It makes you appreciate that care for animals and care for the land is something that we should all aspire to. And I think it's something that through the enactment of this bill will become part of our national discourse, an appreciation for what farmers do for our communities, big and small, because sometimes our large urban centers, there can be a bit of a disconnect from where our food actually comes from. And if this bill helps further the conversation, strengthening those links between our urban centers and our rural centers, I think that is doing nothing but good for our national unity. You know, we already have in Canada, of course, Canada's Agriculture Day, which we celebrate in February of every year. But I like the fact that S227 is going to, in August, specifically the first Monday in August, the Saturday before the first Monday in August is going to be established as Food Day in Canada. And I think it's important because Agriculture Day is of course, a very broad topic. There are multiple different kinds of agriculture, but this bill is making it more specific and centering really on the concept of food. And I think that's important, Mr. Speaker, because I think every member of Parliament here realizes that food is not just a commodity. It's important. That's the thing that makes all humans equal, is we all have to eat to survive. And it's very much a social determinant of health. We know there are far too many people in Canada who suffer from food insecurity. And food security and food sovereignty, they have all been key issues for me personally. We are a country, of course, that is very blessed with the amount of arable land we have. We produce far more food than our population consumes, so we are a net exporters of food. We are actually one of the top agricultural producers in the world, and that's something that we should definitely carry around with pride. But what I love about this country is just the huge variety of growing regions that we have from coast to coast. It truly is a learning experience no matter what province you are visiting. And I think that we should have a country where we have that ability to produce food locally for everyone who needs it, not only for the bare minimum amount, but also to achieve that good, high-quality food that we all need. We need that high level of nutrition. It's, as I mentioned before, a very strong factor in the social determinants of health. You know, as New Democrats, of course, this has been a central issue to us for many parliaments for many years. Back in 2011, we ran on a commitment to introduce a Canadian food strategy that would combine health goals, environmental goals, and food quality objectives. We've had incredible MPs like Alex Adamanenko and Malcolm Allen, who in the past really set the stage for the debates that we're able to have today. We have to recognize those members of Parliament who did that heavy lifting in previous parliaments to establish the building blocks that we truly have today to get to where we're at. Those strategy, like we created a strategy called Everyone Eats, our vision for a pan-Canadian food strategy, really focusing on how food travels from the farm to the factory to the fork. It was very comprehensive, and I think it played no small part in forcing the Liberals to come up with their own strategy in the 42nd Parliament when they last had a majority government. As I've mentioned, I stay in close contact with the farmers in my region. I depend very much on their feedback, and I try to be as true as I can as their representative in this place to ensure that their voices are being heard. The other thing, too, is, looking at how food is produced in Canada, I think also this bill is going to force us to look at the concept of food miles. I can remember going to grocery stores when you can see oranges from New Zealand and apples from South Africa, and just the amazing distances those foods had to travel to make it to your plate. I know in British Columbia, we have the ability to grow a lot of seasonal produce, and I think we need to establish those stronger links, and I hope that this bill will help achieve that. I'm also incredibly proud to come from a province that I think arguably has the most diversified agricultural sector in the country. British Columbia has a variety of different climates. Given our mountainous province, we are able to grow a lot of different things in many different regions. And depending on which valley and which part of the province are in, they will always find a little niche market somewhere. Bringing it home to Vancouver Island, to my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, we have some fantastic farmers markets where you can go and see where your food is coming from locally, see the incredible diversity that is being grown right in our backyard. And I appreciate the efforts that locals are going through to highlight that incredible work that's going on in our backyard. And Mr. Speaker, the Cowichan region, believe it or not, is Canada's only maritime Mediterranean climatic zone. We have the highest mean average temperature in all of Canada, and this allows our farmers to get a head start on growing some amazing food. In fact, in the local Hulkaminam language, Cowichan, that's the anglicized version of the word, means the warm land. And we are blessed with incredibly warm summers, very hot summers, and we get an incredible amount of rainfall in the winter. And that allows us to produce an amazing agricultural bounty. It's on display everywhere you go. You can get your organic fruits and vegetables, your local honey, your cheese, your eggs, your sustainably harvested seafood, meat from grass-fed and ethically raised animals, homemade jams, jellies, chutneys, and sauces, artisan breads, pies, pastries, and cookies, locally grown produce, wines and spirits, and even gourmet treats for your pets. So to cap it off, Mr. Speaker, because I know I only have a minute left, I'm incredibly proud to be standing here to support this bill. It sounds like we're going to have a lot of agreement in this House. I hope that when it finds its passage, reaches royal assent, and becomes law, it is yet one more tool we have in our tool basket of policy to remind Canadians of how important local food is, how important it is to celebrate the farmers who produce it for us, and to start that conversation on how we as parliamentarians can better foment food security so that everybody in every region has the ability to have access to good, high-quality food with no barriers whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take the floor today with regards to Bill S227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada. The objective of this bill is that the Saturday before the first Monday of August in Canada be designated as as Food Day in Canada. From the get-go, I would like to say that the Bloc Québécois will vote for this bill because it allows us to highlight central issues in the lives of all Quebecers and Canadians, issues that are too readily ignored. In Quebec and in Canada, we often take for granted our agriculture and agri-food sectors. The Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, establishes agriculture and agri-food as a priority. We always talk about food sovereignty by promoting supply management, for example, which is one eloquent example of this. Food sovereignty is a rather recent concept. It was first put forward by a movement that tabled this idea at the World Food Summit, the UN World Food Summit in Rome in 1964. Since then, it was used by other movements, taking into account concerns and values linked to their organizations, and given the socio-economic situation of their countries. Over time, a number of issues were raised by the Bloc in order to promote food sovereignty of Quebec and of Canada, particularly securing our food supply chain by helping the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, promoting the next generation of farmers and producers by implementing Bill C-208 on the tax measures for intergenerational farm trade, promoting local production and processing by increasing abattoirs capacities, for example, helping producers and processors to innovate, especially with regards to resilience against climate change. We must also protect essential agricultural facilities and processing facilities from foreign investors. We must promote human-sized farms by encouraging organic farming and encouraging local purchasing. The pandemic has shown us the failures of our food supply and our reliance on foreign imports. In November 2021, the Quebec Agriculture Minister, André Lamontagne, started the $12 challenge, which encourages Quebec consumers to replace $12 of foreign products with local products. If every week every household were to replace $12 of food coming from elsewhere by $12 of Quebec food, then there could be a $1 billion increase in Quebec's organic market. So I encourage every single Quebec family to meet the challenge. We are blessed, Mr. Speaker. Quebec cuisine is a world of possibilities. It's regional and seasonal, with a little touch of our multicultural history, for good measure. From tourtière to maple syrup to shrimp from Matane, or the blueberries, not to forget our fruits and vegetables in Abitibi, all excellent local produce. Buying local is everyone's business. Retailers, restaurateurs, caterers, and food trucks. Food and drink services for healthcare institutions, correctional institutions, schools, factories, companies, childcare centres, hotels, and other touristic locations. It is also important to have purchasing policies that take into account where they acquire their food. From the pitchfork to the table fork, your Peruvian broccoli will have travelled thousands of kilometres. The same can be true for raspberries from Mexico or potatoes from South Africa. Greenhouse gases from production all the way to your plate. A 2021 study states that a third of greenhouse gas emissions come from food production, especially with regards to their transport. It's possible to consume local produce, which is an easy way to reduce your green impact. Buying local is supporting local economies and the dynamism of our provinces. Everyone benefits. This summer, I went through local markets in my riding where you can buy local produce. According to StatsCan, during the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, About 1 out of 10 Canadians over the age of 12 stated that they knew food precarity, or they had known food precarity over the past 12 months, which is unacceptable in a country like Canada. Luckily, Quebec is one of the provinces where there has been a significant decrease in people living in a food precarity situation. Quebec's avant-garde social system, with regards to childcare and education, etc., has something to do with this. Talking about regions, Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk to you about my riding of Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, which I proudly represent. I would like to talk about Nunavik in particular. Despite decades of efforts, food precarity is a very significant and complex issue up north. This insecurity concerns the amount and the quality of food that is consumed, the high cost of living, the ever-limited access to traditional sources of food like hunting, foraging and fishing, a lack of awareness and the impacts of climate change and the impact of pollution on traditional food sources. Developing Nordic agriculture is a potential innovative solution to this. This also targets the well-being of Inuit communities. The usage of greenhouses can provide good quality and sustainable produce given the cultural aspects of food safety. This interdisciplinary program allows a community to have a local and sustainable supply chain, raising awareness on agriculture and agri-food, this increasing the health and well-being of local Canadians. This will also reduce the price of groceries in Inuvik. Groceries cost 40% more than down south. 84% of Inuits live in the Hudson Bay region, and they find themselves in a food precarity situation. Inuits have the highest proportion of food precarity amongst Indigenous peoples. We must work on this. The biofood sector forges our strength and our wealth. It feeds Quebecers with very high quality produce. It is exported elsewhere and is known for its variety. It's an essential aspect of Quebec's prosperity. It is intrinsically linked in the way that we use our lands. Quebecers have the privilege of being able to count on a biofood stream that can meet the most diverse of food needs. This goes beyond our borders. This leads also to very high quality produce. Therefore, establishing a food day as proposed here would allow us to highlight farmers, producers, fishers, processors, and all of the supply chain and Quebecers who want local produce more and more. And that is the reason for which the Bloc Québécois will vote for this bill. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Food unites us. Food brings us together, particularly important during these times of division and strife around the world. Tout le monde aime la nourriture.
Everyone loves food. Food like poutine, tourtière, and the Lac Saint-Jean blueberries.
Food. And we all love Canadian food, like tourtière or like poutine, like Malpac oysters, maple syrup with pancakes and pea meal bacon. We all love butter tarts, although I'm treading on dangerous water here because we can get into a debate about whether they should be with raisins or without and who exactly makes the best butter tarts. But we all love Canadian food, whether it's Alberta barley-fed steak or it's Ontario corn-fed roast beef shared over a glass of Ontario or British Columbia wine. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to add my support for this bill in front of the House. I would like to thank the honourable member for Perth Wellington for sponsoring this bill in the House. It's been passed in the Senate, and I encourage all of my colleagues here in the House to support this bill. Food Day Canada started in 2003. Since then, it has been taking place on the Saturday of the August long weekend. This is the time of year when farmers' markets are brimming with many locally produced agricultural products, these products being freshly available, and patios and restaurants are full of patrons, and barbecues are in high season. Food Day Canada is a celebration in praise of Canadian farmers and fishers, chefs and researchers, and home cooks. On this day, everyone is encouraged to celebrate, to shop, to cook, and dine Canadian. Food Day Canada's website contains numerous Canadian recipes that can be created using local Canadian ingredients, such as Saskatoon oat and seed bread, red lentil crusted albacore tuna with beluga lentil and cherry tomato vinaigrette, and apple and cider cobbler. Our country has so much to offer when it comes to authentic Canadian cuisine, and each Canadian recipe tells a story about who we are. On Food Day Canada, events take place across the country at various restaurants and locations. Buildings are also lit up red and white in celebration, including at Charlottetown City Hall, Montreal Tower, Toronto's CN Tower, the Alberta Legislative Building, and the Vancouver Convention Centre. It's a true coming together of agriculture, aquaculture, and the culinary communities of Canada. It's a day to shine a light on Canadian cuisine. Despite all of this, though, Mr. Speaker, Food Day Canada has not yet been designated a commemorative day in Canada. And passing the bill in front of the House today will formally recognize this day and the importance of Canadian cuisine to our culture, to our identity, and to our heritage. Food Day Canada was founded by the late Anita Stewart. I got to know Anita as a constituent in Elora, and before that, as the mother of sons I went to high school with at Centre Wellington District High School in Fergus, Ontario. I later got to know her as a passionate advocate for Canadian food. It's due to her vision, her dedication, and perseverance that Food Day Canada has become the national event that it is. Passing this bill honors the legacy of Anita Stewart and her contributions to Canadian cuisine. Anita Stewart founded Food Day Canada nearly 20 years ago. A member of the Order of Canada, founder of Cuisine Canada, and the University of Guelph's Food Laureate, she was an incredible advocate for Canadian food and Canadian farmers. Sadly, Anita was diagnosed with cancer and passed away in October of 2020. She was a food writer, a food journalist, and a self-described food activist. She was tireless in championing Canadian food, Canadian farmers, and Canadian cuisine. And she was always looking for a new recipe and connecting that to the farmers that produced the ingredients. She grew up in rural Wellington County, and from those rural roots, she went everywhere across this country. Anita went over the side of icebreakers into work boats in the North Pacific to visit every manned light station on that coast and met their keepers. She traveled by dog sled and snowmobile to Cree hunt camps in northern Quebec. She went to Hibernia, which she called the most easterly bastion of Canadian cuisine on this continent. She scuba dived with sea cucumbers and urchin in the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and bushtail fly fished for salmon in Discovery Passage. She was an amazing storyteller about Canadian food, producing over a dozen Canadian cookbooks. One of her early works was co-written with Jo Marie Powers, titled Farmers Market Cookbook, and it featured recipes collected from vendors at farmers markets. Each recipe identified with the market and the vendor where the recipe came from. In her book, The Lighthouse Cookbook, Anita presented recipes from the keepers of British Columbia's lighthouses, including traditional clam chowder and mussels in wild mushrooms. Some other works by Anita include Country Inn Cookbook, the St. Lawrence Market Cookbook, and Northern Bounty, a celebration of Canadian cuisine. It was through her cookbooks that my wife Carrie and I further got to know Anita. When we were first planning our wedding 20 years ago this month, we came across a cookbook titled Great Canadian Cuisine, The Contemporary Flavors of Canadian Pacific Hotels by Anita Stewart on Carrie's grandmother's coffee table. And one thing led to another. We met up with Anita, and her son, using that cookbook, prepared the most amazing wedding meal for all of the guests. Through her written works, Anita did more than share recipes. She brought to life the story of Canadian food and the people behind it. She was first, as many have mentioned, she was first as the University of Guelph's food laureate, believed to be the first at any university in Canada. As food laureate, she continued to champion Canadian cuisine, providing advocacy and leadership across academic and administrative departments. She had a profound impact on the University of Guelph and on Wellington County. The Anita Stewart Memorial Food Lab at the university continues to actively promote the growth and study of our Canadian food systems and cultures. In deep recognition of her contributions to Canadian cuisine and culture, she was invested into the Order of Canada in 2012, one of our country's highest honors. And just as Anita was passionate about Canadian cuisine, so too are her sons, and she passed along that passion to her sons, Jeff, Mark, Brad, and Paul. All four have had a great impact on Canadian cuisine and co-founded with her Food Day Canada. They also continue to serve on Food Day Canada's board of directors. Jeff, who is Red Seal certified as a chef and sommelier, previously stated the following about his mom, quote, "My mother was a real force in Canada, but also a real force in our family. The amazing thing is the legacy she left behind and all of the amazing connections of people who are supporting what she started." Following her all too early passing, Niagara Falls was lit up in red and white to honor her and her life's work. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that Canada is better for her contributions to Canadian cuisine. This bill in front of us honors the legacy Anita Stewart left behind. It will also ensure that Canadian cuisine from coast to coast is honored and celebrated each and every year. So I encourage all of my colleagues here in this House to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, we'll continue debate, but I know we only have about 2 minutes left before we take this off. So the honourable member for Guelph, maybe you can get putting first, and then he'll do the drive next time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable members across the way, and in fact, the whole House that's honouring Anita Stewart and Food Day Canada through this motion that's in front of us. And again, thank you to Senator Black for being the champion in the other place to bring it forward to us. You know, and to build on what the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills was saying, how do you become a food laureate at a university? How do you get the Order of Canada around food? She called herself a culinary activist. Anita had an energy about her that really brought people together, and then she talked about the food. I can remember, Mr. Speaker, I was chairing the Institute for Canadian Citizenship in Guelph, and we were looking for somebody that could help officiate. The judge wasn't available that normally came from Kitchener, and because she has the Order of Canada, Anita Stewart came and officiated the ceremony, and she said to the newcomers coming to Canada, "I hope you brought your cookbooks, because when you come to Canada, we want to know what's your food and incorporate it into the food of the country." So she looked at food as the great uniter, and that's been mentioned also. But on that day, I met with her son, Jeff, at the University of Guelph this past summer, and he said that day when she had to prepare for the Citizenship Award, she was up the night before trying to think about what she was going to say and how she was going to bring enough gravitas to the ceremony, but at the same time honor her life's work around food. So us carrying this forward, Food Day Canada was started at the end of SARS to help restaurateurs that were suffering, and she passed away in October during another pandemic. So there's something poetic that I'd love to explore in my next 7 minutes of my speech of why this is such an important event for Canada to celebrate every year.
I want to thank the members for their interventions tonight. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. Et l'ordre est réputé au.
The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
It being 6:43, pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House will now resume debate on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Health. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today about a subject very close to my heart, the contribution that Taiwan can make to global discussions around health. The report we are debating and seeking to concur in reflects a motion proposed by my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, and I want to congratulate him for his excellent work on the health file and on supporting Taiwan's contributions when it comes to global health conversations. I know he is a strong advocate in this House and a great friend of Taiwan. And I want to focus my comments today on two specific points. First, I want to speak to Taiwan's own success in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in fact, how Canada and other countries could have benefited from engaging with and listening to Taiwan more. That is, recognizing that our engagement with Taiwan and pushing for their inclusion in these kinds of global discussions, yes, it's in part out of a commitment to supporting Taiwan and supporting their democracy, but it's also simply in our own self-interest. When we engage with and learn from Taiwan and hear their experience and perspectives, we are better off. When we trade more with Taiwan, it helps to create jobs and opportunity here in Canada, and there are various other examples. So I want to speak first to really Taiwan's success with COVID-19 and how we could all benefit from it. But I want to spend some time as well addressing some of the current issues in terms of escalating threats from the mainland government towards Taiwan and learning from our failure to deter the Russian invasion of Ukraine to talk about the steps we need to take now to respond to the threats that are being made towards Taiwan. So Taiwan's success in response to COVID-19. Right when the COVID-19 pandemic started to be a major issue here in Canada, I think all of us as politicians were sort of trying to grapple with what do we do about this? What are the things we should be proposing? What are the things we should be talking about? And I think the discussion quickly shifted to support measures to support Canadians and businesses through those circumstances. And those were important conversations, certainly. But in a way, a prior conversation was how do we minimize the impact of the virus? How do we manage the public health side of it so that more people can continue to work and continue to be out and about if possible. And so my approach was to look around the world at the data from different countries in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on those countries, and to say who are the countries that are doing the best in the world when it comes to responding to the pandemic. And then bringing those insights here to the House and saying to the government, we're able to observe that infection rates, death rates in certain places are lower than others. Can we try to emulate the approach being taken by countries which have been more successful at responding to this pandemic? And looking at the numbers at the time and since, it was very clear that in particular it were some of those East Asian democracies, and in particular Taiwan and South Korea, that had been extremely successful in their response to COVID-19, both in the early days and since. And notably, these East Asian democracies are much more densely populated than Canada, and they're much closer to the epicenter of the outbreak of the pandemic. So just considering those factors, you might assume that they would be more vulnerable to the spread of COVID-19, and yet these places had very effective strategies in terms of responding. So at the time, I said to the then health minister, and I think members of our side have repeated it, recognizing how successful these East Asian democracies had been in responding to the pandemic. Can we learn from their experience? Of course, they were learning from past experience. These countries having dealt to a much greater extent than we did with previous SARS outbreaks. So Taiwan it was clear in the data that Taiwan was succeeding. And the government of Taiwan was pushing this message internationally that Taiwan can help, recognizing that Taiwan's participation in international conversations around health, yes, it was about including Taiwan and giving them the opportunity to participate on an equal basis as they should, but it was also about recognizing that Taiwan had been so successful in their response to COVID that they could contribute, that they could share their insights, and if we had been more prepared to push for the inclusion of Taiwan, if the global community had included Taiwan in more of these conversations and listened to them, many people would be alive today who tragically are not. So the concrete benefits of Taiwanese inclusion, I think, were very clear. So what were the strategies that Taiwan deployed? Well, right from the beginning, the government of Taiwan was encouraging masking as a tool for responding to the pandemic. Right from the beginning, they had in place strong border measures. That there were mandatory quarantines for those who were coming from elsewhere. They didn't take the information that was coming from the government of China at face value. They had enough experience to realize that there was a high risk of misinformation from a communist government. That shouldn't be a particularly novel insight. It should be fairly obvious that authoritarian communist regimes pushing misinformation, disinformation is part of what they do. But I think when it came to issues of health, we were a bit too naive on that. So strong masking, strong border measures. Also for our East Asian democratic partners, moving quickly on putting in place testing protocols, tracing. These were the parts of the successful toolkit. Being critical of information that was coming out of the mainland, masking, border measures, testing, tracing. And it's easy to forget, perhaps, but right at the beginning, those insights were very different from what was being pushed by members of this government. A representative of the government, the chief public health officer, had sort of implied at committee that it would be bigoted to impose border restrictions in response to the pandemic, and this led to a slowed down response. Of course, the irony with this government is they have put in place the wrong measures at the wrong time. We should have had strong border measures at the beginning. We didn't have those strong border measures. And then the government persisted in having ineffective border restrictions much later, even after the point when the virus was already in different parts of the world and many and most Canadians were vaccinated. The border measures were particularly important at the beginning to try to keep the virus from getting here, to try to delay its arrival on our shores. But once the virus is sort of very actively present in all countries, border measures obviously have less utility. But if we had listened to Taiwan, if we had learned from Taiwan's insights, we would have been able to respond earlier, respond faster. It's also easy to forget that public health authorities in Canada and the United States were discouraging mask use at the beginning of this pandemic, at a time when, of course, the science was there about the value of masks at that time because, again, Taiwan and other East Asian democracies were using and supporting the use of masks. And so it was always, I think, perplexing to a lot of people that we were told by the government, trust what public health authorities are saying, and yet public health authorities of similar stature in other countries were saying different things. The science on the pandemic should not have been different from country to country. So what I had suggested, and other members of our caucus had suggested at the time, is let's look at what the public health authorities are saying in those countries that have been most successful and effective in their response to the pandemic. So we should have been listening to Taiwan. We should have been moving quickly, early, to have those testing, tracing, border measures in place. And had we done that, I think we would have been able to avoid devastating lockdowns that significantly exacerbated mental health challenges for many Canadians, that caused many businesses to go under. If we had taken that strategic approach, learning from Taiwan, South Korea, and other partners in East Asia, we could have done so much better. So this speaks to the value of including Taiwan and the benefits to Canada of including their perspective when it comes to public health. Of course, let's recognize that Taiwan donated a significant number of masks to Canada and other countries in that early phase, that I think, unfortunately, some of the incorrect information alleging that masks didn't work that had come initially from the government may have reflected the fact that they didn't have enough masks available for those who needed it. And at the time when there was a shortage of masks, Taiwan really stepped up to try to support other countries around the world. So just to say, Mr. Speaker, as well, broadening the conversation a little bit, there are so many benefits to Canada associated with the inclusion of Taiwan in more international organizations and more active engagement with Taiwan. I think on the trade front, I'm proud to represent an energy-producing riding in Western Canada, and many of our partners in East Asia. Japan is another example. They don't have the same steady, certain access to energy from like-minded countries that we take for granted here in Canada. And we should be working to export more of our energy resources and build partnerships where we can sell our natural resources to Taiwan, to Japan, South Korea, other East Asian democratic partners. There is an immense opportunity, I think, to expand our trading relationship with Taiwan. Energy is one example. I think there are many other examples as well. But of course, while we can talk about the positives, about how Taiwan, yes, can help when it comes to the global response to future pandemics and other health conversations that may come up, about how trade between Taiwan and Canada, increasing trade, would be very beneficial for our economy. We need to recognize, alongside those positive opportunities, the storm clouds that are on the horizon as well. And we've seen escalating threats, very menacing behavior from the government of China towards Taiwan. And of course, this comes in the wake of the illegal, genocidal invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin's regime. And I very much think that that the government of China has been watching the Russian invasion of Ukraine and contemplating their own actions with regard to Taiwan. And I think we can see how the close partnership between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, and also how some of the same kinds of rhetoric are being used towards Taiwan as was and continues to be used towards Ukraine. So if Xi Jinping is observing and learning, we should also note what has happened in terms of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and do all we can to prevent a repeat situation where authoritarian power invades a neighboring democracy and denies its right to exist, denies the right of its people to self-determination. What are the lessons we can learn? I think one of the lessons is that we need to be clearer and firmer up front in trying to deter that invasion. I think a big part of why Putin chose the path he did was because we were not effective enough at deterring that invasion. I think signals were sent from certain Western powers that suggested to Putin that Ukraine would be on its own if it was invaded. Now, I think many countries have stepped up to supply weapons, apply debilitating sanctions, and the Ukrainian army has been very successful thus far. So the war, I think, did not go the way Putin expected it to go, fortunately. But if we had been able to send stronger signals earlier about the supports that would be there, then we might have been able to deter this aggression in the first place. So we need to be willing to pursue peace through strength. That is, in the case of a prospective invasion of Taiwan by China, we need to send clear signals, meaningful signals, about what we would do to support Taiwan in the event of such an invasion. The goal of sending those signals is, of course, to prevent the invasion in the first place. If you want peace, you have to be strong and firm in deterring aggression. The risk is that Putin's invasion of Ukraine kind of sets a precedent. It changes norms in the world where other countries start to think that they have that they can get away with using force to take territory within their region, within what they consider their historic sphere of influence. So defeating Putin in Ukraine, of course, it's important for Ukraine's sake. It's important for Russia's sake, as we hope for a free and democratic Russia to replace the Putin regime. But it's also important in terms of the precedent it sets for the world. So I hope that in the context of the bellicose rhetoric towards Taiwan that we have seen, Mr. Speaker, that we would be clear and firm in standing with Taiwan in terms of our preparation for the possibility of aggression, but also be clear in standing with Taiwan in terms of the everyday opportunities to include Taiwan in international conversations. Inclusion in the World Health Assembly, inclusion in ICAO, inclusion in international conversations around the broad range of issues, recognizing the contributions that Taiwan can make in terms of trade with Canada. There are many different ways that we can collaborate with Taiwan, and we should pursue that collaboration to a much greater extent. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this government needs to step up more, do more to support our friends and allies in Taiwan, and if I can just make a couple more points, just going back on the issue of Taiwan's COVID response, because I think some of the commentary coming out of COVID was to recognize a little bit of the scattered response in certain Western countries, I think certainly in Canada, the lack of preparedness from the government for this crisis. And so some people said, well, maybe China handled this better than democratic countries. Is this another case where supposedly the authoritarian model was more effective? But then you look at the success of Taiwan, you look at the success of South Korea, you look at the success of other East Asian democracies, and it becomes very clear that democracies actually handle the pandemic better. That if you look at comparable areas in terms of experience with pandemics, in terms of a similar level of experience in geography and other factors, that it was democratic countries that were more effective in their response. And we continue to see that today, where Taiwan, and I think this is characteristic of democracies, Taiwan is adapting its approach. It's moved away from a COVID-0 approach, and now it's adapting to more of a kind of living with the virus type of approach. And it's been appropriately able to respond to the virus, but also adapt in response to new information. Whereas the government of China has been really calcified in its response, and we're seeing a very brutal application of a COVID-0 policy in the mainland. So I think this is an important point to reflect on, just how Taiwan's adaptability and success really outshines the response on the mainland, and it outshines many other countries, and underlines the importance of engagement with Taiwan, of strong relations, of learning from Taiwan, and also of supporting fellow democracies, building partnerships with Taiwan and with other democracies all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question Kamal Athar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting in terms of how much the member and the Conservative Party advocates in terms of following the lead of Taiwan, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the pandemic, this government from the very beginning has been following the advice of experts, health professionals here in Canada. It is very much a made-in-Canada approach at dealing with the pandemic. The Conservative Party was out encouraging the convoy in different ways. They were opposing mandates when we still had provincial mandates in place. They have been all over the map on the issue. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative Party have more confidence and faith in Taiwan and their policies in dealing with the pandemic than they do of our own Health Canada, and the health experts, and the science that we have here in Canada? Why so much confidence over there and not in the people here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, a member of the government wants to know why I have more confidence in Taiwan's public health authorities in response than in his government's response. Very simply, because in Taiwan, they had fewer deaths per capita and they had fewer cases per capita. So why would I take a parochial approach to this and say my country's way is right when the data shows that Taiwan's approach clearly worked better in terms of saving lives and minimizing cases? The made by and made in this government approach, it was not as effective as the Taiwanese approach when it came to saving lives. And he alluded in his comments about the convoy to the fact that, yes, many Canadians were deeply hurt by by some of the arbitrary restrictions that were put in place, were deeply affected by the lockdowns and other policies that the government put in place that had devastating other implications. Again, many of these things were avoided by our East Asian democratic partners, who saw the value of border measures, of testing, of tracing, and recognized the value of masking earlier. We should have learned from their experience. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The colleague's answer shows us the extent to which it's important to share information from various public health authorities so we can better respond to the pandemic. So it's all the more important that Taiwan be part of the World Health Organization. What China is doing right now is using healthcare risks for political purposes. It's using risks to public health care for political purposes. So what does my colleague think of these politicians, those countries and political parties which are using public health and the misery of people for political purposes?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague. The government in China does everything to foster its own political interests, even if it means affecting the lives of people in other countries. It's clear the Chinese government is committing genocide against one of its own minorities. It has shown no respect for human rights. We must be clear and realistic and try to work harder with other democratic nations such as Taiwan.
Comments? The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his speech today and how clearly he indicated all the great steps that Taiwan took when the pandemic happened and the tremendous steps that they took, from a scientific point of view. They have scientists, they stepped up in avenues of protecting the public, restrictions coming in and out of Taiwan, and things that we didn't do in this country. And we've had the opportunity to learn from them, and not only learn from their science knowledge that they brought to us, but also the steps that they took in helping assist this country. For example, as my colleague mentioned, about the donation of millions of dollars of equipment, whether it was masks or gowns that they sent to Canada to help us during our time of crisis while we were trying to get caught up and doing things. And I mean, it's interesting that I know the issue here is we have these great scientists in Taiwan, and having scientists getting together and talking to each other, that's how we learn. And having the Taiwanese scientists and medical practitioners being at the WHO and the WHA to not only provide their expertise, but also to learn from that expertise so we continue to do that. So I'm interested to hear from my colleague, in particular when we see what this Liberal government has done on issues in dealing with Iran and the steps where they're saying they're going to do things, yet they are not doing. And I'm wondering if the member might comment on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent question and clearly what is his passion for the relationship with Taiwan. And just to pick up on the last point he made, I think we see something like a global competition emerging between democratic countries with a belief in pluralism and inclusion. And on the other hand, we see a rigid authoritarianism, of course, different kinds of regimes in Russia and Iran and China, but a common belief in a way that centralized control instead of individual freedom is the best way to govern a society. And as we recognize that competition, I think we need to work to deepen partnerships and collaboration in research, in trade, in all kinds of other areas with other like-minded democracies. And we shouldn't fail to cooperate with a democratic partner in order to supposedly appease an authoritarian country. That would be nonsensical, and it would be missing an opportunity to work with someone with Taiwan, which can be and I think is a true friend to Canada, and it's a friendship that is rooted in shared values, not just on a narrow short-term identification of interest, but on deeply shared democratic values. So we should grab those opportunities to collaborate while being clear-eyed and realistic about the emerging authoritarianism and the threat that it presents to our democratic values.
Time for another question and answer. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, you're in a great mood tonight, and an especially good mood, and that is fantastic. You're always in a good mood, but you're in an especially good mood tonight. Now, to my colleague, he's an incredible orator. I have to concede that, and I'm so pleased to see how strongly he is defending Taiwan's sovereignty in the face of the Chinese dragon, and I think we all agree with that tonight. So one day Quebec will be independent. Are you going to fight just as hard for Quebec to become a member of the World Health Organization?
Monsieur le Président.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am for the right of peoples to make their own choices about their future, and I believe that Quebecers had the opportunity to make a choice. However, Quebecers chose to stay within Canada. As far as I'm concerned, that was the right choice.
Bon. Reprise de débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Whitby. I am pleased to speak today on the health portfolio's critical work with the World Health Organization and other international organizations. The importance of international collaboration and cooperation has never been more clear. No single country, including Canada, is able to solve complex health challenges alone. As we know all too well, COVID-19 and other viruses and health issues do not respect borders. That is why the health portfolio engages, cooperates, and collaborates with international and global partners. This happens multilaterally through the World Health Organization, the G7, the G20, and other organizations. We also engage directly with our international partners to strengthen our domestic response. As a founding member, Canada is a strong supporter of the WHO and engages with the organization to advance domestic and international health priorities, share health expertise, and protect the health of Canadians and people around the world. This includes contributing support and expertise to health emergency response efforts, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, developing a vaccine for Ebola, championing polio eradication, and advancing global health security. Canada also collaborates with WHO on issues important to Canadians, such as climate change and environmental health, healthy aging, mental health, and non-communicable diseases. Canada is strongly committed to advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. WHO is an important partner in advancing these objectives, including equity-based approaches to health systems, strengthening primary health care, and closing gaps in sexual and reproductive health and rights. Canada is a strong champion of gender equality and equity issues, and we bring this leadership to our engagement with the WHO. Canada values the WHO's leadership and coordination role in the COVID-19 response. The WHO has an important role in overseeing the international health regulations, driving global research efforts towards new vaccines and treatments, addressing shortages and treatments, addressing shortages of critical medical supplies and personal protective equipment, helping global vaccination efforts, and supporting vulnerable countries in their preparedness and response efforts. We recognize the opportunity to learn from the COVID-19 experience and strengthen the WHO and global pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response efforts. That is why we supported the decision to develop a new instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response at the special session of the WHO's World Health Assembly last December. Canada will work to ensure that this new instrument enhances international cooperation so we're all better prepared should there be another pandemic, while protecting Canadian interests. We also strongly believe we need to improve the tools and mechanisms that we already have, including the international health regulations. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that member state expectations for the WHO outweigh its resources and capacities. There are important global discussions taking place right now on improving WHO's sustainable financing and governance. Canada is emerging with other member states to address these issues and will continue to actively advocate for oversight, the organization, and implementation of key findings and recommendations from the Global 19 reviews. WHO has also an important role in crises, including the armed conflict in Ukraine, which has significantly disrupted health services and is having disproportionate impact on women and children. Canada is contributing to the WHO's overall health response in Ukraine, which is focused on saving lives and ensuring access to basic health services for those affected by the armed conflict. Canada has allocated more than $7.5 million to the WHO to improve essential health services in Ukraine, including emergency care for injured patients and continued COVID-19 care. These are important topics at the 75th World Health Assembly that took place this past May. Canada has a strong presence at the Assembly to advance the priorities we share with the WHO and other partners. This includes strengthening the WHO through enhanced leadership and governance, mobilization of global action to better prevent, prepare for, and respond to health emergencies, and accelerating progress on health equity and determinants of health. I want to reiterate that Canada believes the world needs a strong WHO, and that a strong WHO should reflect a global health community where everyone is included and can participate. There are many actors contributing to better public health outcomes around the world, including Taiwan. They have been a good bilateral partner on Canada on health, which we saw when they donated personal protective equipment to us early in the pandemic. We continue to support Taiwan's full participation in organizations such as the World Trade Organization and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, where it is a full member. We also support its meaningful participation in international fora where there is practical imperative and where Taiwan's absence would be detrimental to global interests. Accordingly, and as consistent with Canada's long-standing One China policy, we support Taiwan's inclusion as an observer in the World Health Assembly. The Minister of Health called for Taiwan's meaningful participation in the Assembly during his plenary statement this year. Canada also continues to work closely with our G7 partners on both the pandemic and other priority health issues. Canada has participated in numerous G7 health ministers' meetings where we have underlined the need for collaboration to end the acute phase of this pandemic. G7 health deputy ministers are meeting in a week in Berlin where they will discuss critical issues such as ending the COVID-19 pandemic and implementing lessons learned, tackling the connection of climate change and health, and combating antimicrobial resistance. Engaging through the G20 has also been an important for global cooperation on the pandemic. Under Indonesia's presidency, G20 health ministers met this past June and will meet again at the end of October. Canada looks forward to working with our G20 partners to help build resilience for the global health system, including sustainable financing, harmonizing global health protocol standards, and expanding global manufacturing and knowledge hubs for pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Health ministers also met with G20 finance ministers this past June, with a second meeting planned for November to address the critical funding gap for global pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The health portfolio is working closely with G7 and G20 partners, as well as with international bodies and organizations, including the WHO, to address important global health challenges, including and beyond COVID-19, such as antimicrobial resistance, climate change, and mental health. The threat of antimicrobial resistance has the potential of being the next global health crisis. As our antimicrobial medications, especially antibiotics, become less effective due to pathogens developing the ability to resist these drugs, this is increasing the risk of disease spread, severe illness, and death. A truly global challenge. This is an issue where Canada needs to collaborate closely with our international partners and international organizations, including the WHO. The impact of climate change is on health and has become a global health priority. It is important that the connection between health and environment remain at the center of international discussions and actions to address climate change at the 26th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Canada supported the commitments for building and developing climate resilience and low-carbon sustainable health systems, which was recognized by the WHO. This is a transformational time for global mental health. The pandemic has had a tremendous impact on mental health and well-being, underscoring both the gaps and opportunities in our mental health systems. And so we need to translate this momentum into action and work together with the WHO and our international partners to ensure we achieve the goals and targets that we have set, with the vision to create a world in which mental health is valued, promoted, and protected, and mental illness is prevented and cared for equitably and respectfully. Canada has helped foster strong international relationships and the resilient global community needed to successfully face the challenges of COVID-19, to build back better as we emerge from the pandemic and continue to make progress on other health important issues that we know no borders. Moving forward, we will redouble our efforts to ensure that the WHO is effective, efficient, relevant, transparent, accountable, and a well-governed institution whose actions and recommendations are guided by member states and by the best available science and evidence. The world needs a strong, transparent, and inclusive WHO, and Canada stands ready to work with others to make this a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tar, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. She focused in particular on the need to improve governance at the World Health Organization. I agree that there is a desperate need to improve aspects of the WHO's governance and behavior. I think one of the most scandalizing things for many people that have followed these issues in the last few years was this massive sexual abuse scandal in Congo. Many women coming forward, they faced sexual abuse during the Ebola crisis, and it was at the hands of WHO employees. And I think there's been a lack of effective response. I think Canada needs to do more to respond to that. We also saw the way that the World Health Organization was not willing to engage with Taiwan. Some of the comments that were made dismissing Taiwan's in any way distinctiveness. So would the member agree with me that these were significant scandals, that the WHO has a lot of work to do, and that her government needs to do more to be willing to hold international organizations like the World Health Organization accountable?
The member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I thank my memorable colleague for his question. As I mentioned, Canada is a strong supporter of the WHO and engages with organizations to advance domestic and international priorities. And by collaborating with the WHO, we can address issues like the ones you mentioned that are important to Canadians. And we will continue to work with the WHO to promote gender equality and will address the equity issues that exist today. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to see that the Liberal Party is favourable to Taiwan entering OMS. You understand me, Mr. Speaker? I am pleasantly surprised, but I also have some reservations about the Liberals' position in some sectors. The Liberal Party fears harming China or insulting China with the Liberal Party's attitude towards Taiwan, so they're reticent. How does my colleague interpret this? Why, in this file, the WHO, does the Liberal Party accept Taiwan, but not in other files?
Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank my honourable colleague for his question. Merci beaucoup. The main purpose for the reason why I stood up in this speech was really to say that Taiwan has remarkable experience in the field of healthcare, as well as preventing the spread of various contagious diseases. We're going to continue to work with our colleagues in Taiwan, with the WHO, and we're going to take what we've learned from the COVID-19 virus and emerge from that point and ensure that we're able to address all these issues going forward and prevent disease from spreading going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague has done a real admirable job of outlining and explaining the importance of multilateral forums and institutions in dealing with global health threats. And I just wanted to ask my honourable colleague if there's anything about Canada's leadership on these forums that really stands out to her as she's looked at Canada's role, for example, cooperating with Taiwan and Canada's role on the WHO itself. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. As I mentioned, we will continue to support Taiwan's participation in the global health network to enable Taiwan to contribute even more in the post-pandemic era. Taiwan is a widely acclaimed leader in health and in development and has a lot to offer the WHO and the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for a very short question. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. And she spoke many times very eloquently about how Taiwan has so much to offer to the world. And in particular, when we talk about antimicrobials, et cetera, as we progress. But the reality is that being an observer, as a doctor in my previous career, the reality is being an observer at a meeting gives you no opportunity to interact and get that onto the table. And I'm wondering why the member is okay with Taiwan to be an observer as opposed to being a full participant so that they can get that information there to the table to help the world.
For Mississauga Streetsville, 30 seconds.
No, as I mentioned, we fully support Taiwan's full participation in the Global Health Network, and that will continue to have them engaged at the table when we're making decisions, especially with addressing COVID-19 and how we're going to go forward from that disease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations. My views on this matter are straightforward. Taiwan should participate meaningfully in international organizations whenever there is a practical imperative to do so, and whenever Taiwan's absence is detrimental to global interests. Consider, for instance, the question of Taiwan's ongoing exclusion from the World Health Assembly, the WHA. The exclusion of Taiwan from the WHA has been detrimental to the global efforts to track and combat COVID-19. The response to the pandemic and to future pandemics and global public health concerns in general provides a practical imperative, I think we can all agree, for Taiwan's inclusion as an observer. This position aligns fully with Canada's One China policy. Under this policy, Canada recognizes the People's Republic of China as the sole legitimate government of China while taking note, neither challenging nor endorsing the government of China's position on Taiwan. Canada maintains diplomatic relations with the PRC while continuing to develop and maintain unofficial economic, people-to-people, and cultural ties with Taiwan. The connections between Canada and Taiwan are very deep and strong. Our two societies share a commitment to democratic values, a respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law. Our people-to-people ties are also very strong. The approximately 50,000 Canadians who live in Taiwan today comprise the fourth largest Canadian diaspora community in the world. Daily direct flights between Vancouver and Taipei have helped to deepen these people-to-people ties. When the COVID-19 pandemic struck, Taiwan was among the first to donate masks to Canada. The economic relationship between Canada and Taiwan is also thriving. Canada's two-way merchandise trade with Taiwan totaled $10.2 billion in 2021, up 38.1% from $7.4 billion in the year 2020. In 2021, Taiwan was Canada's 11th largest merchandise trading partner and 5th largest trading partner in Asia. Taiwan is a critical link in global supply chains, particularly for chip manufacturing and international shipping. To strengthen trade, Canada and Taiwan cooperate through select multilateral organizations, including the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation and the WTO. To advance economic, people-to-people, and cultural cooperation, senior representatives from both sides participate in the annual Canada-Taiwan economic consultations. During the most recent meeting held virtually in December, our representatives discussed a broad range of topics related to trade and investment, such as the green economy, supply chain security, intellectual property, access to agricultural markets, and greater collaboration on science, technology, and innovation. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Taiwan recently negotiated the Indigenous Peoples Economic and Trade Cooperation Arrangement. The arrangement establishes a framework to identify and remove barriers that hinder the economic empowerment of Indigenous peoples. And earlier this year, Canada and Taiwan announced their intention to hold exploratory discussion towards a possible foreign investment promotion and protection arrangement, FIPA to use the acronym. A FIPA aims to protect and promote foreign investment by negotiating a common framework that provides a stable, rules-based investment environment for Canadian businesses investing abroad and for foreign businesses investing in Canada. Canada is keen to pursue trade, innovation, and investment relations with Taiwan, consistent with our long-standing policy. When it comes to Taiwan's meaningful participation in global discussions, perhaps the best way to summarize my position on this is to rework an old maxim. It's good for Taiwan, good for Canada, and good for the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, Taiwan's rise during the preceding decades is widely recognized as a democratic and economic success story. Many refer to it as the Taiwan miracle. Starting about 40 years ago, the island transitioned from a one-party authoritarian system to a multi-party democracy. Today, Taiwan's export-oriented industrial economy ranks 21st in the world by nominal GDP and 15th by GDP per capita. The island also ranks highly in measures of political and civil liberties, education, healthcare, and human development. Over the past 2 decades, Taiwan was able to participate in select UN specialized agencies as an observer or as a guest. More recently, however, Taiwan has been actively excluded from key international agencies and events. This exclusion has negative impacts not only on the 24 million people of Taiwan, but also on the global community. For instance, Taiwan continues to be excluded from the World Health Assembly, even though the island has much to contribute to global pandemic efforts. Indeed, the international community faces an unprecedented number of complex issues, from climate change to public health to environmental degradation and more. Collaboration among all partners offers our best hope for resolving these issues. Where a technical imperative exists, we must enable meaningful contributions from all stakeholders. It is on this basis that Canada supports Taiwan's meaningful participation in relevant global discussions. And I think there's a lot of lessons we can learn from the pandemic. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, international collaboration has been front and center. The most effective way, in fact, the only way to end the pandemic, is to engage as many stakeholders as possible in order to limit the spread of the COVID-19 virus. International organizations such as the World Health Organization facilitate these efforts. Throughout the pandemic, the WHO has served as a trusted conduit of authoritative information about everything from infection rates and transmission patterns to the effectiveness of vaccines and vaccination campaigns. Although each jurisdiction is and must be responsible for the health of its population, the WHO enables a coherent global response to the pandemic. Now more than ever, the world needs a transparent, inclusive, and accountable World Health Organization. Canada continues to work alongside other international partners to realize this goal. An illustration of Canada's support for the WHO is this government's investment of $865 million in the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. The Accelerator is a global collaboration that aims to speed up the development, production, and equitable availability of effective diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. Part of the Accelerator is the Health Systems Response Connector, the HSRC for short, which is a partnership of diverse organizations. It is co-led by the WHO, UNICEF, the Global Fund, and the World Bank, with support from the Global Financing Facility. HRSC coordinates the efforts of individual countries in 3 working streams: financing, planning, and tracking, technical and operational support, and health system and workforce protection. This coordination helps countries to identify and address health system bottlenecks and ensures that COVID-19 tools are deployed most effectively. Mr. Speaker, Taiwan is a progressive democracy. As a society, it has championed the protection of individual rights and freedoms, including those of women, the LGBTQ+ community, and Indigenous peoples. The island has much to contribute on the world stage. At the same time, Taiwan's strengths in semiconductors, biotechnology, and information technology have supported its dynamic, export-driven economy and contributed to global growth. Taiwan will continue to be the forefront of semiconductor innovation well into the future and will continue to play a central role in global technology supply chains. Taiwan's better integration into the global economy supports global growth and development. There is a strength in an inclusive architecture that is supportive of the participation of all stakeholders, which is why Canada will continue to pursue Taiwan's meaningful participation where its presence provides important contributions to the public good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question ou commentaire? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his great speech. He spoke about Taiwan and international organizations. He said that Taiwan was an observer state for many international organizations. He talked about strengthening commercial ties, the World Trade Organization. It's a good thing to talk about. So I have the following question. Let us talk about Taiwan in its fight against COVID-19. What models should we use next time there's a pandemic in Canada?
Well, thank you for that question. I appreciate that. What model should we use for future pandemics, I think is a great question to reflect on. I certainly see benefits from or learnings that I think can be integrated into Canada's future pandemic preparedness, which I think we can take lessons from many countries around the world. Taiwan is one of many that I think have done well. And, you know, I'm sure there's some that we can take lessons from of what not to do as well. So, and I think there's many examples. So I think, but the point here is that Taiwan needs to have meaningful input and, you know, have an opportunity to participate in those discussions and share the lessons that it's learned. And I think as an observer or a guest in some of these international organizations, it's able to do that, which I think it achieves the objective that we're looking for. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of this important discussion about including Taiwan in international organizations, we're seeing increasing belligerence and aggression from the Xi Jinping regime. And I think many observers have noted that there's some risk of an outright invasion attempt by the Xi Jinping regime. And it's my view that Canada needs to contemplate that possibility and be prepared with a strong response and work with the community of democratic nations to send strong deterrent messages to try to avoid that from happening. I'd appreciate the member's comment on what Canada should be doing to, in particular, support Taiwan and deter an invasion.
The Honourable Member for Whitby in 20 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. I think Canada needs, I think he's right, that Canada needs to be prepared to respond strongly to whatever eventuality becomes manifest. Not to say that we can predict the future, but it is to say that I think we need to be prepared, whether it be pandemic preparedness or our response to potential aggression that the member suggested from China in the future. We need to prepare for all eventualities. Thank you.
It being 7:40 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of our constituency offices were inundated over the summer, and in fact, we're still dealing with the impacts of an overwhelming volume of complaints about the government's mishandling of passport applications. Ironic that this government, which wants to expand its influence in more and more areas of Canadians' lives, has shown itself completely unable to manage its basic responsibilities when it comes to providing Canadians with timely access to passports, something that clearly falls squarely within the responsibility of the federal government. Again, typical for these Liberals, unable to manage the basic responsibilities of the federal government, and at the same time telling us how the federal government should be doing more and more and more to limit people's freedoms and interfere in their lives. Now, every member of this House knows, I'm sure the parliamentary secretary charged with parroting the government line tonight is fully aware as well of the problems in his own constituency. and has heard the frustration, has seen the tears, has dealt with cases of people needing to cancel vacations, of people missing important family events as a result of their unable to access passports. And the challenges continue to come in to my office from constituents. We continue to get in my office over a dozen passport cases every week for those who are traveling and are not able to get their passports. We're dealing with an inquiry right now from a constituent who applied in February and still has not gotten her passport. What a ridiculous processing time for such a simple and basic government services. The inability of Service Canada to perform its basic functions is simply unacceptable. And the excuse that we've gotten from this minister was to say, well, it's a large volume post-COVID. Well, Mr. Speaker, as if the government couldn't have contemplated that travel was going to, in some proportion, come back at some point as the pandemic tapered off. We have constituents, many constituents that I've heard from, that have had to cancel trips, who have waited in long lines, at times in lines that they felt are unsafe. We're still hearing from constituents who are making status requests online and being told by Service Canada that they're aiming to respond within 3 days and then not hearing back in weeks and weeks and weeks. Mr. Speaker, again, this is fundamentally unacceptable. The federal government, rather than trying to expand itself into all other areas of people's lives, should focus on doing its core job and providing basic services to Canadians that it clearly has responsibility for providing. So I would invite the Parliamentary Secretary, in his response to me tonight, to acknowledge the reality that his government has failed on passports. And rather than trying to bury the conversation in fog and in bureaucratic talking points, to acknowledge the pain of my constituents and his, to acknowledge the frustration, and to recognize that the government desperately needs to do better than they did this summer and better than they're doing now at providing Canadians with this basic service of access to their passport.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of his constituents. And I think everyone in this place can all agree that a passport is an important, critical document, and we know that Canadians are enthusiastic about traveling again, whether for business or personal reasons, and that passports are critical. So you can imagine the demand. Let me just say that it has been exponential. I will share some numbers with you for some important context. Service Canada has been issuing passports as quickly as possible, and since April 1st, over 1 million passports have been issued. As of September 25th, 94% of passports applied for at specialized passport offices are issued within 10 days, 10 business days. The wait time at the passport call center went from a peak of 108 minutes in April to 30 minutes last week. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada has been working throughout the summer to meet this demand. Staff at Service Canada have been working overtime and on weekends. And here are some of the steps that we have taken. We have hired more than 800 new employees since July 2021, specifically to support the processing of passport applications, and we are continuing to scale up. We have an online appointment booking tool. We are serving priority clients on Saturdays and extending service hours. We improved client experience in our offices by thoroughly assessing client needs while in line, providing clients with appointments at a nearby location, and expanding hours and weekend availability in some locations. As a result, lineups at specialized passport offices are now more manageable and more predictable. Canadians can visit any of over 300 Service Canada centres to request the transfer of their passport applications if they need it for urgent and upcoming travel. This summer, Service Canada has implemented a triage system in 17 of our passport offices. The 10-day passport pickup service is also available in 12 Service Canada centres across the country. We have expanded the simplified renewal process. Canadians can now renew an expired passport as long as it was issued within the last 15 years, even if it was lost, stolen, or damaged. We are continuing to hire employees and add processing capacity. Mr. Speaker, this remains a challenging period with high demand, but we continue to work hard to give Canadians the high-quality service that they deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member, rather than acknowledge the significant and ongoing failures, is trying to congratulate his government for maybe by now doing marginally better than the disastrous situation we dealt with in the summer and the spring. Mr. Speaker, I may have low expectations of this government when it comes to delivering basic services, but I think Canadians should be able to expect more in terms of the response. We continue to deal with our reality in our office, for instance, where we're not able to do basic status checks and get information unless people have travel booked. The response times continue to be unacceptable. Again, I mentioned I continue to have a constituent with an outstanding passport who made their application back in February. I heard this summer from Canadians who had to cancel trips, miss important family events, and experienced a huge amount of stress and anxiety as a result. Rather than congratulating themselves, is the government prepared to apologize to those Canadians who were hurt by their failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister responsible for Service Canada has been traveling throughout the country, visiting passport centres and talking with staff. The Government of Canada is taking this situation very seriously, Mr. Speaker. We are taking the necessary steps to remedy it. The hard work of Service Canada employees is paying off. Almost everyone who applies in person at a specialized passport office will get their passport in under 10 business days. And I'd like to again thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his question and his advocacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the Liberals promised to permanently eliminate interest on federal student loans. Let's be clear. On page 17 of the Liberal Party's 2021 election platform document entitled Forward for Everyone, it states a re-elected Liberal government will, I quote, permanently eliminate the federal interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans to support young Canadians who choose to invest in post-secondary education. This will benefit over 1 million student loan borrowers and save an average borrower more than $3,000 over the lifetime of their loan, end quote. This promise seems fairly straightforward. However, Mr. Speaker, it now seems that forward for everyone should read backward for students. On February 17th, I asked the minister responsible whether the re-elected governing party would keep its election campaign promise to students. Of course, amnesia had clearly set in, even though the government claimed to have the backs of Canada's students. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it was roll out the smoke and mirrors approach again, and no pesky election promise was going to be allowed to get in the way. On September 17th, an assistant deputy minister at the Department of Employment and Social Development gave notice in the Canada Gazette that the interest moratorium on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans would expire on March 31st, 2023. Clearly, this must have been a mistake. So 1 week later, on September 23rd, I asked whether the Liberals would honor their promise. Again, the House was treated to obfuscation and platitudes. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling to make ends meet and students are taking on debt to afford an education, broken promises and empty platitudes won't cut it. Mr. Speaker, the average federal student debt held by someone with a bachelor's degree is $23,000. I myself graduated with $25,000 in student debt. Moreover, to combat rampant inflation eating away at Canadians' paychecks, interest rates have nearly doubled to 4.7%. So are we to understand now that on April 1st, 2023, the government will hand young Canadians and their parents a very cruel April Fool's joke? a nearly $600 increase to student loan payments. Should that occur, I can't fathom the backtracking on this campaign promise, because there are few better investments than to invest in education. On average, someone with a bachelor's degree will pay almost $15,000 a year in annual taxes, nearly double that of someone with a high school diploma. This is annual, Mr. Speaker, not one time. It's a recurring benefit to our country, not only in the tax dollars that fund the services that Canadians rely on, but also in a more educated and upskilled workforce. The societal and fiscal benefits are clear. There's also, however, the honoring of a promise to students along with the business case for investing in our country's next generation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, can the government educate students and Canadians on what will happen on April 1st? Can they shed light on the path forward for all by letting us know on what date will interest rates be permanently eliminated from Canada's student and apprentice loans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Spadina, Fort York, for his question. As I have said in this House many times, young Canadians and students are the future of Canada. More than 673,000 students each year rely on federal grants and loans to help them cover the cost of their tuition, school supplies, and living expenses. And that's why we are making historic investments to ensure that students continue to have the supports and opportunities they need to build a better future for themselves and their families. With Budget 2022, we are helping doctors and nurses in rural and remote communities who have student loans. We are investing $26 million over 4 years so that nurses in these communities will have up to $30,000 in loan forgiveness and doctors will have up to $60,000 respectively. We are also enhancing the repayment assistance plan as of November 1st, and that means people with an income of $40,000 or less won't have to make payments on their student loans. This measure is expected to help an additional 121,000 Canadians each year who have student and apprentice loan debt. Additionally, the cap on what is considered the monthly affordable payment is being lowered from 20% to 10% of a borrower's household income. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that these new thresholds will be indexed to inflation to ensure that people's eligibility for repayment assistance keeps pace with the cost of living. And there's more. With Budget 2021, we provided $4.5 billion in funding to support expanded access to post-secondary education. Thanks to the Canada Student Financial Assistance Program, students and recent graduates will have more access to direct financial support, making it easier for them to pay off their student debt. And in the summer of 2021, we extended the doubling of Canada student grants for an additional 2 years. We also changed the requirement so that students can use their current income when applying for a grant. That means people in financial need will not have their previous workforce experience count against them. New measures under the Canada Student Financial Assistance Program ensure that post-secondary financial supports are more accessible. Through these remarkable initiatives, I hope it is clear that we are committed to supporting Canada's students and recent graduates, and that we are committed to building the workforce of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the Parliament Secretary is not getting. People are struggling to make ends meet. Is the government backtracking on its promise? Or is it because this government has overspent and now needs to recoup as much money as possible off the backs of students and parents? The Parliamentary Secretary has refused to answer when they will honor their promise to permanently eliminate interest on federal student loans. Fine. I'll make it simpler, Mr. Speaker. Will this government honor its promise and eliminate interest on federal student loans? Yes or no?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, by investing in our young people today, we are securing Canada's growth and economic prosperity for future generations. We remain committed to permanently eliminating the federal interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans. In the meantime, the waiver of interest accrual on student apprentice loans has been extended to March 31st, 2023. This will mean savings for approximately 1.2 million Canadians repaying student and apprentice loans, the majority of whom are women. Mr. Speaker, we will help young Canadians transition into the workforce. This is our commitment, and I would once again like to thank the member for his question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East not being present to raise during adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice was given is deemed, the notice is deemed withdrawn. Comme il est 19h50.
It being 7:57 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.